'Cause every day I lose myself in it. This writing games are making me so sad. Oh, I better go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
campeão e a gente vai se preparar muito.
For us, it's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting.
I got a feeling something's gotta change. Chasing the wind, no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Here in the sun.
Kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum.
Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back. You're not alone. Zero, even at the lowest, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face.
Kotandos, PMGC Esports.
Great news! As the highly anticipated 2024 PMGC Grand Finals approach, the annual tournament outfits everyone has been waiting for are finally here. We prepared loads of surprises for everyone this time to show our sincerity. Let's start by introducing the limited PMGC themed prize path. Get it for only 500 UC and instantly receive a 2024 PMGC helmet. Continue completing specified missions to earn points and increase your prize path level for even more awesome rewards, including a 2024 PMGC parachute, nocturnal judgment grenade, and the awesome limited PMGC with Royale backpack, designed in collaboration by our lovely friends at American Tourister. Upon reaching level 20, congratulations! You'll be able to choose between the enigmatic yet powerful Midnight Raven set or Midnight Enigma set as your reward. Want them both? Don't worry, the set you don't pick will be available in the Lucky Spin. There, we've prepared exclusive themed covers, PMGC finishes, a winner's scepter, and the coolest PMGC firearm finish to date, Nocturnal Judgment, Groza. In response to player feedback, this firearm finish not only comes with a special hit effect, but also an exclusive elimination broadcast. They're sure to make you stand out. In addition, the lucky coins you get from the draw can be redeemed for more esports themed items, including the 2024 PMGC theme, Glorious Win emote, and more. Don't miss out. In this event, you can also get Lucky Spin single draw vouchers from the prize path, as well as prize path points from the Lucky Spin. Get rewards faster than ever. What are you waiting for? Join the event now. Follow PMGC for even more perks. Welcome to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals prediction event, PMGC Clairvoyant. Guess the top 5 teams for each day of the PMGC Grand Finals for a chance to win exclusive PMGC collectibles, limited PMGC finishes, emotes, and loads of AG. The 2024 PMGC Grand Finals takes place from December 6th to 8th. There are 3 rounds of predictions corresponding to each day of the event. On the predictions page, you need to predict the top 5 teams each day. The same team can't be selected twice. If you wish, you can check to see your friends' predictions and copy their choices with a tap. The PMGC Grand Final starts streaming at 10:45 UTC 0 daily. You can change your predictions anytime before the live stream begins. Results for each round of predictions will be announced the next day. You'll earn prediction points based on your accuracy. Reach target scores to get amazing progress rewards. Start predicting now. Keep participating in this event to earn points. You'll get better rewards the more points you have. There are 3 main ways to earn points in this event. First, you'll get 100 points just for submitting your predictions each day. Correctly predicting a team and their exact rank will earn you 600 points. You'll still receive 300 points for each correctly predicted top 5 team, even if you don't get their exact rank. And finally, be sure to follow the official PUBG Mobile Esports social media accounts and website. You'll get 100 extra points for doing so. Use the Day 1 ranking results to inform your predictions for Days 2 and 3 for better accuracy. At 500 points, you'll receive PMGC Lucky Spin single draw vouchers. At 1,600 points, you'll receive a 2024 PMGC collectible. There's no all-server ranking in this event. Players ranked in the top 100 will receive loads of AG. The higher the ranking, the greater the share of the prize. What are you waiting for? Join the 2024 PMGC prediction event now. Make your top 5 predictions and cheer for your team.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome your PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finalists.
First game of PMGC 2024.
I'm the only compound remaining in the circle.
Falcons take it down. It looks like it's going all the way. And Falcons open up with the first chicken dinner. Vexy on the low ground is low, but holds his nerve. 2 versus 1. It's up to Vexy now. Enigma Galaxy are able to keep it under control. Finally able to shut it down from the east side. Break Incilio's hold on the south side, and they can move up to the wall. Void Donkey ID just about get up into 3rd, and Team Spirit to close us down. They've been quiet in the first 2 matches. Get through as quick as he did. Thundertalk going to try and send this one. Now 1 more left remaining, and Reefers looks to finish it off, and it's 4 and B with 23 eliminations and a chicken dinner.
You are the best!
Triple. O-South looks for RCP. Zara will take it down and immediately gets clapped back onto the 1 elimination denied. But with 3 players to D plus Kia, the order is tall, but he might be able to stand up to kick more chips. Is storming forwards in the meantime. The MG3 out of action, and it is D plus Kia.
Solo Master Tournament here happening between 16 players with first place at the end of tomorrow.
siapa yang akan menjadi juara PMGC?
Аваргын цом биднийх байна. За сайн байцгаана уу? Falcon Sports багийн тоглогч топ байна. East байна.
Halo, aku Potato dari tim Point Donkey.
Halo, aku Vexi dari tim Point Donkey. За бид хоёр ингээд 2024 оны PMGC Grand Final-ийн prediction хийж байна. Тэгээд бид хоёр дамт байгаарай. Alpha 7 байна. World Cup явраг 2024 оны World Cup тавьчида.
Abang-abangan nih dari dulu kan, jadi kita top 3 in lagi nih Dani.
Esports. Menarik sih, tapi toxic. Deep plus ya. За, stauslare. Harus шүү sanakku. Lanjut dari aku ada DRX.
Dari Korea juga ya.
Dari Korea juga ya. Bawahnya lah. Timnya. Falcons.
Dari segi pengalaman juga banyak lah. Jadi kita jejerin sama abang-abangan juga nih.
Lanjut ada Guild yang invited ya.
Ya, betul.
Kita kasih ke 16.
Oke.
자, imp influence range. 자, яг энэ за голдон дэлчдөө энэ. INS. Dia last chance di atas kita, mungkin hoki ya. Kita taruh ke 11. Angka keramat.
Oke, lanjut ini Navi boleh lah ini. Sangat meyakinkan ya, tapi kalau grand final tak lah. Angka 7.
Enigma байна. За Enigma-г 8 дээр тавьчида. Бас манай группийн эхний оороор гараавсан.
Dia langsung lolos ya ke grand final dari grup stage. Pasti underperform, kita 15.
Persibig.
Yang udah mulai dapet tempo permainannya ya, tapi ada salah satu player mereka yang juara dunia juga nih. Udah pernah juara dunia, tapi udah habis lah hokinya, jadi kita taruh 12.
Dan тэр team spirit-тэй group yellow-ийн аваргаг тэгээд 3 бас бүсийнхаа аварга болсон. Энэ жил бас нэлээд юм байна.
За над дээр TGB гарч ирнэ гэж бодсон.
За над дээр
TT. Kita kasih ke 2 saja. Синхэн миний найз юм баг та.
Яа 10
Яантай. За уучлаарай. Буруу наахан байна. The last champion PMGC 2024. Point Donkey ID. Satu-satunya tim Indo yang lolos ke grand final.
Dan tim Syah. Gacor.
За өмнөх prediction дээр тэр
Navi Galaxy
INS 3-ыг ерөнхийдөө доогоор тавьсан. Тэгээд яг тэрийг болохоор grand final-ын эрхийг аваа явуулсан. Яг тийм тоглолт үзүүлнэ гэдгийг өстой мэдээгүй. Тэгээд төсөөснөөс илүү тоглолт үзүүлээд эрхээ аваад явуулсан. Kenapa aku milih TT di nomor 2? Karena mungkin aku sendiri udah tahu ya gameplaynya mereka kayak gimana waktu sebelum PMGC dimulai. Kita latihan WoW terus sama dia, hampir 60% lah kita latihan WoW sama TT. Itulah kenapa aku milih TT kedua. За өмнө жилийн IC-тэй адилхан зүйл болж магадгүй гэж бодож байна. Яагаад тэгэхээр ерөнхийдөө энэ жил бүх багууд амар маш сайн өрсөлдөөнтэй байгаа. Тэгэхээр аль багийг ч басч одоо тутун үнэлэхийн аргагүй өрсөлдөөнтэй байгаа да.
Kalau kuda hitam mungkin dari tim kita ya. Karena kan kita benar-benar orang-orang baru dan tim baru dibuat lah. Jadi mungkin dari segi komunikasi atau gameplay dari mereka nih tim-tim lawan nganggap kita kuda hitam sih harusnya.
За ингээд бид хоёр prediction-ээ ингэж хийлээ. Тэгээд яг grand final дээр бас юу болохыг мэдэхгүй байна.
Mohon doa dan dukungannya. See you in London grand final. Bye-bye.
See you.
Wis dah.
Days. Finally, we are here for the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals.
362 dias treinando com apenas um objetivo: ser campeão.
Impianku itu untuk menorehkan sejarah untuk Asia Tenggara dan kami siap.
The podium is ours because we've earned it.
İkinci kez dünya şampiyonu olmak istiyorum ve tüm dünyanın bu ana tanıklık etmesini istiyorum.
Nós já estamos nas grandes finais da PMGC ano após ano, mas toda vez que chegamos perto, deixamos ela escapar. Mas creio que dessa vez vai ser diferente. Esse vai ser o nosso momento, o ano que o Brasil foi campeão da PMGC.
Aku tuh nggak pernah ngebayangin dan aku nggak pernah mimpi aku bisa sampai ke London. Perjalanannya sejauh ini tuh penuh dengan keajaiban dan bahkan kami mengira kami belum bisa sampai sejauh ini. Tapi nyatanya kami bisa sampai ke Grand Final.
Yani bu yıl yeni bir takımla başladım. Eski takımdan kaynaklı üzerimde çok büyük bir baskı vardı. Ve bu baskıları zaman içerisinde kırabileceğimi ben de biliyordum ve bunu kanıtladım. Şu anda da ikinci dünya şampiyonluğunu yaşamak için elimden gelen her şeyi yapacağım.
It's been 2 years since I have last missed the grand finals. This time through hard work and a lot of effort, I finally made it to London. Now it's time to finish what I have started, becoming the PMGC champion.
I am tasted victory once. Now I am here for the double.
We will make history as the first PMGC champion for C.
When the dust settles, MGX would be remembered as champions.
Even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of all glory.
We don't just compete, we dominate. That's what Alpha 7 stands for.
PUBG Mobile is teaming up with leading global luggage brand American Tourister. Starting December 4th, players can enjoy exclusive in-game backpacks inspired by the American Tourister Royale collection. Stay tuned, because this collaboration will be introducing physical, limited edition PUBG Mobile versions of the Royale range. So make sure to check it out at pubgmobile.live/American Tourister 2024.
Welcome to the 2024 PMGC Grand Finals prediction event, PMGC Clairvoyant. Guess the top 5 teams for each day of the PMGC Grand Finals for a chance to win exclusive PMGC collectibles, limited PMGC finishes, emotes, and loads of AG. The 2024 PMGC Grand Finals takes place from December 6th to 8th. There are 3 rounds of predictions corresponding to each day of the event. On the predictions page, you need to predict the top 5 teams each day. The same team can't be selected twice. If you wish, you can check to see your friends' predictions and copy their choices with a tap. The PMGC Grand Final starts streaming at 10:45 UTC 0 daily. You can change your predictions anytime before the live stream begins. Results for each round of predictions will be announced the next day. You'll earn prediction points based on your accuracy. Reach target scores to get amazing progress rewards. Start predicting now. Keep participating in this event to earn points. You'll get better rewards the more points you have. There are 3 main ways to earn points in this event. First, you'll get 100 points just for submitting your predictions each day. Correctly predicting a team and their exact rank will earn you 600 points. You'll still receive 300 points for each correctly predicted top 5 team, even if you don't get their exact rank. And finally, be sure to follow the official PUBG Mobile Esports social media accounts and website. You'll get 100 extra points for doing so. Use the Day 1 ranking results to inform your predictions for Days 2 and 3 for better accuracy. At 500 points, you'll receive PMGC Lucky Spin single draw vouchers. At 1,600 points, you'll receive a 2024 PMGC collectible. There's no all-server ranking in this event. Players ranked in the top 100 will receive loads of AG. The higher the ranking, the greater the share of the prize. What are you waiting for? Join the 2024 PMGC prediction event now. Make your top 5 predictions and cheer for your team.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals. Yesterday was nothing short of spectacular. Thrilling plays, record-breaking moments, and the kind of action that keeps us coming back for more. But day 2 is here, and there's no time to slow down, because the action is heating up more and more. But before we dive into that action, I believe we have a very special surprise for you today. So, without further ado, let's head on over to Barney on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main stage at the Excel Arena live in London. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host, and we are kicking things off today with a very special announcement, as is tradition, so keep your eyes and ears peeled for this one. And please join me in welcoming to the main stage the Senior Director of Global Esports at Level Infinite, Tencent Games, Mr. James Yang.
Woo. Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the United Kingdom and in the world. I'm James Yang. And wow, PMGC live in London. I'm so proud of bringing the best mobile battle royale tournament to UK audiences for the first time. So, today, I'm here to announce our eye-opening 2025 esports plan and more. So you will be excited. Are you ready? Let's dive in. So this is our 2025 esports structure. Looks similar like this year, but there's a big difference. So there are same 3 global tournaments. Spring in PMGO, and in summer you can see PMWC and PMGC closing the year. And PMSL, PUBG Mobile Super League, will still continue in all the regions. Top team of PMSL will be promoted to global tournaments. And here is where it gets exciting. We are revolutionizing amateur esports ecosystem. Yeah, so you, everyone can be the one. PUBG Mobile players continue to ask us, hey, we also want not only to watch but also to play esports. Yeah, we listen to you. So we are creating very clear ladder from amateur to professional. How to do? Here it is. In 2025, we are launching more than 20 official amateur tournaments in all countries and regions. So it's your time to rise from unknown to legendary. Chance is open to everyone. And the top team of each tournament will have the direct slot to their own regional PMSL. This is an amazing chance. And also, PMSL EMEA will be divided into PMSL Europe and PMSL Middle East and Africa. This will provide a fair chance to the local talent. PMSL Southeast Asia will still have 3 seasons and others will remaining 2. So by this, PUBG Mobile Esports is targeting to have the most robust amateur esports ecosystem. And I believe we can achieve it with all of you together. So let's talk about global tournament. PUBG Mobile Global Open 2025 is heading to Uzbekistan next year, March to April. And here is a game changer. Because it's Global Open, we decided we will open registration to all over the world, everybody, so that you can also register to play in PMGO. That's great. And also, there is Ultimate Royale. It's one of the most popular game mode by skillful players. We provide very special privilege. Top 500 players will automatically skip the first round of online qualifier. Wow. And here, PUBG Mobile World Cup is back. 2025, PMWC is back to Esports World Cup in Riyadh. So I promise there will be an epic battles by all best teams in Riyadh again. So please stay tuned. This will be great. Okay, here, this is the moment you are waiting for. 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals will be held in Thailand. Yeah, I can hear the big shout from Thailand audiences. Next year, PMGC will be really special, really astonishing. I'm so willing to unveil everything, but please wait. All breathtaking news will be opened soon. So, yeah, that will be great. Please keep eyes on us. And here, you see the big number in my bag. PUBG Mobile continues to invest, and we commit to global esports structure strongly. So next year, our investment to global esports ecosystem will exceeding $10 million. I can say PUBG Mobile Esports is not just a tournament, it is an opportunity. So, 2024 Grand Finals now ongoing, and next year, this shiny, bright, brand new PMGC Trophy, who will lift it? Maybe one of the teams in this 16 teams, but also it can be one of you. So let's be together, be the one. Thank you.
London, make some noise once more time for James Yang. That's right. Right. Now, before we get started, before we dive into all of the action, we have another very special announcement. We are proud to present the second PDP Esports Outfit Design Contest with an incredible prize pool of $60,000, and it starts right now. So make sure you submit your designs between now and December the 2nd, 2025. Unleash your creativity and best of luck to everyone involved. And with that being said, it is time to kick off day 2 of the PMGC. London, make some noise! Let's do it.
Well, we're back here once again for day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals here in London, and I cannot wait to get things underway today. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, joined once again by the 2 handsome gentlemen to my left, Seven Worlds Gaming and Seven Worlds Gaming. No, I'm just kidding. And Max Man.
Okay.
Going to be joining me here to break down everything that happened on day 1 and, of course, get you ready to go for day 2. And, gentlemen, day 1 had some very unexpected results, but we got to see some glimpses of what teams can bring to the table, and I'm looking at you, 4MV.
4MV in first place after just making it barely in here to the grand finals and able to hold on strong to that first place and also creating a bit of a lead for themselves. But Seven, we know they like having circles coming their way. That happened a lot. What's going to happen today if the circle goes north?
That's going to be the biggest question for me. How is this team going to react when they don't end up getting blessed in a way by the circles in military base? We saw them being able to do some great things. The biggest question mark for me for this team, besides what they're going to do if the circles don't go their way, is also how they're going to be handling 2-2 splits. It's something that happened in the Miramar, and it didn't end up working out well. It would seem like an unnecessary 2-2 split, something that I've seen out of other teams. One that I think of right away, Influence Rage, and another one, Falcons.
That was a little bit of an issue for Falcons because Incilio is in Milto. We don't want to forget about it this time, hopefully.
Well, I'm glad you bring up Incilio, a team that we've been heavily focusing on because of our use of these hovercrafts. Now, when we went to Miramar, unfortunately for them, they had 2 16th-place finishes with 0 eliminations. But just to get you caught up on all the teams that are participating here, here's your list. And any other teams out here that kind of stand out as having a good or bad performance when it came to day 1 here, Max?
Well, bad performance. I think we have to cover the PL teams, unfortunately, right?
Hey, day 2 is the real day 1.
Wait, exactly. So, like, day minus day 0 was not good.
Day 1 is media day for them.
Oh, okay.
Day 2 is the real day 1.
Rehearsal day for them. No, really, we expected a lot more coming out from Tongjiabao and, of course, Thunder Talk Gaming. A little bit of an upsetting start, but, you know, as you said, yes, day 2 is the real day 1. And we talked many times about the comeback potential of TJB in their home region. Globally, it's a different ballgame because they're not going to be the only team trying to adapt and step up their game going into day 2 and day 3. The entire 16 teams here, 7, are going to be improving over time to become an even bigger threat in this Grand Finals lobby.
That's the thing. I think TJB is currently 39 points away from first place, and we'll get a chance to look at the overall. That is a massive task. Unless they end up having a performance like we saw yesterday out of 4MV, a record-breaking performance, and that's why you're currently seeing 4MV there at the top with those 63 points. We'll have to wait and see see what's going to happen. One team that I do want to take a look at here is Team Spirit. They played so well yesterday that they were able to get those 2 chicken dinners. On top of that, I really enjoyed the quick decision making that this team was able to do. There was some question marks here and there in one of the errand girls that we were talking about yesterday, how they were a little bit too split. They decided not to regroup. I got a chance to talk to Kitsune and the players, and they were saying it was just because they were already getting pressure from some of the other teams. They were already getting shot at. They didn't want to end up making that push. So for them, what I want to see, continuing to see those quick break rotations, decision making as well. And the main one for me and for the players is they want luckier circles. They want to get lucky. They want to get blessed by the circles. But they were so consistent yesterday, man.
Yeah, I mean, they were so consistent. If you're consistent like that when the circle is not already favoring you too much, the moment you get a circle, we're going to be expecting a 20 elimination chicken dinner. You know, that's what we're going to be expecting at that point. But
guaranteed.
No, Team Spirit, after their step up we've seen in the league stage, I had really high hopes for them, and I think that they've already set expectations really high for the second and third day. So Team Spirit, for me, this is the best this team has looked in the past 2 to 3 years.
One that we mentioned yesterday too, especially with Team Spirit, is that Kitsune is also being able to put up good performances for the team right now, which is massive to see. It's not just Nomi, it's not just the rest of the squad, also their IGL is putting up great numbers.
I mean, the fact that we got to hear Kitsune at the end of the day talking about how him and Matic are co-leading like they did with G Gladiators, but it's more about how do we, you know, accomplish what effect and what Nomi want to do, and how do we, you know, give them that potential, or how do we strategize around allowing them to actually pop off. And when you have 2 players like that in your team, I would definitely sit there and be like, yeah, let's make them do the best they can here for the team.
Pretty much the IGLing is, Nomi, you see that team? Go get him. Go get that team right now in that compound. But it's been working out great so far. I got to say the synergy's on point, and it feels good to see Nomi in a team. I feel like this is the best team he's ever been in. He just fits right in, and giving him an MG3 in particular.
Oh, I mean, anyone that gets an MG3 max becomes your favorite player for
especially
the time
Nomi.
that they're using.
He's gonna pull a monkey if he gets an MG3.
Oh man,
big fan of him.
Well, you know what, Seven, I know you're a big fan of a certain team, and they finally had the breakthrough performance back at PMWC, and they're currently sitting very low on the leaderboards here. Now, whether that's just due to underperformance on day 1 or Maxman predicting them to win, that's going to be decided later on. But Alpha 7, they had a very rough day 1, and I even went back to the hotel and I saw them in the lobby reviewing the games right when the matches were done.
I mean, we saw them. We saw them being very focused, especially after yesterday. They didn't really want to have much conversations. I think at one point you can see Korea. Today, though, when I got a chance to talk to the players, they were in bigger spirits. They realized, they even acknowledged to me, yeah, we made too many mistakes yesterday. The rotations were off. They felt like they were really unlucky in regards to the military circles. But I feel like that's a broad statement, because I was getting a lot of those comments from a lot of teams, not just Alpha 7. I think a lot of these, I think a lot, which is crazy to say with Falcons. We'll go back to that because they usually land military. But for Alpha 7, I think they're going to be looking to do just much better rotations, their timing as well. And for this team, it comes down to that decision making. You don't want to end up getting stuck making decisions that you're not used to, which their coach was telling me. They were just doing stuff that they were not expecting. The one that we kind of pointed out especially was when we saw Alpha 7 go to Novo, thinking that there was going to be nobody there. Yeah, their coach actually told me that they saw Falcons and Insular fighting. They thought that they were going to be fighting towards Bridge, so that's why they decided to go towards Novo. It ended up backfiring, so I think they're going to try to scout a little bit more if they do try to commit to a certain area.
I feel like assuming in a lobby like this is a double-edged sword, is or you can get a great position really early, or you just unfortunately have a team that kept 4 players alive and they're going to be holding the entire ridge side of Nova, and you're just going to get completely obliterated upon impact. So it's a bit risky, but you know, we got Falcons and Alpha 7 down at the bottom. Do we expect them to do no changes here going into today and just stay at the bottom? No, I think that this is the time for them to initiate that comeback and go strong today.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Alpha 7 is going to be looking to be very aggressive today. They feel like they have to be aggressive. They cannot play passive if they want to start pretty much bringing down that big gap that they currently have to first place. So we'll see what they're going to be doing the first match in Sandhawk.
I mean, Falcons in particular, they're going to have a tough time trying to replicate the performance on the last day of Last Chance as well. I mean, they had one of the most dominant performances in a single day of play we've ever seen out of a team, and to replicate that at this kind of stage is going to be extremely difficult. But a couple of other teams I want to bring up really quickly. D+. They were very low in the leaderboards. I think they were on like 16, 15 place for like the first half of the day, and then they had a great glow up later on in the day to able to show what we've seen in the group stage out of them. Do you think they can maintain it today, though?
Yes, on Miramar they were doing really good, but we got to see something on Erangel, right? I think that you're looking at all the teams that are currently really high in the leaderboards. There's all the teams that do well on Erangel. You're looking at Incilio, you're looking at Team Spirit that did really good. That's why they're currently on top. 3 matches out of your 6 being on that map is very important, but D+, Miramar, they had it down so well, except like on that first game, but the second game, they obliterated everyone after having that 2-2 split, 2 players in the compound, 2 players on the mountain. If we see something similar to that on Erangel, I think very easily we can see them competing for top 3, and maybe if they keep it up for the last 2 days, in first place.
The confidence too that we saw at D+ when we compare what they were able to do in Erangel and then on Miramar, they were being a lot more confident, they were willing to take fights, and they were ready for the third parties too. That's something that kind of stood out for me. I believe it was in the first Miramar that we saw with them taking a fight early on and then seeing Boy and Donkey trying to push them and they say, no, slow down. You're not going to be trying to third party us here, which ended up working out wonders for this team, but I'm with you. We need to see them being able to perform, not just in Miramar, right off the bat as well. Sandhawk, how are you going to be starting off here day number 2?
Actually, because they're an edge team on Sandhawk, it's going to be quite interesting because we saw a lot of teams gunning for the center really early on, but it's depending on the circle. Hopefully we don't have a quarry finish because that was always a bit rough to deal with.
Let's have a quarry finish.
No.
No.
I think we can have a Northwest Island finish. We've seen it so many times in League stage. We're going to have one in these
That would
finals.
be interesting.
Yeah.
You were talking about just fully sending it to the center of the circle. Remember the one from yesterday, Nick McGalaxy?
Yeah, it's risky.
No, but for them, I actually went up to Raouf and I was asking him, why do you guys do that? This is not the first time that you guys do that. And he said that that's how they play Sandhawk. They just, if for some reason they are going to be late towards the circle, they're just going to fully send it towards the middle, and they are expecting that hot drop again.
I mean, it worked out yesterday. They lost Norvalo, unfortunately, but if you get 4 eliminations from the get-go for them on a Sandhawk, that was pretty much a win for them. They were like, we're happy with the game. We got 4 eliminations. We got a little bit later on into the game, but the full send center was always a bit risky, but if they could have survived in that spot, maybe they could have got like a top 5 finish there, and that would have been amazing for your first game of a PMGC Grand Finals.
Well, speaking of amazing, you got to talk about the devices these players are using. Their Infinix GT20 Pro with this dual chipset, 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Oh no, guys, here, you can't do this. 7 does not look good at 120 FPS.
All right.
I don't think the camera can even
there you
see
go.
this.
Okay.
You guys are setting up this whole bit. I don't think the camera can see. You know what? Maxi, get out of here. Go walk up to the camera and show it.
Do I have to?
No.
No,
I was about to.
You're
I'm
so
happy
cool.
you
can kind of see it though. You can kind of see it. Let's see.
Kind of see it.
Kind of see it.
Can you see it?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's a good picture.
Not bad.
More of that, please.
That's a great resolution.
HD, that's a scary thing.
I mean, in real life, it's pretty scary, but HD is a little bit more scary.
Just feel taller right now, okay?
You know what, we're going to take that box away from you eventually, but also a big shout out here to another sponsor, Kadia, because the entire district is designed to be like a real-life video game, which honestly is so cool. If you guys saw the video earlier on today as well, I would love to go there someday. Maybe next year we can pull this one off here, because every detail is about play and entertainment.
I wonder if there's going to be good loot in Kadia. I found an MG3 around there. That'll be cool.
I hope.
I've seen your DBS.
I hope you don't find an MG3.
I've seen your DBS on Pandemonium_news. You can check them out on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube.
The 7WG. Yeah, go on.
Bro,
Wait,
we're just plugging. I was like, all right, I'll plug.
No, we can plug. You can't do that.
Well, also, while you guys are sitting here at home, or whether it is after the show is done, make sure you use this code PMGC Dragon, because the Ice Spire Frontier Frostborn Dragon has awakened. If you haven't checked this out, Max, we talked about this so many times yesterday, and as well as 7, the greatest fight you will experience in PUBG Mobile, the best event we've seen so far, for sure.
Yeah, you had Dracula in the update before that, but no, the Dragon is even better of a boss to go against. I even recommend going with an M249 if you can, because you're going to need to shoot a lot to take him down.
You
got to get like a crate before going in. It's hell, but it will drop an MG3, actually 2 MG3s if you beat him, so go.
You should try it tonight.
Well, you got to get across the bridge for the first part.
Well, that's
we already struggled with that one, but use the code PMGC Dragon at PUBGMOBILE.com/redeem to get yourself 30 extra Frostborn Dragon scales to help you out with the event. But gentlemen, it's almost time to actually kick off our first day. We got our teams to focus here down towards the bottom of the screens. For me, I went with the 2 PEL teams, of course, because day 2 is the real day 1. But obviously, we expect very high standards out of teams that come in from PEL, and we haven't seen it just yet. But also in Celio, if they fix the problems of not being able to do well in Miramar without the hovercraft, that's why I went with these teams to focus. What about you, Max?
I think they went out asking to spawn the hovercraft on Miramar. That's what they were trying.
Well, no, we got a chance to talk with them yesterday, and they were talking about the hovercraft. They were saying how much they actually do focus on trying to get one before they leave Meltdown.
Yeah, they delay their rotation so much to try and get as many hovercrafts as possible. Of course, it's depending on, are you lucky with the spawns? Are you going to get a jet ski like Alpha 7? Are you going to get a boat? Are you going to get a car boat like Team Spirit? Or are you going to actually get the hovercraft? It is very important to get it when you are a river team where you drop.
Could we see in Celio Celio all drop different locations with all their players just to get as many hovercrafts as possible and meet up wherever it might be.
If I have 4 hovercrafts coming my way, I just go back to lobby. You know?
I just
Influence Rage is going to hate themselves.
Well, you know what? We do have 2 more gentlemen here to cover PMGC if you missed out on yesterday's action. We've got our 2 commentators of John Anna Blank looking good, looking ready to go. So, gentlemen, what do you got for us?
What do we have for you? Well, we've got a game coming up very shortly. We're going to be jumping into Sandhawk first, of course. Thank you very much to the guys on the desk, but absolutely. It's me. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're twice. There's 2 of you. I don't know what. I don't know.
It's
which
my
way to look.
twin. Look, there it is.
Whoa, is that? That's crazy.
The double lower third. Love to see it. But yeah, we do have some crazy plays coming out today. I'm imagining more stuff to be had today. Team Spirit looking for that first place position. Alpha 7 not doing so great either. Though I said it many times yesterday, slow burn type of team. Can they bring things back today? That's the real question, because I do think the further you drop now, you need to have somewhat of a decent day today to have that chance going into day 3 to get a top 3. To day 3 to get a top 3, we're all
There's
over
something
the
in there.
place.
There's some rhythm going on, you know. There's a little bit of a beat underpinning the entirety of it all. And you're right. You do need to absolutely give yourself that platform. The more runway you have, then the more likely it is you're going to take off, right? So. True, we'll see if our teams can lay out that tarmac for themselves on the points tables, because 4MV at the top right now is quite an interesting factor, right? Obviously, coming through on their sort of like double extra super duper last chance situation. They've come into the first day. They had 2 massive games, well, 1 very, very massive game, record-breaking in fact, with 23 elims in a chicken dinner, and then topping it off with a second chicken dinner as well. To be able to do, with a second strong game as well, to be able to put up that sort of a number, to extend that sort of a lead, Blank, is phenomenal. The question is always, in the same way that Alpha 7 need to step up today, can 4MV keep going today?
I think for 4MV, it's an interesting one. I mean, 8k damage overall for them is very good, but a Void Donkey ID with 7,783, that's a lot of damage done, and Void Donkey ID is certainly a team that is attempting to get towards that top side of the lobby. We had the pleasure of speaking to Defi yesterday, the coach of Void Donkey ID, and he said that, look, not many changes had to happen from yesterday. I think they were quite happy with how things went down. I think at this point, it's a smart decision to make. You know, you just want to keep going forward with what's working, and it is working. And the damage numbers don't lie either. For the positions they've had, they've been getting a lot of work done, not necessarily all the way through to that end game. They got 2 second places yesterday, but they are putting up the numbers. And I think teams at the top do need to worry about that slightly. Team Spirit, on the other hand, good performances overall, all round yesterday, from difficult positions as well. So everyone was saying that they like some more circle look. Wouldn't we all?
Absolutely. I mean, it's always so much easier when the circle just comes to you. You don't even need to rotate. It's great. But yeah, Team Spirit, they were adapting, and they were playing smart and fast enough to take down the opponents that stood in their way. That was the big change that we've seen, the ramp up in pacing from Team Spirit.
This is quite funny. I mean, Creo, fair play to him. Like, these things you do not need to move around at all, but the guys are so used to at this point shaking around the old hand warmers that you just can't quite get out of the habit. There's Revo on your screen as well. Absolutely awesome player from yesterday. I think he honestly kept Alpha 7 afloat. Sure. Right, you can even see here 6 eliminations for him yesterday on Sandhawk, staying alive all the way through to his 2nd place. Really, really strong stuff from Revo, and people were expecting him to do a lot better. These type of tournaments is where he shines the most, because it is under pressure that Revo performs his best.
That is true. Alpha 7 definitely needs some strong performances as well. They are down in 13th place right now with 22 points. So it is quite a way behind the 63 that 4MV currently hold. Over 40-point gap that needs to be made up over the next 12 matches, Blank. That is not easy. That sort of a gap does start to loom over your head. So if you kick off with three poor performances today, Alpha 7 are really going to be stuck down bad at the bottom of the tables. We'll have to see if they can pick up the pace, and we're hoping that they can. Over the course of yesterday, I think that you're right in pointing out Team Spirit and Void Donkey ID is probably the 2 most consistently impressive teams to be able to come on through. But we also had an interesting turn of events for the Falcons, right? And in fact, the entire opposite. They started off 11 elimination chicken dinner on Sandhawk, and then they kind of just faded away. They disappeared for the rest of the day, right? So I'm hoping that the Falcons can spread their wings a little bit further, because we were expecting great things from this team coming into this tournament. It would be a little bit sad to see them go down so early.
It's somewhat weird starting off very strong on Sandhawk and then not being able to translate that to other maps. And sometimes that can happen on a Sandhawk, where it's such a small map, right? Sometimes you get the look there. They did have to travel far off towards that east side, and they picked up a strong position. It is sad that they were unable to pick themselves all that much more coming through from Sandhawk into our other matches. It did feel like a lot of their splits were wrong. I think that is what it clearly comes down to, is that some of the splits were over-aggressive, teams were taking advantage of that. We even saw that very clearly over towards Mirren Sejong over in their group stages. Their splits were unbelievable going into the group stage. Sadly, that team could not translate. Now, the big difference between Falcons and Mirren Sejong is, I would say, the firepower is way more there for the Falcons over Mirren Sejong. So despite them having these splits, they can still find the good off angles. And I think that's something that East and Icy have both been extremely good at doing in the past, playing almost solo or as a duo, providing strong anchors for the team. It's a difficult one though, because what do you do going into today? Do you change things up too much? I don't particularly think that their playstyle was wrong yesterday. I think that it was maybe a little bit disjointed, and some of those things need to be brought together, but you might have this shift in mindset. As the boys were saying, day 2, that's your adaptation day. But I don't really want to see a crazy change from Falcons. I just want to see some of those minor mistakes fixed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, they had 2 early game losses in 16th and 14th place for matches 3 and 4. It was not great, so hopefully they can pick up a tidier set of rotations in that early game, try and transition well. Incilio on your screens right now, this is a team that I think people weren't expecting great things from, but these guys have absolutely stepped up to the plate. They've been on some pretty solid rotates, one of the most improved teams this year, I think it's safe to say. Yep. Slightly overshadowed, I think, in this case by Voindonkey ID, but overall, Incilio, excellent, impressive changes that they've been able to make, and strong presence on the map. They're able to hold their ground.
I think when you talk about Incilio, it's very important to mention that although you can say, I think people didn't expect much from them, as soon as we saw their group stage and then into survival and last chance, I think at that point, it was very clear to everyone going into PMGC that they were a fearsome contender. So it wasn't a case we came to PMGC and we were like, look, maybe Incilio's not going to do too great. I think we all had high hopes for this team coming into PMGC this year. The Grand Finals was where they were going to stand out. So I'm very excited to see Incilio continue to bring that kind of presence, that kind of power through to the maps going forward. Especially Sandhawk. I think this is a team that does very well. Basically flying by the seat of their pants sometimes, and they're good at that. They're good at that, especially with the hovercraft. And I think it kind of buys into that strategy of we're going to make it work no matter what happens. We're quick to adjust on the fly. It takes a very rare team to make that sort of thing happen. A lot of teams have plans that they will make out early game into mid game, and then how do they want to transfer from there. Incilio is very good at like, oh, I'm in a bad spot. Doesn't matter. We've got to move for this.
Yeah, they have got a lot of strats in that playbook. It is yards thick, really. I think it's safe to say. We'll be digging into that over the course of the next 2 days. Look pretty fresh with the sunnies there. The polarized glasses for the Falcons, making sure that they are keeping themselves focused.
I mean, top handing off the map like you just don't care. Fair enough to him, honestly.
That is one zen guy.
On our screens at the moment, we have D+. Great team from South Korea. DRX, sorry, doing a lot of work. I genuinely think that when you do look at DRX as well as D+, you're fairly happy with how much they've been able to get done throughout the year. I think for South Korea overall, they're a very strong region now, and a region that was sort of underestimated in 2023. Coming into 2024, so much more work was done by them. I think it used to be a case of, look guys, this is 100% a fact that D+ Kia had the strongest central circle performances in the world. They were very, very good holding down those compounds, but they have extended that kind of presence now over towards rotates, over towards playing edge. I think those were the things that South Korean teams absolutely had to focus on.
Yeah, they've definitely come through for the region and made their presence known. D+ came 5th back in that last chance stage, with DRX as well, placing 2nd behind Team Spirit over the course of their group stage and getting that direct qualification spot. We also saw good things from teams like Miran Sejong. Unfortunately didn't quite make it all the way to the finals, but really looking to expand and deepen that talent pool for the region, which is, of course, always such an exciting prospect. So we'll be looking out for them even further into the 2025 stuff, which was really interesting to hear James Yang revealing all of that information about how the pro scene is going to adapt and potentially expand to that new set of up-and-coming players who could bolster every region, not just South Korea as well.
Well, I think it's a great move, honestly, from PUBG Mobile in general, in the sense that, you know, with our PMSLs, we did restrict the amount of players that could be in those, and now it's really nice to have more of this open amateur scene where teams can now select and choose from the new up-and-coming talented players, but they also have an ecosystem to exist in at the same time, because at the top, it's very limited on those spaces you can have. So for a lot of our teams, I think that they'd be very excited to see these new up-and-coming players, potentially be able to rip a few from a couple of rosters and be like, that could be added to our team. And speaking of rookies, we're talking about Voindonkey ID. I mean, a lot of those players are rookies on that squad, 3 total, with Potato being that experienced player, taking the lead, taking the charge for that team. So there is a lot of potential. And you in the crowd could also be the one, potentially next year going into 2025. So make sure to check out that scene when you have the chance.
It could be me, but more likely it could be you. I don't think I'm going to be stepping into the battlegrounds with these guys anytime soon. There is plenty of fierce talent to be triumphed over. If you think that's your thing, make sure you clock in, get ready for it, because 2025 is just around the corner. But first, we need to conclude 2024, and PMGC is the place to do it. As our teams mounting up for the start of day 2 for our Sanhok, our second entry. Are we going to get that Northwest Circle blank? I know you're excellent on these circle predictions. What do you think?
I'm thinking Painan, probably. Yeah. I'm feeling a Painan. You know, it has to be, right? Yeah. Certainly. But we are almost underway here. 10 seconds to go before we do get into our first match of the day here on Sanhok, and then into triple Erangel, double Miramar, and then we'll be finishing off for today before the final conclusion going into tomorrow.
Sanhok plane path getting locked on in match number 7. The jungle awaits, and it will be deadly dangerous for 15 of our teams. Only one team will last to the end. It is time to get underway. Sanhok flies on over Northside plane path. We saw this yesterday. Should be fairly chill. Maybe we'll get a hot drop or 2. We'll have to wait and see.
Now, if I remember correctly, I do think there is a little bit of a 4MV crowd going on down there. So maybe they can show some love to 4MV as we head in to our first Sanhok of the day. We know they did pretty well on this map yesterday. Potentially they can do it again. Team Spirit heading on over towards that Confluence compound, potentially even challenging out towards Bootcamp to start things off. Enigma Galaxy down towards Sami. And Voindonkey ID will be picking up Hatin. So all very prominent positions in the map here. Team Spirit actually definitely going a little bit further into this one. Kitsune taking a dangerous approach over towards that northern side of Bootcamp. Falcon's going to be a little bit wary about this one, as they have been caught off on such a rotate before.
The Falcons shifting out of Bootcamp, it seems like Team Spirit have their turn to play the area. The south side of Paradise Resort now split over entirely by the Falcons, and Influence Rage may have some trouble brewing, but there is a little bit of a scrap. TJB and the Vicious, I think there was first blood drawn, certainly a knock sent out in that region of the map. You can see shots still ringing through, and TJB doing a lot of damage there to the rotating Vicious.
For Vicious, I think that they're a very strong team. They'd like to do a little bit better going into today, but we'll see what does happen for them. It's slightly quiet so far. Tongjiabao, they take one off 4MV. They will receive a little bit of punishment back their way though, with the Vicious taking those shots through. Tongjiabao lose another. Down to just 2 players. Our PEL teams not enjoying themselves here.
Unfortunately not, no, they have lost 2. The Vicious have lost 1 as well. So we'll see who's able to this one out. Yeah, those 4MV lose one. Everybody around that South Painan area. You said the circle was going to end there. Blank, we've moved away, going up to Paradise Resort, but there was plenty of action around that Painan position, and there has been nobody who's actually survived it unscathed, which is really unfortunate for these teams who are going to have to transition across to that mainland, who are going to have to try and go for those fast rotates. You've already expended a player, which means you need to be so tight on those rotates into the future.
You look at this map at the moment, RCB actually have a very strong spot over towards Cow, and then they've actually got quite a few outposts down towards Torre Armada. Not Torre Armada. Goodness me, Tatmok. We're not on Miramar just yet. But yeah, down towards Tatmok, which is a good position to play around the lumber yard. So I think that on that position, you can get a lot of scouting done early over towards Paradise Resort with Influence Rage playing around that area. I think there is another team close by to that one, including Falcons. But Team Spirit completely have taken over Boot Camp off the back of this one, with Kitsune being that outpost earlier on. He spotted the rotate going through from Falcons early. This is fantastic news for them. Getting out from that Confluence compound is awesome. Sometimes a little bit more difficult, as you do have a small hilltop looking over towards the east side of the map, making those scouting and getting information a little bit harder. But with Kitsune there, it meant they could immediately read the circle, so fantastic stuff. Hats off to them.
Nicely done. DRX moving in from the south side. They've managed to push up to one of the junction compounds that sits south of Paradise Resort, so a nice little stronghold for them to wait for the second circle to show its hand, to tip its hat. Na'Vi over on Ruins, yet to make their move, but the south side with the Vicious, actually, I take it back, they did manage to get out of that Painan position unscathed. They rotated down south towards Camp Charlie, but I think their crossing ahead of them is going to be pretty treacherous, Blank. The Vicious's path goes either through TJB, or they go for a wide rotate out to the east side. I'm not expecting that. I think it's more likely they head into the vehicles and go across the bridge, go back into conflict with TJB, or maybe push up towards Painan yet again. What's interesting, Blank, is Incilio. I'm looking at where Incilio started around that quarry side. They're moving in to guard out Painan's crossing. They've moved out west, away from the circle, where they had an option to just hold the edge inside the circle to try and guard all of these teams on the southwest side.
Yeah, I think this is a very basic play coming through from Incilio, actually. I mean, it's the one you'd want to go for usually on this circle, because there is this hilltop that runs through just underneath that southwest side of Quarry, which looks down towards Painan. You can catch a lot of players off by doing that. You do need a little bit of a split here, but you have hard cover up there in terms of rocks as well as tree line. So I think this is the right play from Incilio. It's pretty much a set play coming through from them. For the Vicious, easy enough decision for them to make going forward. They had information over towards TJB. They took down a couple of their players early, so they know that they are definitely weakened. Falcons, though, is an interesting team that we do need to talk about, because they did just take a knock. It was rezzed, but they're not in an ideal position just yet.
No, just on the east side of Paradise Resort, they have, as you say, managed to get that res through, though, and staying as 4, wait for that second circle. It's unlikely too many teams are going to be able to make their way towards you as well, so you can restrat, go into that next phase, hopefully unscathed. We'll just have to wait and see if they can repeat their performance from Sanhok, because if yesterday was anything to go by, this is the only game they can get any points on, so they need to make it worth their while.
Falcons, when you're on this eastern shift, though, it's quite easy to make that rotate to get into position. But what they need now is a couple of knocks, a couple of flushes. They need to expand space around this area. At the moment, it's just getting more and more claustrophobic for them. The walls are closing in for Falcons at this minute in time. Incilio finding 4MVs. They head up that hilltop. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier on. And Incilio starting off with a bang here. 2 elims found there for Redlick. And 4MV lost a player earlier on, so now down to just the 1.
Yeah, Apex, the last to stand for 4MV, unfortunately, and trapped inside Painan, not in this circle, meaning you're going to have to move. The question is when, for me, right? When does Apex try and make that breakout? Because in Incilio, they will probably think about moving at this stage, but they're aware that they haven't fully flushed the team. They're waiting for the remnants of 4MV to leave Painan. And as Apex, you can probably outlast the blue for quite a while. So do you just want to allow Incilio to get away, try and play solo into this, or and maybe try and pick up a frag from it. I think we're just going to see Apex hunkering down, waiting this one out a little bit longer to see if he can sneak away and try and play solo into this Sandhawk.
To be honest with you, I think that 4MV just really do blunder there. That is a big blunder. I'm sure the desk will talk about it. If not, I'll talk about it right now, because it's a case where 4MV, if you're in this position, you know that the circle still benefits teams holding that ridge side down towards Painan. But you also equally know that Falcons on this circle yesterday immediately moved east. Team Spirit followed them shortly afterwards. So there is that ability to head up towards Confluence Compound. That was always an availability to 4MV. I think the play of we're just going to run up the hill and hope a team's there and not there is somewhat manic.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Especially with only 3 players remaining, right?
Yeah.
That's
well, they sent 2 up, which was even worse.
It's kind of an interesting decision. Interesting,
which is
putting it nicely.
4MV, that's what 4MV is all about, interesting decisions all around. But those lead to 23 Elam games, sometimes.
That is true. It's sort of like a weird min-max kind of approach to playing this one. Na'Vi min-maxing their style of getting knocked here, but Lemon's still on the warpath. The Falcons, they lose a player here. They're still on a little bit of a split, and they've got pressure on the north side with Guild going in as well. So losing one of their players here, not ideal. Lemon could potentially get flipped back up. There's not a lot of time to make that work, though, and I think getting across this road is maybe a little bit too tall of an order for Lemon, but he's going to give it a go. Smoke's dropping out. Looking to try and cover the cross. Falcons are there. Alpha 7 are on the hillside further back. Could potentially third party. I think Lemon's going to give up on getting flipped back and maybe just try and exact more of a toll onto the Falcons. A lot of damage, and there's Alpha 7 chiming into the fight. Lemon on the inside as well. There is no safety for Falcons, and they fall flat. A team on the north side as well taking them down is Guild. Going for the scrap with the last player, Icy. However, Guild not so fortunate in this standoff.
Icy looking to move on forward. Trip up the players from Guild here. He pulls out the DBS, but down to 1 player here. And it was a slight mistake coming through from Falcons. They do pick up 5 elims total, but now Icy all alone versus Guild here. Can't take the shots through the window. We'll try and go for it. Sees a player on the outside. Long distance DBS shot. He is dodging, ducking, diving, trying to get out of the way, but it's not working so far. Has to get the reload on the DBS. Short time ahead of him.
6 now in the chamber, ready to take the fight again. Looking for the pop shots, the nade over through the top, not going to connect here. No third parties just yet. It's possible, though, that we're going to see a team like D plus Kia roll in from the east side. RCB maybe poking their noses in from the north, depending on how fast this fight can conclude. Icy still just hopping about, but it's such a nuisance here to Guild. And not quite finding the shots, but neither are Guild, as the Vicious, actually a lot of teams still on the south side. Blank, we've got 3 teams, well, make that 2 with TJB finally going down all the way. You've got Nick Galaxy ahead of this one as the Vicious. Havarea's taken a knock. Icy, okay, back on board on the northeast side. We are going to be taking the fight continuously as he finds one, and now it's a 1v1, steps the corner. The last player just a little bit too much, and Guild stay alive.
It's a good play from Wagner, actually. The fact that he swings out wide, it's not what you would expect. You expect him to be holding inside the small cubby inside this building. So fair play to Icy to pre-load onto that position. Sadly, the pre-fire doesn't come through. Nick Galaxy looking over towards Vicious. They already pulled one out of the vehicle. They have a player in the wings as well, looking down the hillside. This is good news. Should be able to pick up one more onto that rock side, but he's already so low that the Vicious is down to 2. But Nick Galaxy putting a lot of stock into holding out this 4-man. And I mean, as 2 players, you get 4 elims on the game. That's 4 easy points. That's typically what you'd want here, even if you don't get too much further into this game. For Falcons, again, it was a weird play in the sense that they held down the crossroads. You typically want to play a 2-2 on that position. They're way, again, it's that heavy split that comes in to bite them. You play a 2-2 on that one, you have to open one of the compounds. You open the one that's isolated on the other side of the road, and you play off the back of that. For the Falcons, unfortunately, they allow Na'Vi into 2 of them with barely any contest. It's an unfortunate approach, in my opinion.
And Lemon was able to take down that south point of it. Narvalo in a 1v2 on the windowsill there, has backup from behind. You can see the regroup from Redox coming on in, but it's not going to be necessary. The Vicious fall to the shotgun shells over the windowsill. Narvalo picks up another, but they're still so far south. We're in stage 3, and we've already gotten rid of 4 teams, though. So a lot of open ground going to be seen into this next circle compared to what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we're heading over towards Paradise Resort at the moment. Influence Rage is extremely happy with this. Void Donkey ID takes 2 knocks in the process. They're currently hiding down towards that south side, and they're getting ripped to pieces. Luckily, they do have a compound, but these nades are coming through thick and fast. A barrage over the top side. Explosions galore. Void Donkey ID holding on as best they can.
Team Spirit are chiming in as well. Influence Rage just raining down hell from above. 3 players with 1 player getting flushed for Void Donkey ID, bringing Vexy back in. They're looking for healing. They're looking for a little bit more safety. The nades continue to come through, but they're not connecting anymore. So 1 player down, but Void Donkey ID in a really important building on the south side of Paradise Resort. It gets a lot of pressure sent towards those ridgelines that Influence Rage are holding, should they need to move south on it.
Team Spirit have been extremely quiet this game. Currently heading out over towards the western side. There is the cliff sides on Paradise Resort that you can play around with. I think for Team Spirit at the moment, it's typically going to be Thunder Talks that they're dealing with. They're coming down from Tap Mark on the western side of Paradise Resort. So if Team Spirit can hold them out, they actually do have a strong compound to work with as well. This could be a good Team Spirit game for them. It really depends whether we keep heading over towards Paradise Resort or not, in which case Influence Rage win, potentially. Alpha 7, though, this is a much better game from them. I think I was talking about this earlier, where maybe with one of you guys, I can't remember actually. I was just spouting nonsense earlier today. But Alpha 7, I think that they're struggling with the fact that there isn't enough feeder teams inside this lobby. It's such a packed lobby of talent that Alpha 7 like to cut in over towards stage 5 and take like a third party, remove 2 teams, and they gain a lot of space on an edge. And I think that they're forced to play more passive, which really, that's not their play style. But it is going to give them a more consistent average, which is what they'll need going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got 2 points on this match. They've got 3 players alive on the northeast side. They have a compound here. But you're right, they really want to get a little bit more fresh with it, and not been allowed to do so far. 13th place, 22 points, and the extra 2 they've got this game will be a little bit of a consolation, but they definitely need to open their stride, get a little bit of pace on board, and see what they can get done. Shift goes up, and it may just be a Paradise Resort finish. We'll have to wait and see a couple more circles, but this is good for Void Donkey ID. They can hold out all these teams to the south, because it is still just so messy for everybody moving in. D plus Kia have gone for a wide wrap around, and they may push in behind Nigma Galaxy, but Nigma Galaxy aren't there anymore. They get evaporated on the approach to Incilio.
Yeah, for Incilio, I think they played this game very fantastically. It's been a slow move up over towards that north side. They understood the assignment given to them, which was basically just to hold out players as they move through. And they've kept taking outposts, further and further up inside the lobby. It's very, very good stuff from Incilio. I hope it continues inside this match. But now they're getting to a point where they need to start breaching inward. And there's only so many more teams on the south side that they can punish on the rotates. But they've already got themselves a fair few points, 4 total off the back of this one. DRX, though, is standing in their way. RCB over towards the warehouses, good position for them. We'll keep them safe for a while, and honestly, so many teams have already gone down on the edge that RCB isn't in too much danger for the next 5 minutes.
That can put them into a sort of a top 5 contention. We'll see if they're able to keep that position on the southeast side. Guild, their last player, was able to win out the end of the fight, but they only got 1 point for that engagement blank, which is not ideal. Wagner continues, but so does Apex for 4MV on the southwest side. They're on opposite ends of the circle, so we'll see if their approaches will be the same, despite being diametrically opposed. I'm interested on this west side, Blank, on the southwest side. I'm looking at Team Spirit's split at the moment as they approach up towards these compounds. You can see D plus Kia are thinking about how to approach this one. They look like they're going to find Effect here and find him alone.
Yeah, Effect currently holding on a very prominent position inside the circle. It's an interesting spot. It does give Effect a good ability to just quickly move through this rock face, which looks like it has just been chopped in half by a massive sword. But for Effect, that does give him a very nice escape path, playing off the back of this shack. Matic does come down for an assist. Now, this will be a full-man squad coming through from D+, so Team Spirit will struggle slightly. Nomi's doing the right thing, which is holding out players trying to come in from that southwest side, but all of a sudden, it gets very hot over towards Team Spirit's location. They're going to have to play in the fire.
See if they can rebuff the approach here, the advance from D plus Kia. On this south side of their hold, it's a really difficult situation for them. I think ideally what they'd be looking for, especially with this circle shift, is to regroup up towards this north side of this stage. But with Effect going down to a nade from Osal, there's just no way you can extract from this. Another nade over towards the top, and Matic, yeah, okay, he is going to get out of there, trying to give Effect a passage out, but Team Spirit are just going to play on with 3. I think it's the smartest they could have been in that specific spot just then, because D plus Kia, they're going to be drawn in to go for that flush, right? So less attention given to the retreating player, instead of both of them falling back at the same time, but still far from ideal for Team Spirit to lose a player at this stage.
They held a lot of area, right? I mean, they tried to hold maybe too much, let's say. I think always holding onside that rock is very, very difficult anyway. And you need to have a very quick response time. I think Effect maybe got a little bit too aggressive. In the meantime, Incilio, this is the fight we were talking about earlier. They would have to push through DRX at some point. Right now, the fight's not going terribly badly for them. Redlick does hit the deck, who has been a pretty phenomenal player for them. And now they have to hit one of these nades. They need to get a second knock or a re-knock on side so they can invest time into getting Redlick back up again.
Ooh, is that third party? It is. It's D plus Kia coming in from the west side, and DRX are forced over the hilltop to tumble on down. You've got Kaixei still on the grass, looking to try and snake this one out, but I think he's waited too long to strike. Finally stands up, but will get put down almost immediately. And Cilio looking to repair now, but D plus Kia bear down upon them. 2 of them down, 2 of them right by the rock. A single nade could be all they need. And over the top, Fabian launches into the fight. Westron is already down and flushed as well. It's all up to Fash for Incilio on the south edge, trying to keep his team alive, but there's 4 players to deal with. First, handled. Second, up to bat, low HP, looking for the reses.
D+, an interesting approach from them, honestly. The fact that they were able to get back into this one, move down the hill, lovely stuff. Fash, though, an extremely strong player coming through from Incilio, making it work somehow, and suddenly D+ is on the defense.
See, this Team Spirit as well. They're rotating back down in to try and third party. We saw this style from them yesterday. Looks like they're trying to re-engage that booster thrust over towards that third-party situation. Instead of finding those knocks, though, they're not quite fully flushing D plus Kia. However, the blue zone may just do the work. Pushing in towards Void Donkey ID, now much more likely for Team Spirit after they've healed up a little bit.
I don't think that went at all how D+ expected it to, right? You know, they're already down to a few players alive, which is unfortunate. Just Osal has to continue going forward. Incilio is cut out. I think it was the right decision, the right call to make, especially on Sandhawk, to try and pick up as many points as possible. Unfortunately for D+, Incilio is just a little bit hard to handle. RCB sent Silas out as a scout. This is very typical Silas behavior. He just goes and does his own thing. RCB is like, sure, boss, you do what you need to do. Alpha 7, though, now on that eastern side, attempting to breach on through. RCB has to be very careful. In the meantime, Team Spirit moving over towards Void Donkey ID. The nades are going to have to be phenomenal here.
Need to try and find an opening knock, but they're not quite getting the full damage through. A lot of damage sent back towards Void Donkey ID on the inside. They're playing with 2 players on this shack. There's also Kitsune to worry about. That third party, that high ground off angle you see behind that tree, forcing Void Donkey to wait for the breach to come on through. They failed to find the nades just yet. Potato's cooking up another one, but Nomi doesn't want to wait for the nade to explode there. Tries to go for the trade, but it doesn't work out well. Thundertalk now moving in from that north side, and Kitsune is under a lot of threat now, a lot of pressure. Will be the last to stand and will fall down. Thundertalk can take that western side.
Yeah, Osal actually had a little bit of an impact in that fight, taking down Matic on that sideline. Again, I think this is one of the positions where you need Molotovs, you need nades remaining to make that push here. And I think for Team Spirit, they assumed from the spot that they had, they wouldn't really need those going into the future. And now D+ will be alone with Osal on that southeast side, but Thundertalk did a great job. I actually enjoyed the fact that AJ split out over towards that northeast side, and the Pekin was like, this is really not free for us. I think we're better off trying to take on these teams that are down on that south side who have been fighting for a very, very long time. RCB, though, with that central position, we move off from Paradise Resort, and suddenly Influence Rage have to play the game.
They have to move from Paradise Resort. They've sent Lil Boy out as a scout down south, because he's on the high ground ridgeline, and they do have a lot of power to play from that area. Thundertalk will contest them for it, potentially looking to try and push through there, but Influence Rage still have the angles. They drag down one from the backlines as well. King has been knocked, so a little bit harder to play with. Alpha 7 approaching from this northeast side in the meantime, and RCB may be a little bit too wide on their split, a little bit too bold here. Sara looks to try and control, but not going to stop the flush from coming through either way, and that leaves only Influence Rage, the 4-player team, as the west side and the south starts to resolve.
Nade's pouring on through over towards Alpha 7. They take a couple of knocks. And they're making sure that they are holding this team out. They're out inside the blue. RCB, though, they know they need to conclude this fight quickly because obviously there's got to be a team in Paradise Resort who are making their way out, who are healthy as anything. Lovely play from RCB, rolling up the vehicle, take down Alpha 7. And like I said, they needed to get them out of the circle quickly. That's one way of doing it.
There's the Sarah push, push, push, and you're going to be rolling out with RCB this time around. Influence Rage, they've lost a player, they've lost Lorazin, but they still have 3 players up on this high ground as well, with 1 player from Thundertalk beneath them. Ching trying to give him a fancy feat, the roll around, trying to wrap it on up, but with the last player to stand, the nade at his feet will send him skyward, and it is now 3v3, is actually maybe 2v2. RCB lose 1, Sarah did go down, and now Silas and Loxy trapped on the inside. The circle closes dead center on this.
I mean, I think Silas there just forgot to recall Sarah back into the Pokeball, apparently. Just left him out inside the blue, and now we'll have to play on as just 2 players and see what they can get done here. They'll need an absolute hyper beam to remove Influence Rage from this high ground. But a 2v3. Lorazin down.
Ooh, okay. Silas opens the bidding. 1 knock found towards that high ground. That gives them a little bit of breathing room. Loxy breaks out to a tree, and Lil Boy spotted as well. Silas standing tall for RCB from beneath. Finds the 3rd as well. The old-time champ steps up for another performance.
GG.
That was an unreal play. Silas silences the opposition, and they come away with a chicken dinner.
Well, we were watching that game, and that was definitely an unexpected result. However, Max, you were really diving into the way RCB played that final zone out, that final push out as well, and that was a thing of beauty.
They knew we have to push Alpha 7 early. If we do not send it to Alpha 7, we're going to get pincered between them and Influence Rage. It's going to be a Brazilian sandwich here, 7. They avoided it just like they should have, and really the way they after got those shots, like Silas, what was that about? That was crazy accuracy on those sprays.
Great opening. I really enjoy how they just ended up, you were mentioning too, they waited for the circle to end up pushing INF down. Yes. I got to give some props to INF though. They played that so well. One thing that we're looking at is Little Boy, the way that he was able to control that ridge worked out perfect. They ended up taking care of Thundertalk Gaming, which was the biggest question mark in regards to what they were going to be able to do there. And Silas, I mean, even with that starting knock to opening there for ultimately the win, ends up getting MVP.
Yeah, not only Doc can also put up numbers in terms of fragging power, also Silas can do it. And you know, Silas currently one of the few players at this tournament that does have a PMGC title under his belt, and he's ready to reclaim it here already on this Sanok game.
I mean, he's only got 1, King's got 2.
Oh.
Okay, well,
well, you got to one-up him
How
like
many
that.
do you have, Jason?
5. No, I guess 4 because I missed 1.
Actually, I didn't. Okay, like in terms of fair enough. Okay, got me there.
Those don't count though.
No, but again, for RCB, if you guys are unfamiliar at home, I mean, they are playing with Sara. Razy did break his arm, which means they're playing with someone they really can't communicate with, which makes seeing them win even more impactful. I mean, obviously, we heard Blank and John talk about, you know, Silas probably calling out push, push, and it ended up working out for him. And 7, go ahead.
This is the one that you were talking about there, Max. The way that he was able to just wait for that rage, wait for the circle to end up pushing them, wait for the right timing ultimately, and ends up getting that accuracy, ends up getting those shots, and ultimately the opening knocked. Right timing right there. That was the winning play, I feel like.
Yes, I think there was an opportunity maybe for Influence Rage to get the win, as if they third-party the push of Regnum Karabrat onto Alpha 7. I just don't think they quite got the information. I'd love to see their perspective, how much intel they had on that fight, but because of that, they're just, we're going to stay on our little ridge side. But they waited out the circle to push them out then of that ridge, as we talked about already, 7, and that was the perfect play if you want to get the win. And here you go, 3 eliminations for Silas and 2 go in the way of Sara.
And maybe the reason why Influence Rage decided not to end up pushing RCB, I think it has to do with Thundertalk Gaming. They were just waiting it out. I think that with Thundertalk Gaming, at least having some players still alive there, it kind of forced them to just be a little bit more passive. Stuff that we've been talking about with some of the other teams, one that comes to mind is like Boy and Donkey. Sometimes they tend to be a little bit too passive there at the end and be extra careful.
It was good. Like, it was such a good approach from Influence Rage. They know we are going to get backfilled by a few different teams. Here was one team in particular, Thundertalk, that did delay their rotation significantly to avoid the bridge camp. And they knew that's why they placed Lawboy on that southern ridge of Paradise Resort so early to make sure we do not lose that pivotal position for a possible chicken dinner. So again, good approach here from ThunderTalk and Influence, but Lawboy had the key position.
Something massive that we actually ended up noticing at the beginning of this match was that drop on Bootcamp. We expected Falcons. Falcons decided to end up backing up away from that fight, ends up being really split towards the east of Bootcamp, and Team Spirit is the one that ends up landing on Bootcamp.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was just decided before this game or if they just dropped all the parachutes like, okay, we got another option that we know is available. It's going to be south of Paradise, and as we saw, it went towards Paradise, so that was a good drop location to go for, but we know, Seven, I mean, playing games and also watching these tournaments, southern terrain of Paradise Resort is horrible. And every team that tried to make that approach from that location in particular got eliminated so early in that mid to late game finish.
And something else that we noticed throughout this match was Team Spirit. They ended up with the 2-2 split that ended up getting punished by D plus Kia.
Yes.
They were able to catch 2 players too far away from the other squad. They were not going to be able to get there in time. They ended up getting one of the players there from Team Spirit and forcing the last player from that 2-2 split to just back off.
Yeah, you can see here in the replay how it worked out. You had Effect and Matic split from the rest of the Nomi and Kitsune that were high up north. I was actually quite surprised that they didn't instantly get in the cars to try and regroup or to have their teammates come and back them up. They just stuck around in that position despite getting pushed up by D plus Kia. They knew that push was coming up too, right? And yet they lose Effect and Matic is able to regroup. So a little bit unfortunate. It is a Sanhok, but we know that on Erangel, they can truly deliver.
If we're going to talk about D plus Kia, we got to talk about how ultimately their match ended up just coming to an end with Incilio Fashe. I mean, he was able to clutch up a lot of elements. If he would have had just that full health and maybe not the zone pressure him, I think he would have been able to just fully clear the squad.
I mean, look, Incilio, they got 9 eliminations. They just cleared all the South Korean teams, by the way. They fought DRX, 1 versus DRX, then D plus Kia. They're just going crazy against the South Korean team.
Oh! And it felt a lot about, actually, like Incilio just gatekeeping teams, because they also did a similar thing to like 4MV, right? We saw Riley pick up a 1v2 up against them. They knew they were already wounded from an earlier elimination, and they ended up getting themselves 9 eliminations in total. But, you know, Alpha 7, another 9 points for them as well here. What would you kind of categorize that? A decent game, 7?
That's how they need to start off today, especially for a team that was far down in the leaderboard after they won. Being able to come out in the first match, top 4, 5 eliminations, is not the usual insane performance that we've seen out of Alpha 7, but it is the performance that they need to start off their day, to set that momentum on the right track. The big question mark, though, is we saw a great performance out of Alpha 7 in the first 2 matches yesterday. What are we going to be seeing out of them for the rest of the day?
Actually, it's kind of weird to me because Sanhok has never been a map that really stands out to me when I'm thinking of Alpha 7, right? It's more of a Nira in particular. I'm like, oh, that's going to be typically their really, really big map here. But if they do good on that map, that's really good. But going into Erangel, that's going to be the big question mark for today.
I mean, speaking of good, right? With this victory, RCB move up to 6th place at 47 points. Voina moved up to 2nd as well here at 58. And that gap that 4MV did create yesterday is slowly dwindling away as we obviously are going to be heading into Erangel next.
Yeah, Erangel is going to be very important for these teams as we go lower on the leaderboards, and Alpha 7 not budging then. It does close the gap a little bit, so now one other game like that might be able to push them up significantly in the rankings. So we have another red arrow going up here. Is going to be Influence Rage that with a game like that, sure, it's a 2nd place. They maybe could have got the win, but this is the type of game you want right now, early on in day 2, if you want to have a chance to compete at the top of the ranking.
And as well for Team Falcons, even though they didn't end up getting any of those placement points, they did end up with at least 6 eliminations. That is going to be massive for that team. A team that usually relies on the squad to just be aggressive. It's good to see, even in Sanhok, even though they didn't end up getting that bootcamp drop that they're so used to getting, they were still able to rack up at least 6 eliminations.
Yeah, you had a lot of stragglers just coming in from the southern side they were able to just get rid of, as of course crossing that road is going to be down into a valley, then uphill, so you can get a lot of eliminations off the back of that. But as we said, southern terrain of Paradise is always rough, so I think they understood we're definitely not going to have a winning game here. We're just going to capitalize on early eliminations and then see if we can get maybe a few points here and there as a backup at the end of the game.
I mean, I think that's fair considering it is Sanhok, right? You're not really going to expect to get high placement points, look for those limbs, and I still kind of surprised at the gatekeeping that we saw, but also some third party. I know you guys did talk about it a little bit here with D Plus being very aware of the fact that DRX did fight up against Incilio after D Plus fought up against Spirit, and they kind of collapsed on top at looking for eliminations, because you know those limbs, like we saw with IHC, are going to move you up the leaderboard. And speaking of being at the top here and being strong, the Mountain himself, as we do have the Arctic Conqueror guild set. Max, you did not gain strength. I know you did not weightlift. Is actually going to be here on the 7th, which is today. If you guys are actually here in the house or near, you can come on in. And the weightlifting challenge is also going to be live during this, which I think, Max, as you two try to pretend like you are buff, it's not going to be working out. But make sure you guys check this out in game and you can get it for yourself. What do you mean pretend? Have you seen him at the gym?
Have you seen? I've been bulking for the past 20 years.
I broke my rowing machine, okay?
Pick up 7 right now.
You have a rowing machine?
No, don't.
No, do not pick me up.
You're too gullible. You're too gullible. Also, big shout out here to Qiddiya as well here, as they are the heart of the Qiddiya city in the gaming esports district, the world's IRL gaming and esports district, and the epicenter of gaming culture. Make sure you guys check that out next year. I cannot wait till we get to go there, and maybe I can get an MG3 and take you down. Not a real one, though.
Not a real one?
Maybe we'll start working out there, too.
No.
It's not
7,
happening.
how many years have I known you now? You go to the gym for 1 day when we go to events, and then you just disappear.
Instagram.
2 days.
Too, yeah.
Dude,
Take a picture?
How many days you work out, Malaysia?
Okay, I'm done. I went for actually 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
And then my knee started hurting, and I was like, I'm done.
Well, you know what?
Age.
You know what? With a Koopa, they might just be hand warmers, but maybe you can use it to heat up your knee and actually help it out here. The UT2 Gamer Pros with its 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different adjustable heating levels. You can pick one up. You see the players on the stage using it. And honestly, these things are sick. I'm surprised we haven't seen them around earlier on because you know what? My hands get extremely
It's really
cold.
good, actually.
Rechargeable battery bank as well. And you know what? I got my own. I
We
finally
need it
got
in the
mine.
UK,
Mine are purple,
okay?
though. I think I got the best ones, to be fair. And they got RGB as well on top of that. But gentlemen, as we are about to head into Erangel here, we got to kind of turn our attention toward this because this is the meat and potatoes of what we have every single day. 3 matches. Inciglio is definitely going to be a team we're keeping an eye on because we know how important hovercrafts are. We even talked to Defi earlier on, the coach for Void Donkey, and he says like these things, like we don't necessarily go completely out of our way like Inciglio to get them, but if we see one, we pick one up because they are that instrumental in a success.
I think that's the game plan for every team here. If we see it, we're going to take it. But unlike Inciglio are the only team here that are just, we are going to actively go out of our way to try and get one of those. And I love that game where Enigma Galaxy won yesterday. They were just hiding behind one of the hovercrafts from Inciglio and like, this is actually
pretty good.
This is actually a really good defensive position. We're just going to maybe use it a bit more. It's actually insanely strong if you have infield.
And Seven, we were talking about this as well with him, and we were talking about like why don't teams try to explode him a little bit more. It's the fact that if you end up, wasting your entire clip on it, someone can hop out and just shoot you. So teams are being very respectful of knowing, like, we can't invest too many bullets to blow this up. Instead, we got to be careful about being eliminated ourselves.
Extra careful. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about it because my driving is absolutely awful. One team I do want to talk about, especially before we head into Erangel, has to be D+ Kia. I mean, we saw them being able to not put up any performances yesterday during Erangel. The first Erangel, 16th place, 1 ilm. Second one, 9th place, 5 ilms. And then the third one, 8th place, 0 ilms. For this team, we were talking about it at the beginning of the day. What I want to see out of them, Max, is I want to see that positioning out of this team that we saw that they weren't capable of during Miramar. That quick thinking, that positioning, and also the aggressiveness to stop any third party from happening. If they can do that, honestly, that could be a champion caliber team.
Yeah, in a similar vein to D+ Kia, I'm going to talk about the other South Korean team, right? That has been having, some varying results on their map. They got, I think, a 2nd place, but with only 2 eliminations, relatively low for like a good finish on their angle.
Yep.
I think DRX, especially after how they played in their group Yellow, we expected big things going into the grand finals. Unfortunately, has yet to fully deliver, but and there's a lot of teams that are looking to improve their performances on Erangel, so D+, DRX are definitely some of those teams, and Inciglio, hopefully they're just going to hope to maintain their performance on that map from yesterday.
We're talking about teams that need to be able to improve in Erangel. I think one team that was actually able to do really good in the first Erangel was Enigma Galaxy.
Yes.
They were able to get that first win. They were able to back it up with 10 eliminations. I want to see what this team is going to be bringing into Erangel today. And I see your thinking face.
I'm thinking, actually, real quick, before we do go into the game, I want to see Falcons. What are they going to do with their 2-2 split drop in Milta and also Novo? Are they going to fix it? Because Inciglio are still going to be there looking for the hovercraft.
We heard Senator that they need to fix those mistakes.
Yes.
Well, not to mention 4MV, can they pull off another amazing match yet again on Erangel in day 2? There's a flash in the pan in league stage to see if they can change their future as we head over to our commentators and drop it into our first Erangel of the day with John Allen and Blake.
Thank you very much, Jason. We are, of course, going over the grassy pastures once more. Plane path from Sosnovka military base up towards Georgia Pole. So, a little bit western leaning on the plane path blank. We have cut out areas like Kameshki and Stelba, a little bit far afield, but not going to be too dramatic.
No, I think this is absolutely fine for a lot of our teams here. Obviously, getting over towards the Povka, Yasnaya, a little bit more difficult, Severny as well, but most teams will struggle. Most teams will be likely to pick up vehicles from around Milta and Farm. I think likely Team Spirit will be a little bit unhappy, considering teams are likely to drop around them here, John, to try and pick up vehicles off them, so they are instantly out looking to pick up those positions. Those splits might be a little bit more dangerous early on here.
The triple on the south side. You got Falcons also around that Nova. So 4 teams on that military base. it is going to be a little bit rough here if it's not a military island circle, which, you know, statistically, quite likely to happen apparently here at PMGC Finals. We do like to see it. Incilio, interesting drop here. I mean, you know, they this is their standard drop, right? But I'm wondering how much stock they invest in staying near that bridge, right? You loot around Milta, you loot around the edge of this bridge. You know there's a lot of teams who have already dropped out over that military island. Likely you can get quite a few points, and with a circle like this, you know they're going to have to be rotating up north. So potential to collect quite a lot early game here for Incilio.
Yeah, they can head up towards Milta, they can get a wide wrap past Yasnaya. There is a ton of options for Incilio going forward, and they're going to be happy with this treasure trove of decisions that they get to pick through. Voindonkey ID, Influence Rage, fairly close to one another at the moment. Primos held by Voindonkey ID at the moment as they head on through. In the meantime, though, Tongjiabao up against the Vicious, and a full squad wipe comes on through. Tongjiabao getting some vengeance from game one.
That was in a 2v4 as well, Blank. The backup hadn't come through yet. They managed to make it work. Early drops, lack of weaponry, and 4 elims added for TJB. That is a great result for them. They didn't even lose anyone. Flower, Shaw got taken down, did get rezzed. Now we'll be fine. Just grab a couple bandages, get a first aid from somewhere. And the fact that this fight concludes so quickly is massive, Blank, especially on such a pivotal crossing point in a circle like this.
Yeah, for the Vicious, it's so unfortunate. Currently in 7th place, they want 42 points. This could have been a great game to get up there with the likes of 5th and upwards. Currently Incilio and D+ tied on points at 52 apiece. And Team Spirit only 2 points ahead. But in that top 3, alongside with Voindonkey ID, who have been a consistent team from start to finish. And I can only imagine how happy Indonesian fans are to have such a great representative here at the PMGC Grand Finals 2024. Here's the Falcons taking a hovercraft. I don't know if they've beached it though.
That's not a Falcons player in that hovercraft. That is Fash from Incilio. This is a roll-up on Icy. He hasn't been able to take the fight. You can't commit to going for the spray down, and they just keep that pressure on. What can you do?
It's really quite annoying, I imagine, for Falcons losing a player like that. We will have an interview with the. Not entirely sure.
I think it was with Defiant from Voindonkey.
Yeah.
I think we got an interview with the coach of one of the most consistent teams.
Absolutely.
And we will be
Let's take a
hearing
listen.
what he's got to say right now. Such a fantastic mind in the PUBG Mobile scene. He is definitely leading from the front here for Voindonkey ID and enacting what has been a successful strategy for them so far. Very cool, very calm, and that's what he's saying his team is feeling like as well. They are just coming into this one thinking, you know what? This is, for most of us, the first time we're going to be seeing this sort of stage. Let's just give it a go. There's nothing to lose, and right now, there is everything to gain, especially in the second place that they sit.
Yeah, I think for Voindonkey ID, there's certainly going to be pressure on side for them, but they are playing out fairly well. And I think that you come in, this is the big thing. You come into day one and what you've done in day one has worked. Always a massive blessing for a lot of teams when that happens, because you don't have to change anything. And a lot of times going into day two, it's much, much easier for you than teams who have to really slog through all the VODs in the evening, really wake up quite sleepy, because I imagine there's a lot of work to be done. But if you can just go back and be like, yeah, that was good, maybe we could change a couple of things here and there, but not major tweaks, that means that you can feel very fresh going into day two. Team Spirit very close to D+, and a lot of grudge matches coming through so far between Tongjiabao and now even D+ versus Team Spirit. It's an interesting way to start.
Ooh, finally, the hovercraft has been countered with an elimination over towards Incilio, and it will be pilfered as well. ThunderTalk will take that one away from them and carry on in on the east side now. It's not quite in the circle just yet, playing slow into this one over in the Milta area. A little bit unwieldy on the hovercraft there, but ThunderTalk do claim that. So Incilio playing on with 3. However, Incilio have already managed to get 2 points extracted from the Falcons. We saw that during the interview as well, able to find that second elimination. So they will be all right for the time being and able to keep pace a little bit. You can see they've jumped up just over Team Spirit now.
Yeah, but the game plan, it's all ruined. No more hovercraft. What are you going to do about that now? That's the real question. I do also enjoy the fact that the drop spot plays into their hovercraft fantasies, right? Where they always drop around a position where they can pick one up early on, but losing it is somewhat of a detriment to them because, again, they like to play in open spaces. They like to take advantage of those positions just because they have basically a moving wall that goes along with them anywhere. So losing that to ThunderTalks might be a big blow to their game plan. 4MV currently down towards our southwest side, pushing over towards Nigma Galaxy and DRX. Nigma Galaxy not doing too badly. They've had some decent performances, currently on 40 points so far. It's a respectable result going into day 2. Certainly something you could work with. 4MV though, remember, they finished yesterday on 62 points. It might be 63, but overall in those last 2 Miramars, they got 0 points total. Right, so 4MV weren't able to pick up too much more off the back of that. They could have been soaring ahead of everyone else here coming into day 2, but they were happy to even the cards a little bit.
There is still plenty of teams biting at their heels, though. They will be all too happy to jump up into that first place. Hard southwest shift blank. It does isolate the south side, but it's over towards the Gatka fields, meaning that Everest cut out to that western edge. The river crossing on the north side now going to be dangerous. We're looking at Alpha 7, TJB, and Guild all looking to make that move. The question is, who's going to be able to filter through this one unscathed?
DRX, massively good position for them. They can pick up Castle, they can pick up Ruins. These are very, very strong spots to play in. There is also the bunkers, which they do actually have an outpost in at the moment. It's a question of whether they want to head up towards that northwest side too early, considering are going more central towards Pachinki. Tongjiabao hopping out at the moment, looking over towards Alpha 7, trying to find a pick-off, but Alpha 7 is more concerned with getting into the circle right now and send them away in the meantime. But Tongjiabao on a high after taking down Vicious so early.
And kind of almost free-rolling this match, right? With 4 eliminations already, you've already done a lot of work that you need to get done into this circle, into this zone, and into this game. So taking these fights, you can be a little bit more aggressive in the knowledge that worst case scenario, you get 4 points on this match, which isn't a terrible place to be, but when you're down towards the lower end of the tables, maybe you want a little bit more, so that strategy can change a little bit. TJB, they fall short of the river here because Alpha 7 are already across. They read into that, and TJB don't need to cross just yet. The compound that they hold now is in the circle for the next one, and they will be able to wait for the next shift. Alpha 7 much more likely to just send away, and in fact, that's what they do. Get a little bit closer to this one. Play the compounds over towards Ruins.
A smart play from TJB, honestly, really enjoyed that one. A lot of times you will see teams just razz it across, and Alpha 7 is used to punishing that. This time around, they're like, oh, we have to just keep going forward. There's no point in sitting around this bridge forever. In the meantime, D+ currently up against the ThunderTalks, and already there is an initial knock that goes through onto the ThunderTalks. D+ not doing a bad job here, and this nade could prove devastating.
No real third parties to be seen onto this location either, which means it's a straight-up 4v4 in the apartments. A wide wrap maybe from a team like Team Spirit, but that's got at least 30 to 40 seconds on it. We'll see how long this one takes to conclude. Nullboot nades out and finds the flush. Good start for the fight. ThunderTalk losing 1. but it's a little bit slowed down now. It seems like D plus Kia not going to continue with their aggression onto the fight, but they've claimed one of these apartment buildings. They've pushed Thundertalk away. King up on that high ground, not really having an impact, and a big nade over the side there for Osal. Does a lot of damage to AJ as well. King needs to find value on this nade, needs to find 1 or 2 knocks on this one for sure. Goes in, plus a lot of damage to Nolbu's health bar, but doesn't quite find that knock that they were looking for. AJ gets the heal off, but immediately taken back down. They get sat, and it is Thundertalk with one left to stand in this game.
It's a great nade to start off with, honestly, coming through from D+, because send the first into the building, immediately follow up one through the window. So even though it didn't do a lot of damage, they understood they were on the outside of the building at that point, in which case Osal could follow up with a nade around the side of the door. It's just smart play from D+. Very hard for Thundertalk to deal with, because as soon as they were on the defense, they weren't getting away from it. Another great pickoff, and that will be D+ with 4 elims. Our South Korean representatives doing very well in school. Pretty much a masterclass of how to play apartments on this eastern side. 4-on-V going up against Voin Donkey ID. Potato blasts into the building.
And Vexy down, sure, but they're on the inside. They've got the protection they need to get this res. 4MV trying to get some retribution here after losing 2 of their players, but they can't get into the warehouse position. Now Voin Donkey ID looking to repair themselves, pick themselves back up in this position to the west side of Pachinki Blank. They have got a solid area under their control, but they just need to put it back together to make sure that they've got that strength to play around. RCB, you can see them marauding on the north side here, and Enigma Galaxy just across the way.
RCB quick to try and replenish supplies here. They know teams are wandering on the outside. They're wondering if this fight's concluded, if it's third-partyable. Is the real question. Voin Donkey ID would love to bust open that building that 4MV holds over on the eastern side. I'll see if they can get it done. But right now, Voin Donkey ID pretty content in the spot they have. Ton of vehicles in there as well that they have available to them to block off entrances. I think there's more than the players on board over there at the moment, which is very nice to see. Alpha 7, after they rotate in, they will sit on the western side. They have a compound that sits a little bit of high ground over towards the western edge. It is right on the edge of the circle, but it will provide them nice information over towards 4MV and Voin Donkey for their future approach. Team Spirit get cut out here. One player going down nice and early, and Effect looks to follow.
Some old school mistakes coming through from Team Spirit. Staying 2 split now, 2 matches in a row, getting punished for it. Incilio, a nice roll up there and capitalizing on the opportunity, so adding more to their tally. 4 elims found now for them. They're up into that 3rd place. They're starting to make 4 elims found for Incilio. They're up into that tied 3rd place with D plus Kia, currently a little bit behind on the tiebreakers, but they will continue to march on forwards. On the southeast side, looks like they're going to head through Pachinki. I'm interested on this one. And you seem to, you said earlier they lost that hovercraft. They've got one back on side. Fash sidles up to the south end of Pachinki.
Yeah, the thing is about the hovercraft is that you can't shoot the player out of it. Like, the only response to it is to blow it up, and it has a massive health pool as well. It's pretty durable, so it's extremely good, and they are putting it on Fash every single time, purely because what can you do about a fragger that just cannot be stopped when they're crashing in? And if Fash can get a lot of work done in that front line immediately with basically no consequences for crashing in aggressively like that, it's such a difficult thing to play against. And then it provides a massive cover in the late game. I'm tempted to say that the hovercraft is somewhat broken at the moment, but it is making for a fun experience here at the PMGC.
And that's the thing, right? Incilio seems to be one of the very few teams that's actually really capitalizing on that. They have really added it to that strat book, and they're making it work repeatedly. Team Spirit lose another. A nice little tumble there from Aza. Gil, 10 points from the judges, but they don't go onto the tables, unfortunately.
Yeah, Team Spirit losing another is unfortunate, right? For Team Spirit, they're not in a bad position on the tables. You know, in 5th place, it's unlikely they'll get their player back up again. This has to be a classic salvage game now coming through from Team Spirit to try and live as long as possible and get those placement points. Kitsune goes down. So now just Nomi, I believe, remaining for the squad.
The circle shrinks to the west side of Pachinki. And Kitsune will try and hold out against Incilio in the trenches, see if he can win that one through. the play zone taking a knock over towards Guild, and Flower looking to try and hold off. They've already got 4 elims, remember, from that early game engagement, but Guild are looking to try and take the fight with them as well. The roll-up doesn't go well, though, and Flower still has a little bit more gas in the tank and has Longs on the high ground on the off angle there. Last player from Guild to try and take the fight, but it's put down. 676 can try and get into this one, and 3 players survive. A nice heal off coming through in the blue zone, stage 4. This will be survivable, and they're up to 8 points now, Blank.
Yeah, it's an unreal response from Flower. He absolutely blossoms into that fight, gets a ton of damage done. But it's Void Donkey ID up against D+. They're inside the building. They're unable to hold on, and Void Donkey ID will go down with the help of RCB chiming in from that sidelines, who now send over towards the position. D+ is suffering at the moment. They have a player down. Nades coming through for 4MV also.
Crash on crash on crash. RCB try and step on in. 1 for 1 on the trade, but the numbers are in their advantage. That gives them their favor, but Fabian tries to take it back. Unfortunately, won't be able to find enough. Now, is there another team? Anybody else? Anybody more? Because Na'Vi are on the south side. They could potentially look to push into this one, depending on how fast RCB can get themselves back together. Maybe TJB want to try.
4MV quiet on that one. They allow them in. Another team set up towards that position, but for every team that gets towards there, it's safer sailing for 4MV going forward. Alpha 7 still yet to push in from that western edge. Tongjiabao, honestly, a great game from them so far. And this was the turn-up that we wanted to see coming through from that team. 8 eliminations on the match. Fantastic news for them. 4 elims for Incilio, but now down to just 2 players as they try and make their way through. Pachinki, which is on that eastern edge.
I'm looking at RCB right now, Blank. I mean, they took that warehouse. They have gotten back to their feet, so they are full 4 in this central location. There's not too many full 4 squads as well who are looking to push through them. The roll down towards TJB for DRX. I mean, they lose 1, but they will have half of their remaining players taken out. DRX now down to 3 players. Influence Rage, I think the most dangerous spot right now for RCB to try and push down south. It seems like that's what they're going to go for, but if they lose a player or 2 in this fight on the north side with DRX, that's going to make it so much easier for RCB to hold.
Pretty criminal circle, this one. Dangerous for a lot of teams. Heads dead center towards the fields of Pachinki on the western side of it. There is high ground play around with, and honestly, Enigma Galaxy have a strong spot in Church. They can continue to play this one. Multiple times in the past, we have seen teams somewhat blunder Church holds, but I'm hoping Enigma Galaxy can get a lot done from this position. Kitsune fairly happy with this one as well. He's able to live out a little bit longer over towards Pachinki, keeping him in, and there's always that possibility for him to creep out over towards the fields later. I think he's playing the 3-story, if I'm not mistaken, down towards that south side. Smart place to be because you can dodge a lot of the nades that come through, but we'll keep an eye on him as the game progresses. You're right, though, about Influence Rage. They would like to move down towards that south side. There's a strong possibility that they'll even play on the hillside around Church and try and aggress on that position because it does deny sightlines for a little bit longer.
Yeah, you don't expose as hard towards 4MV's position in the compound that they have out in the open. There is only 2 players there, though, and it looks like they're more concerned about the west side. They know that leaving Pachinki, not super likely, especially given that the Church is such a high ground powerhouse there to be able to take shots out towards from Redox. But again, pretty dangerous if you do take a knock. Should be coverable, but will allow a team to approach. So for Enigma Galaxy, they just want to keep a little bit of control. They don't want to go too fast out into the open. 4MV looking to play off of that and control the west side away from Alpha 7.
RTB, I'm pretty sure they know that it's a weakened team down towards the south side, outside of that warehouse. The issue is getting out. I think that depending on where the circle goes, there will be an investment of smokes coming through from RCB to attempt to train across towards 4MV. I think they know that they're a 2-man team, because if they were a 4-man squad, they would have likely tried the third party after that fight came through from RCB where they went down to 2 players, but 4MV was very passive in their approach there. So RCB has a lot of good information to work off the back of here. Influence Rage, on the other hand, Lord does get up over towards that hillside underneath Redox. For the rest of Enigma Galaxy, they're ensuring that no one escapes from Pachinki here.
Na'Vi on the southwest side trying to play from their hilltop that they've had for a little while. Quite quiet in that zone of the map, Blank. Everybody on the north side of this one, but the open ground that sits between Na'Vi and everybody else is going to be like a sea to cross. And they will need to breach it. Kitsune in the trenches and Cilio trying to move out of Pachinki. 4 elims found for them so far. All of them, I believe, on Fash there. And 2 players left to stand. So Kitsune, with an aid in hand, wants to try and slow this approach.
Interesting smoke. Actually allows Kitsune to peek out and send a nade through. I'd be interested to see if he goes for that one. Cilio might have caused themselves more problems than not. I think they were hoping to hold off versus multiple angles, but it's just Kitsune in there for the time being. Getting our next circle now, depending on where it goes, this could get a little bit hectic.
Oh dear.
And now Nigma Galaxy have one of the strongest positions in the circle.
This is really, really dominant stuff for the position of Nigma Galaxy. They left Narvalo back over into Pachinki, but I'm expecting to see him start to move in about 30 seconds when the circle does as well. They know that those sweep around the sides are going to be much less likely, so you can push him up towards where Redox sits in that church hilltop and try and play that 2-2 position. The south side of it can hold off these players on the south edge and get so much done towards the open field. It's really, really strong for Nigma Galaxy. I think that cannot be overemphasized. Fantastic position for them.
Ooh, for Kitsune, it starts to get very tough now. They look to push on through. He keeps putting the pin back in the grenade. DBS in hand, so pretty good in close quarters. I think you'd be better off just sending one through at this point in time. Nigma Galaxy now understands the player inside here, and Kitsune cannot hold his own. Incilio up to 5 eliminations here. Team Spirit going down in 10th place means they get little to no points on this game. Ralph finding Fash though off the back of that. A fantastic opening for them, and Nigma Galaxy looking down to clear out the entirety of that eastern side. And Redox really does have to be on the swivel here. Like a periscope over towards Church, watching out for Influence Rage, because that is the big target.
The smoke's about to fade as well on Alpha 7's position here on the west side as DRX continue to put pressure on. They've been in this standoff for a little bit now, Blank, and it seems to be going the way of DRX. Even though DRX did lose a player as well, but Na'Vi looking for the roll-up. Okay, they're the first team to try and crash in towards 4MV. Everybody else is preoccupied out the west side, and Nigma Galaxy seemingly not having a say into this one. Na'Vi clean up to this one. They've left one player behind. Flip is still out in the open. And with Na'Vi on 4 players finding a nade over towards them, Reefus is down, and this is an excellent opener. The roll-up for Na'Vi going miraculously well.
Through the nade up the stairs, I'm pretty sure it bounced and then hit Reefus, which is really unfortunate. I think Baron was like, haha, you missed me, guys. But realistically, they weren't exactly where they wanted to be. And now Na'Vi comfortably control this compound off towards the western side. Influence Rage make their way in. Alpha 7 taking shots over towards DRX.
And now that there's a full 4 team in that compound, Blank, that changed the dynamic dramatically. It means this roll-up for Alpha 7 just got 10 times harder. There is no easier option at this stage to push north into DRX. You've got the blue zone on your side. RCB in the warehouse, and Na'Vi now taking residency in the compound. Alpha 7 have got their work cut out for them. And with only 1 elimination, 7 teams still remaining, it is going to be tough to make this crossing. 6 does go down, but that's traded almost immediately by Puncher. And now it's up to Mafioso to try and cross through this one. Lemon with the off angle, but what a stand-up. What a shutdown there. They're looking to try and keep this one under control. Na'Vi had a great roll-up, but the hold, not so good.
Mafioso always has been a bit of a maverick when it comes to clutch plays. An insane shot running through the fields there. Finally, a bit of a shutdown on towards Alpha 7, but the fact they're able to get this close is disgusting. Opening up onto another with Carrillo through the window. A nade needs to be phenomenal. They will find the last, but not without punishment onto Na'Vi.
Crucially though, Blank, no flushes. Just knocks sent to Na'Vi. Sure, it'll drain their armor, but they still have 4 sightlines to play with. The circle moves down south, and surprise, surprise, it's onto one of the strong positions that Nigma Galaxy hold. Influence Rage actually moved in and pushed them off of that high ground. You can see the regroup has now come in. Redox is off from the church and moving back towards the rest of the team. And playing down the hill will be a little bit exposed as soon as Na'Vi try and leave, as soon as RCB try and leave,
in the
which they'll
tower.
have to.
He's fine.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's got the cover there.
Inside the Wizard Tower, great spot to be in. It actually sets up a lovely off angle. for Redox. His nades do have to be pretty potent, but even if they lose him, he's a very good stopgap between him and Influence Rage. And I think it was the right decision to give up Church. I think a lot of teams realized it's not likely to finish there anymore, but he got the early warning signs coming through for Enigma Galaxy, in which case they could pull away from that fight between them and Incilio and further cement themselves inside this circle. Quick push out coming through from Na'Vi. Dangerous stuff, but it will keep them in the game a little bit longer.
Oh, Puncher, giving them the shimmy, shimmy, shake off to the round sent his way. Just about staying alive. RCB not so lucky on their rotate. This game for Na'Vi has been really quite strong, Blank. I think their roll up over towards the compound, excellent, but now their move through the open ground is made tough. RCB try and head up towards the church, but Influence Rage giving no quarter. Immediate shutdown. Silas the last to go. In a flaming vehicle, hops over the top, and Redox now looks for the fight, shuts it down, and it will be the end of RCB. Influence Rage on the north side.
Yeah, I think for RCB, they would have been better off trying to fight versus Na'Vi earlier on, and then they just have a last-ditch attempt there, trying to move over towards Church, hoping that it's free. I think it's your last play, really, inside there. You could have maybe dropped some vehicles over towards the loot crate in the middle and create a little bit of impromptu cover and just taking a fight toe-to-toe with Na'Vi, although it would have been a bit awkward, but certainly possible. But I don't think RCB were getting much further into this game after what occurred earlier on. They were a little bit too passive inside that warehouse. Now, this is interesting. Moving back over towards that northern side, suddenly Influence Rage have a ridiculous position to play in.
Oh, that's nasty, and they will take shots out to the open. I've been impressed by Na'Vi this game. A top 4 and the elimination count that they've gotten so far, Blank. It is a good result, and they've been needing one pretty desperately up until this point if they want a chance to step towards the podium. We'll have to wait and see how much exactly they can get back into it, but they're out of the circle. They'll need to cross open ground, and I just don't think they've got the gas left in the tank. The cover is there, and the nades continue to roll over the top. Enigma Galaxy with the bounce on top does actually find the protection from the rock, from the hay bale there somehow, and doesn't go down. Enigma Galaxy continue the bombardment.
I get it works out. I understand what Enigma Galaxy is trying to do here. I think that you give up the eliminations, though, for favor of more nades in the pocket, because Enigma Galaxy expended a lot there, and I'm pretty sure you'll need these when the push comes through from Influence Rage. It all depends on how many more death crates, how much more nades they have in the back pocket, but for Na'Vi, they were somewhat doomed. Slightly worried for that first place coming through from Enigma Galaxy, though they put up more points off the back of it. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. Westron now pushing up. Imagine if Team Spirit had more than 2 players here. They're able to fight off against Incilio. Potentially, this is a 3rd place for them.
Unfortunately not to be. 5 elims though in a 3rd place for Incilio, and they just keep going, Blank. We were talking about consistency at the start of the day. Donkey ID really impressive, but Incilio were still there, and they continue to chug away that diesel engine of a team, making it work. Westron, though, probably not long for this one, with the blue zone pushing him around the back of the tree. Has to make a crazy dash. Does manage to get up to the wall, but the corner not going to be super friendly here. Enigma Galaxy know that he's made this cross. The smoke is there. A little bit of cover. He's getting some healing done, and will try and take a fight. Hopping forwards. And is he inside? I think he's managed to make it to the shack. However, last circle starting to close.
Moving into Zone 9 now. And this will close until there's nothing left. Influence Rage as well as Enigma Galaxy trying to make this one work. Influence Rage moves over towards that high ground. They expose themselves. Enigma Galaxy not able to find too much off the back of this one. It is a tough rollout from Influence Rage. But like I said earlier, nades are dry for Enigma Galaxy.
Redox has been holding in this tower for a while, and finally Influence Rage descend. Looking for the shots. Navallo looks for Lil Boy, clocks him on the descent, and 2 players down onto the ground floor. They need Redox away, but he's just been so stalwart in his hold. The cross in the open, though, gets cut through by Lorazin, and the spray down is good for a flush. Influence Rage with 3 players now left standing, and it's up to Snowix and Redox to try and find the crossfire, but there's nothing. It's Influence Rage. They move into the church, and they evict Enigma Galaxy from the game.
I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, there was a possibility to basically extract themselves from that fight between them and Incilio a lot earlier, but they just do not go for it. Influence Rage, though, with a fantastic chicken dinner from Church.
back-to-back games here for Influence Rage as well, and if you went into this whole event saying which Brazilian team would be towards the top of the table, I don't think most people out there would not have said this team for Influence Rage, but a great finish off for them playing from Church, and they get themselves the points they desperately need here, Max.
Yeah, it's all over the place. We thought Team Liquid would also be able to make it through, right? But no, the Brazilian teams is all over the place here, 7 coming on through, but their push into the northern side of Church, able to bully out Enigma Galaxy of that position they were holding for almost the entire game, and then claim a game-winning position.
Yeah, Redox making him push back towards that Wizard Tower. One thing I do gotta mention, I mean, Diego being able to put up those 5 elims, 522 damage, but I really enjoy out of Influence Rage how they were able to control most of the circle towards the northeast. They were taking full control of it. They were making sure that they put pressure on DRX as well whenever DRX ended up fighting with Alpha 7, and I think they were able to pick up some of those eliminations as well.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing north of that roadside here, 7 in particular, you want to clear the space because any kind of off angle that teams have on you is just going to result in you losing players or maybe the entire team getting eliminated. They knew that was going to be their main weakness in that kind of terrain. They cleared it, and once they had free control, as you said, in the northern side, they send it up in those dips north of the Church, and then, as you said, bullied out Enigma Galaxy of a game-winning position.
And I gotta give props to Influence Rage because Lorison kept getting knocked whenever they were pushing towards the north, whenever they were trying to just hold that, pretty much that area of the circle. With them, they didn't want to give up on that player. They wanted to make sure that they kept going after him, picking him up, because they knew how important it was going to be to have all those 4 players alive there at the end.
Yeah, we saw at the end that final push of Enigma Galaxy over the road. If they had some of those nades still available, or any kind of utility, maybe they can make the cross. But we saw, right, a lot of those nades were thrown on the crates onto Na'Vi to eliminate that angle, which I understand. But the issue when you're just playing all in one building, you can't loot those crates, and the lack of utility might have just cost them the game.
I wonder how much Westron actually had inside the little shack that he eventually finished off, which I don't know why he peeked out to be taken out by Little Boy, because every point's going to matter. But maybe that would have an opportunity. But you did say, Max, like I think they're a little bit too afraid to push into him and get knocked and then have Influence Rage clean it up.
I think he just had a hovercraft in his loot crate. He just looted. Whoa, what is this? but maybe if they get those extra smokes, I think we're talking about nades, but smokes in particular to cross that road were going to be very, very important. But as we go through the replays, I do want to highlight one fight I know you in particular here, 7, you really want to talk about. It's Team Spirit that keeps just getting caught off guard on the edge of these circles.
Yeah, Team Spirit, those 2-2 splits that they've been having, and it wasn't just them, 4MV as well, he ended up backfiring, but for them, losing 2 players to Incilio. That is massive. We talk about how they've been able to make the right decisions, how they've been working on their timing so well, but I feel like in Erangel now, today as well, certain things have not just been going their way, and Cilio has been able to take full advantage of it. And honestly, Fache, he's been having a great performance, not just in this match, earlier as well. I think it was against D+ that he was able to stop him.
D+ and DRX, he was telling the South Korean teams in that first Sunhold game. He was on a field day. But yeah, it's really interesting to see Team Spirit a little bit slower to regroup when they are being approached by teams around them. And I think that's just the slow response time is definitely hurting their results in these first 2 matches today. Though, as we go later on in these replays of this match, the Western side was just completely full of teams. You had your Alpha 7, you had DRX trying their best to just make an approach to the upside of this hill to then push maybe into 4MV, but at least Alpha 7 are able to beat DRX in that position and get a few extra placement points.
Yeah, and with Alpha 7, I feel like it was just their timing there. They were trying to push out at one point. DRX was able to get there at the right time and just kind of hold them and gatekeep them. And on top of that, you saw what Na'Vi was able to do with 4MV. They ended up pushing him first. They ended up controlling that compound. Even though Alpha 7, we saw why those players are so great. They were able to get some shots there on the players from Na'Vi in the compound. Ultimately, it was just too much there. They were not able to cover all those angles. And Alpha 7 ends up getting just 1 elimination for that match. That's not how you wanted to be able to be following it up.
Actually, you brought up timing. I do want to say, I don't think it was timing that was wrong. I actually think the timing was pretty decent for Alpha 7. They just didn't have any more cars. I think if they have cars at the timing at which they approached the compound and get rid of DRX, I think that would have been the great opportunity to pull off what Na'Vi ended up doing at the end on 4MV.
Fully send it to 4MV.
Exactly.
Well, so take a look here at the match rankings. We do see 23 points coming in for Influence Rage. It looks like Little Boy in the 1v1s yesterday definitely helping out for him and his team. Got to give a shout out though to TJB here, 9 eliminations. I wanted to focus a little bit on these PEL teams because we expect them to do a lot better here in day 2 compared to day 1. But one team who had a very unfortunate time was Thunder Talk up against a D+ over in Apartments. And D+ is a team that's been stepping up because their fragging power yesterday was left a lot to be desired.
Not even that, especially in Erangel. That was the biggest question mark. Going into this match, I was saying, okay, what are we going to be seeing out of D+ here in this Erangel? I was really impressed at how they were able to defend whenever Thunder Talk, as Jason was referring, whenever Thunder Talk decided to push onto them. the grenades that we saw out of D+ Kia were amazing. On top of that, being able to adjust with what ThunderTalk was able to do as well. I think this is what we want to see out of D+. And look at the big jump up of what one chicken dinner can do right now with Influence Rage, Max.
It's not just a chicken dinner, right? They had a second place also on the previous Sanox.
Yep,
There's
true.
two good games back-to-back here with decent eliminations that allow them to jump up in top 5 and now be in reach, really. One other good game. They could catch up to 4MV that has currently been somewhat silent.
And for 4MV, the biggest question mark is, what are they going to be able to do whenever the circle doesn't end up going their way? A lot of people were thinking that they were getting lucky. I feel like in this one, we continue to see 4MV struggling with the center of the circle. They end up losing just way too many players. They're not able, if they move early into the center of the circle, they're just not able to focus on which teams they want to end up fighting. They end up focusing on way too many things at once, and they end up getting punished by it.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here because in the center of the circle, they had the warehouse compound, which is good, but as you split yourself away, you can have 2 players in the warehouse, 2 players in the southern position. One team, that in this case was Voin, are going to crash one area of that compound, so you're going to take technically a 4v2. I think when you're in a position like this, 7, you commit to all the warehouse or the city side, and you stay there as 4. Unfortunately, they didn't do that and lost an early fight to Voin.
Another team that I got to mention here on this second match, not just Alpha 7, Falcons. Falcons, this is going to be the second match now where they get pushed out or where they used to land in. They didn't end up going Novo. I believe it was Navi that ended up pushing them out of Novo. And they're continuing to struggle as well because they're trying to go for those 2-2 splits that it doesn't end up working out. And now Incilio's starting to notice that Falcons is starting to become a little bit weaker on those early fights. They were able to just fully send it to top, and they made a quick work of them.
You have to wonder, what are Falcons going to change? I mean, that was the big question between day 1 and day 2. How are teams going to adjust? And we didn't see really any adjustment out of them.
I think the biggest change that they're trying to do is just give up their usual drop locations. But something that you did mention, you want them to go towards their second drop, especially in Erangel.
Go back to Gatka split.
Yeah.
Like, at this point, you got Incilio and Navi to deal with on a pretty consistent basis. Gatka is free. Maybe they should just go back there.
I mean, maybe they need to recruit Halfor Bjornsson, the mountain himself, on the team, and maybe he can just shove everyone out of the lobby for them because he's here to conquer the Arctic as the face of the guild set here, which is available right now for you guys at home. And of course, we have a weightlifting challenge happening here at the Excel Arena for you guys to pick up if you're in London and get yourself some extra rewards if you're here in person, but also pick this up in game on top of that.
You think you could pick us up, all 3 of us at once?
We did have a discussion if we could beat him, all 3 of us at once, in an arm wrestling match, and I think the answer was probably no.
No, we're losing big time.
Yeah.
Our combined weight is probably not enough. That's probably like an early warm-up set for him.
We'll go to the hospital, man. He'll break our arms. I'm scared.
All at once.
And one way we might be able to beat him is in PUBGMOBILE on our Infinix GT20 Pro. There's a chipset, 144 Hz AMOLED screen, and 120 FPS. You can pick one up and play like a pro, though. Yeah, actually, I feel like we could beat him in that.
Oh,
well,
easily.
You 2 could. I couldn't.
1v1s.
1v1s? Cool monkey.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you beat him, maybe he beats you out of game.
He's like, are you really going to eliminate me again? Okay, no, sorry, I'm AFK.
No,
go back to lobby.
if we go into a match with them, I think I'll get Savu, Levino, and Panda. I'll get their help. One of the influencers that are currently here for PMGC. I think we'll definitely beat him easily.
Just have him on our team, you know.
Yeah, why fight him? Just bring him on your own team. It's much easier, but also it's easy. Is warming up your hands with the Akupa UT2 Gamer Pros with its 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 adjustable heat levels. We got ours here on the desk. The players got them on the stage as well. Great way to keep the fingers warm and ready to go in, and nimble for all that PUBG Mobile action.
That's it. Can beat the dragon with it.
And you can rave with them.
Max, B-Box.
No. It's day 3, man. It's not.
Oh, it's day 3?
Yes.
All right.
You know, if we have him B-Box, it like increases his day rate, right? We got to keep him in check.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. But as we move into our second Erangel, I think it's really important to note, like, again, what adjustments are we going to see? We obviously did finally have like a non-military zone, but for Falcons, for a couple of the teams out there, we're not seeing those adjustments for a team that we expect to be able to win PMGC, to be able to lift that trophy. We need to see some major changes because we're about to hit the halfway point once this match is done.
Yeah, well, I have to talk about one team here that I think we haven't mentioned too many times on the desk. It's going to be Guild. I still think they got 2 really good fraggers on the team, right? They have EXO, they have Aza. They are going for these late edge rotations, and here in particular, they got held off by TJB. I feel like they need to try and be willing to go a little bit faster on their move if they want to have edge control. As of right now, that's not the case, and Guild off the back of that, unfortunately, struggling so far.
Can I actually maybe hop us back to 4MD really quickly, unless you had something to say about Guild?
Go for it.
I'm thinking back to our watch parties for CSA, you know, over in Pandemonium_News. We didn't really see them play center often, from my memory. We saw them play more edge kind of style, more sweeping the edge style to pick up teams looking for third parties, but the lobbies of CSA compared to the lobbies here at PMGC are obviously completely different.
And that's the thing that this is the main problem with this team. Sometimes they try to go towards the center of the circle too earlier on, and they're just not able to keep 4 players alive. It happened during league stage. It's happening here as well. I feel like they definitely need to be able to adjust and just keep on edging.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. During PMWC, we saw them actually playing edge and it was not successful. I feel like this playstyle here of playing center is definitely working out a lot more for them in the long run of these PMGC Grand Finals. But as you said, it's these splits, right, that we've seen them try and do. They lose players. If you want to play center, you can't afford to lose players early mid-game. If you do so, your odds of a chicken dinner coming your way are just down to almost 0.
What about the Navis here? I mean, they came out first place in their group in Group Red. We know how strong Lemon was as a player when we got to do watch parties for them back in the spring season, the summer season. Na'Vi have just kind of disappeared, I feel like, and have really struggled. And what's your quick thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, they had a good position this last game, but unfortunately for them, it's just they are struggling when it comes to the fight. The nades were just too good of Enigma Galaxy in that last game, but they've had good rotates. There's potential to see a Na'Vi win eventually.
I enjoyed the aggressiveness that we saw out of them in this last match.
Aggressivity?
Aggressivity.
That's a word. Well, you know what? Speaking of, we're going to head into our second Erangel of the day. Remember, when this match is done and dusted, that's our halfway point of the entirety of PMGC 2024. So let's throw it back to our commentators to get us into game with John Allen and Blank.
South side plane path, pretty hard and dramatically down on that south edge as well. Blank from Novo over towards just above Quarry, so very difficult to get to those east side rotational points. Potential repeat, but exacerbated from the last match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when you look at this, it's a little bit like our last game, but even further skewed off towards the west here, with teams being forced to drop along that coastal side on the south. You're sort of hoping for more of a southern circle on this one because it's going to be a long route up towards our north side. A lot of teams will not be very looted by the time that first circle comes through. A little bit more difficult. For 4MV though, not too difficult, right? You get to drop down towards military base, easy looting in C block. They're going to be chilling, kicking the feet up.
The change I'm seeing is I think it was Thunder Talk who were on the military island last match, Blank, but they're heading out towards that Milta Peninsula instead, so readjusting off of that one. This west side, we're seeing if there's anybody dropping around, those vehicles dropping for those spots. We saw an early engagement last time for TJB that they were able to win very handedly against the Vicious. I don't imagine we're going to see a repeat of that, but there are teams fairly close by on this western side as well. Circle heads over to center up on the Yaz Fields.
Yeah, this is definitely an awkward game for a lot of teams then. As we head over towards our north side, it's going to be a lot of early rotates. Saverni lightly picked up by one of our teams here inside this game. A long rotate to get there, but plenty of time to loot up. In comes Tongji about.
Shut the door on him. Goodness me. David's on the outside. He's swinging for the hills. Able to find one and a second found. The flush is there. Bruno's in the wades into the fight. Diminor is down and likely going to get flushed away as well, but it looks like the Vicious are going to come out on top of this hot drop. Blank Erangel hot drops as they keep unfolding. Not ideal. It severely limits your point scoring potential no matter what happens. Either you get a game or you don't. And this time around, it looks like both teams are going to lose players.
Triple S with a shotgun. Signature weapon on the pump shotgun, but it's nothing as the DBS tries to go a bit of disrespect, but DRX is here in the sidelines. Almost falls for that one.
Oh, Kaikse rolling close here, but not quite speedy enough in the McLaren to get up to that fight in time to have the confidence to go for the full push. However, you know that the mids are going to be super limited, Blank. The healing is not going to be there for the Vicious. That means you know there's low health bars inside. You wait for Soaz to get into position. You wait for the rest of DRX. That is discipline from Kaikse. You don't need to risk it when you know that there could be two players on the inside to immediately flush you. This time around, DRX, they're looking to try and stop this healing coming on through. It's only bandages to play with, and Brenozen will hold the staircase, trying to keep his team safe. But will DRX be able to breach this one?
It's a nightmare of a situation coming through for the Vicious. It will have to be an absolute fortress of a hold. They want to make sure they don't go down here. Really awkward though, and this is what happens with that kind of plane path and this kind of circle. These teams are obviously going to drop near one another. DRX though, fantastic response time on this to get up towards this location immediately off the back of that initial hot drop. But yeah, Vicious, I actually think they're done for. I don't really think they're getting out from this location.
I don't think they're going to have a good game out of this location. There's potential that DRX play on a misstep here, but you can just see they're not going to be pushing down these stairs, or certainly they don't want to. So why are they going to step into those clear sight lines? The question for me is, how long do DRX want to stay here, right? Because this isn't in the next zone. Do you want to waste this time? And sure, you could get 3 points for it. You could lose 2 players on the flip side as well. So maybe DRX going to have to rotate away. And in fact, they do hop into the vehicles. They're going to give up on this one, allow the Vicious to leave.
There's likely a lot more value to be had up towards that northern side and getting there early.
And they will send away. Potential to resend back in onto this one, though, if the Vicious poke their heads up. And I think that the Vicious are still very much down on their luck. They don't have any meds to play with. DRX still need to get a little bit of looting done, so we'll see if they're able to do it. We caught up with Barney, getting a little bit of a report on the state of the teams over on the stage.
Welcome back to day 2 of the PMGC Live in London. Now, I felt that it would be a nice gesture to give you guys a breakdown of what has happened so far at this tournament over the weekend, just to give you a little bit of a recap for those of you who are joining us on stream only today for the first time. So, day 1 got off to a hot start, with Falcon's Force claiming the first chicken dinner of the tournament on Sandhawk. The 3 Erangels were then taken by Enigma Galaxy, Team Spirit, and 4MV. Team Spirit then claimed their second chicken dinner of the tournament on Miramar, and the final win was D plus Kia. But the talk of the town was that 4MV victory, because they claimed 23 eliminations, which was a record-breaking amount at any PMGC tournament ever. Now, today, Regnum Carrier Bra kicked things off with a chicken dinner on Sandhawk, which was much needed points for them to get back in the race here at PMGC. And we have just concluded our second map of the day here at day 2, and it was taken by Influence Rage. Again, another team that needs those points. So things are starting to even up. It's getting more and more exciting, and enjoy the rest of the day here at day 2 at PMGC.
Thank you very much, Barney, for a little update on what has happened so far. And he's right, you know, it's a couple of teams who have needed those points desperately today that have found the early results that they were looking for, whilst the top of the tables, to some degree, stagnates.
I love that he didn't skip a beat for that whole report. He got everything down to a T, but then forgot what day it was.
Well, you know, days are tough.
It's true. Right now it's Tuesday, right?
Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday, innit? We are going to be heading on into day 2 for this one. What DRX have actually gone for, Blank, is they left Soaz to just watch over what the Vicious were doing in the basement whilst that interview was going on, whilst that state of play report was going on. And the rest of DRX moved out to grab some loot to bring it back into the fold, and Soaz has just been watching this. Influence Rage are actually now rolling through that hold, straight through the middle of it. I wonder if they're aware of what's unfolded there. They have been a little bit late to this one to get too much value, and it seems like they're just going to continue to send it around the side. But that does back Soaz off, and that may just allow the Vicious to get out of this basement finally. But you can see they just have no loot. It is at 7 minutes into the game. They are going to be really threadbare when it comes to taking any sort of engagement.
Yeah, most teams are in a similar scenario. You know, most teams have only just got themselves into a position where they can start looting, get rid of those level 1 vests and helmets, and upgrading a little bit in terms of the resilience on their players. And it's tough. It is very tough with that kind of playing path and this kind of circle. And it decelerates the game massively, because you're likely going to be seeing a lot of these mid-game fights happening much further into stage 3, stage 4, as opposed to getting presence in the circle around stage 2. So it's definitely interesting in terms of the speed at which the game, because we had a lot of that fighting happen towards the beginning of the game, controlling space, teams opting not to take those fights and moving further away instead. Falcons, though, rock up towards RCB, who are on a split. Luckily, RCB are so terrifying that Falcons decide we're not going to bother with that.
Yeah, we're good. We're just going to hang out over in the fields instead. Maybe push into South Yaz, which currently doesn't have anyone overlooking the fields, but instead they take that central Yaz fields position, actually breaking out all the way back to action over on the east side. I thought they were going to stop on the center of it, but no. They are going to try and hold on both sides. I mean, East being out there, is this another wide Falcon split? They've got 2 and 2. It looks like that's what they're going for, Blank. We'll see if it's going to work out this time, because every single other time it hasn't.
I mean, it's fair play that they don't want to fight Silas in the exact position where they won PMGC way back when on S2G. So, fair enough. This is Silas's batting ground.
This fight is concluding between DRX and the Vicious, finally able to pick up the pieces and immediately rolling straight back into the fight. Going to get a knock around the edge, would be pretty tricky to make it work, and the last player does finally fall. A long and protracted bleed out there, and both TJB and the Vicious go down in the same place. 4 points for the Vicious though, so a little bit more successful on that front.
Yeah, which is good news. I mean, the Vicious have been sat around about 40 points for the past 3 games, even yesterday. So managing to get up to 46 and a little bit closer to that 50-point margin is good to see. A lot of our teams did actually slip from the top of the leaderboards, which are very close right now. 4MV at 65. They've been putting up a good 1 point per game, which has slowly been keeping them in the lead, but Incilio is catching up on 62 with Voindonkey ID at 60 currently, and then drops down by marginal points, right? It's around about 2 points per drop down on that staircase, with Team Spirit, who started the day in 2nd, now all the way down in 7th.
They have really had a full start here over the first 2 matches, but they have a fairly central location, south side of the Asfield, stretching out towards just over near the apartments on the road from Rosok on the east side. A 2-2 split for them as well, so a little bit of control on the north edge of this circle. Again, I'm going to wonder how long they can hold this 2-2 split. I think it's fairly viable right now to hold, but I'm looking at the end of stage 3 is when they're going to look to regroup on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, right? It's definitely possible for a lot of teams to be able to get back into position. You're waiting for stage 3, honestly, like you're saying, John, for that to come through, because that's where the game's going to get a little bit more spicy, a little bit more interesting, especially with Yasnaya still in play, with the fields over here, Rozok over towards that northwest side. There's plenty of positions this circle can head over towards in the coming future, which is going to cause problems for multiple teams, especially over towards Dip and Mini Dip on that eastern side. Teams are going to be using that for the time being just to stay alive. That's Thunder Talks, as well as Incilio looking towards that position. Guild slowly making their way in on that eastern side. Just creeping in, trying to stay as silent as possible.
It's pretty tricky, isn't it? I mean, they just don't have any access paths here. Thunder Talk right now, probably their easiest approach, but even so, not ideal. Not an easy road ahead of them to try and push through, especially with Incilio being over the ridgeline there. It makes it so tough to approach from this east edge. And they have just been wrapping around trying to find a little slice of something, but it's just been denied to them. Falcons do regroup as a full 4 blank towards the south side of the Asfields. Influence Rage rotated in towards School, and they currently hold that clean on the west side of the circle, but it does pop out that way, which means that they are pretty much dead center, and it is over to apartments, where currently D plus Kia take up residence.
And we saw last game D plus actually do a very good job of holding in apartments. That was their stomping grounds. And they will be stomping on the rooftops, honestly, and teams will be getting a little bit upset. Potentially putting the vacuum cleaner on as well, annoying all the neighbors. But you do have RCB on that northern side who are starting to make their way in. D plus absolutely cannot hold every single apartment in that area. So it's likely going to be a couple of teams in that location. 4MV taking shots over towards Voindonkey ID, who do lose a player in that process. Down to just 3 now, but they are fairly close inside that circle. Vexy still has to regroup, and with Potato getting knocked, also awkward time ahead for Voindonkey. Luckily, other teams start to pass into apartments, locating renting positions for them.
Oh, goodness me. A lot of teams rolling on in. You got RCB, you got Incilio, you got Voindonkey ID, who now have regrouped. They're looking to get that res. Influence Rage, we're thinking about it. They took a knock there. 4MV moving in from the west side. Everybody wants one of these blocks under control. Team Spirit happy to stand on the outside and pick up the pieces from it. They'll add those points to their tally quite happily. On the south side, in the meantime, Na'Vi have Alpha 7 to try and contend with. Na'Vi have 3 players left standing. Alpha 7 after that knock. If they can get Revo back up, that will be a 4-player team. But at the moment, they're under threat. Lemon nades over the top, looking to try and confirm that flush. Continues to bombard and push back this position. Na'Vi slightly on the outside track of this circle blank, which means that at the moment the tempo slightly in the favor of Alpha 7.
Yeah, they are downhill though, so that advantage just go over to Na'Vi in terms of getting these nades a little bit harder to position them. That is a very, very nice nade in terms of information, so they know he's in the smoke, so they can be pretty sure that Alpha 7 is trying to push up towards them. RCB do take a knock as Incilio starts to face off the competition over in the apartments, locking a lot of the doors out for some of these teams. Six spots out one of the players from Falcons who made a wide wrap down towards that south side. Enigma Galaxy even starting to poke their noses in.
Potentially dangerous here, but Top's going to move forwards towards 6 in the buggy action up into the rock. East is there. This should be a clean take on the rock, and Na'Vi can't get a knock in response either. Action will go down to half HP, but that's going to be healable. Enigma Galaxy not in position to immediately surge over the top, as Alpha 7 have healed as well. Na'Vi have to turn and run for the hills.
Yeah, always the difficulty playing Potato Hill, right, is that you can't really hold both sides of it. And Na'Vi had to massively focus over towards Alpha 7. In this situation, they just send out, they try and get away. Only one player survives from that. Now, Falcons, will they receive the same treatment by Enigma Galaxy, or will Enigma Galaxy just head back up towards that north side? And I think it looking more and more likely like they're going to go for that. Falcons, though, they'll have to retake that position between them and Alpha 7. Circle sends up over towards apartments, and everyone who got their keys in early, very happy.
I'm looking at Team Spirit's position as well on this northeast side, Blank. They have a lot of control. You can see they're going to move another player out towards that north edge. Thundertalk are going to crash into the south, though, and they may have just exposed a flank that they didn't mean to. Taking a knock onto effect is dastardly for them, but they get 3 players safe to the north edge. Thundertalk will take control on the east. Meanwhile, in the apartments, we've got a new move in here as SnowX tries to lead the charge for Enigma Galaxy. They're going for the crash. Gilda right behind them. They're looking to push in. Alpha 7 now fully sending on in. And 4MV looking to hold the south edge. A crazy crash for both Enigma Galaxy and Alpha 7. They depart from the south side, wrap through and meet once again. But it's Alpha 7 to take the majority of the damage here as Enigma Galaxy, despite losing a player, seem to be holding on.
That is a crazy crash coming through from Alpha 7. And they're punished for it. Absolutely. Not enough smokes, and you don't have time to throw those smokes either. They knew they were on the outside edge. They tried to go for something a little bit crazy to attempt to get more points on this game, but it just doesn't work out for them. D+ taking shots through the window. Enigma Galaxy holding on as best they can, down to just 2 players now, and it will be just 1 player remaining on the outside for Alpha 7.
Unfortunate stuff for them, and right next to Enigma Galaxy as well, a dangerous place to be. Incilio putting damage over towards D+ Kia, who are now on 1 player left standing as they do take the flush as well. This is so mean to D+ Kia, who are here first. They were the only team in this location, and then immediately, bang, you got 8 neighbors, and they are all looking to take you down. It is really rotten. Falcons trying to roll up as well now, a late entry to the east side of this compound as Incilio looking to rebuff them yet again. Knock over towards Redlick. That comes through from a nade from the last player of Guild, so it is going to have a little bit of an impact still. Into the ground floor, the Falcons find the east edge, and Top is in as well.
Somehow, Voindonkey ID still having impact inside this circle. They will knock out and flush Narvalo from Enigma Galaxy, adding 1 point to their total on the game. I actually like what Team Spirit tried to do. The timing was not off, it was just unfortunate that at that very moment, Thundertalks takes the opportunity to move in, and it's either very good scouting from them or a good opportunity that they found in the midst of everything. So for Team Spirit, this is the type of game that you could absolutely win off from, only having 4 players, but the fact that they only got 3 does lessen their impact into this game. It's one of those things where you don't get this opportunity unless the rest of the lobby all has this hive mind approach to move into apartments at the same time, which is meaning that we are losing players thick and fast. We are already down to just 35 in the lobby at stage 4, which is a massive culling.
And we only have 6 teams with 4 players alive, Blank. We've got 4MV, Incilio, we've got Influence Rage, DRX, Falcons, and Thundertalk. And most of them are looking very close by towards those apartments. I'm surprised nobody crashed onto school to join Influence Rage. Everybody focused on those apartments. And I mean, it's such a difficult crash to go towards school because of the amount of open ground that surrounds it. At least with apartments, you've got those hills to the south that give you a little bit of cover as you approach. But around school, it is just flat. It's so hard to make that approach. And as soon as you cross that ground, you are the fish in the proverbial barrel. The circle does center up on towards it though, Blank, so maybe we're about to see that.
Yeah, if Influence Rage, they can get around to the backside of the building, go towards the walls there. You can crash into those fairly easily and then just push through the shacks and the vehicles that are burnt out in that area. And then once you're in school, you're fairly safe. right? I do think that Influence Rage might have just played a blinder on this match, picking up this position. They can play the high ground, they can play pool as well, have some fantastic sightlines looking out over towards apartments, and it's looking more and more likely the circle's going to start to push out apartments unless we get a heavy southeast shift. So teams are getting a little bit worried. For Team Spirit, though, the rotations are difficult. I think the ideal thing for them to do right now is to, yeah, exactly, set up on the south side and then try and take shots at Thunder Talks as they move in. Expose a little bit more space on this northeast.
It is going to be a rough approach for the teams on the outside here. They will be left out in the cold here in London. And it is plentiful, ready to consume. As D plus Kier trying to hop in, hop out, giving them the run around, but steps it back into the nade. And Incilio keep 4 players alive in these apartments. They made the roll-up work. They're up to 5 elims now. This shack ahead of Team Spirit is going to be an important rotational position for them, and they are slowly clearing it out. That's Thunder Talk, who just get completely obliterated on the approach. As Team Spirit taking shots out towards school as well.
Yeah, classic PL gameplay, it would seem, here in PMGC, which is, if all else fails, just send it. And it's not working. It really isn't. I think you need first-class mail to get towards that location, the speed at which they had, and they weren't quite on there. So RCB will certainly give them a stamp, but it's a stamp out of this lobby.
4MV on the south side. They've pushed 1 player in towards the apartments, but the rest of them have maintained position on the south edge. Not being super aggressive into this one, I think, has played very well for them so far. The question is the next circle. It's the coming phases when they will likely have to leave from that high ground. Everybody in their apartments will take the shots out their way. Na'Vi, they're trying to leave with, well, I say Na'Vi, Lemon is trying to leave from Roshok as DRX have managed to move up the west side, been very quiet so far after their engagement with the Vicious earlier on, Blank, and they are just slowly moving around, slowly gaining some power, some high ground position over the rest of this circle as well.
An MG3 in the crates. I mean, people would love to have that, but leaving outside of apartments is going to be fairly impossible, I would say, at this rate. 4MV very much on the outside edge down towards that south side, watching for these teams coming out from apartments. They have a lot more maneuverability. Obviously, that comes with the added caveat of having basically no cover. Team Spirit, though, moving over towards Lemon and DRX now. Lemon being this outside player could cause big problems. Team Spirit now down to just 2.
2 players standing, but they are into this next circle, Blank, so they can hold out here for just a little bit longer. They tried to get across the road, losing that player on that transition. Far from ideal. Lemon going to be holding it down inside. I don't think he's in this zone. Will maybe have to move. Yeah, is consumed by it and will go down. The Molotov actually from Kitsune picking up that point. They'll know that that's a squad wipe, so they'll know it was a solo in there, and they know there's a team up on the top of the hill. So likely they can divine that it is just the top of the hill that they need to be worried about, given that Lemon has been able to sneak through Roshok on his own.
Yeah, but DRX being as a 4-man is somewhat worrying. Teams need to move out. They are making a run for it, bolting over towards, I imagine, either the western side of school or down towards the south here. RCB looking to move out from this position. They know it's outside the circle. Team Spirit equally have to move. And Influence Rage is on track for a back-to-back. 4MV find DRX as they make that rotate. They got in towards the south side of school, opting not to go down towards 4MV as they gave them a very bad time.
RCB losing 1 on the rollout. That's Falcons able to get 1 and the flush as well. RCB going to move out towards DRX's corner of school now as well. So we've got 3 teams finally starting to learn their lesson maybe. In just a moment, RCB diminished in power. Only Wild remains. And Influence Rage looking to shut that one down. Crossing the nades over. But it's DRX to hold the pool. See if they can send anyone else down. Silas, nade over his way. Leaves Wild alone.
I actually think that spot's really good for DRX, honestly. It's hard to aggress, and you can play fairly well from that position. Oh, Team Spirit make a very dangerous approach here, and they have to go wide either side. Nade goes through over the top side. That might do enough damage over towards Nomi. Does hit him fairly hard, but won't quite take him out. Leaves him very low, though. And depends how many first aid kits they really have remaining. But Team Spirit can play this position. It's just extremely dangerous. Influence Rage, if they want to get rid of them, they will have to expend smokes.
And that's the thing, right, for Team Spirit. They can just chill here for a long, long time. Wild lining them up. Okay. Hang on a minute. Kaixei's gone down. Wild hops out. Is Team Spirit going to spot this? Have they seen this hop out? I wonder, because they've got a player on the corner. They've got the potential to just launch one forwards and see if they can find that knock onto Wild, because that would be a full squad wipe, add a placement point into the mix for them. But Kitsune, no, he's not going to be too bold with it, not going to expose anything to Influence Rage. He knows that they have that high ground, so it can be dangerous. DRX, though, they're not similarly pressured right now. The teams over in Apartments haven't made that break, so they can just afford to step out on these angles.
That they can. RCB over towards the south side, still one player alive here. Wild not quite taken out yet, though. We'll continue forward. I think he's a lot further over towards that north side, though. Like I say, Team Spirit could potentially take shots down that way, but there were smokes sent backwards to prevent that angle from being spotted. I don't know how Nomi has got here. That is very surprising. Capitalizing off the back of a knock that comes through from DRX. He is in the building.
This is a crazy transition. Gets across. He's on the upper floor now as well. This guy making it work, but finally he's shut down. I mean, I felt like it might be a little bit of the Nomi special brewing there, but unfortunately it does get shut down. In the meantime, though, Kitsune has made it up to the sidelines of the schoolyard as well, which means that with this next circle shift, he's going to be fairly safe. I think Influence Rage should be able to spot this one, though. He's now very, very exposed. Not too sure what was going on there, Kitsune. Try and find something different there. But 8th place, 2 elims, not great for Team Spirit.
No, it's not. Kitsune went full into, I'm just an earthworm. Please, leave me alone. Didn't quite work out. Influence Rage saw through his devilish disguise. Yeah, DRX do fairly well, though I think lose a bit more than they would have liked there. As 4 players, they could certainly play this one out. And versus Influence Rage, technically they have advantage in terms of center. Most teams in Apartments kicking themselves for this one. But Incilio, despite everything, what a wonderful turn of events for them. I think they've done incredibly well inside of Apartments to stay alive as long as they have as 4 and get 5 eliminations off the back of it. Again, they're an improv team. They do very well with it. They're at improv practice every Thursday.
Ooh, Fash goes down, though. Can't yes and your way out of a nade, unfortunately. Nade to bounce in, maybe finding a second, but Voindonkey dispatched in the meantime. Falcons on the inside, looking to hold them out. Incilio with a knock sent their way. 4MV still one step too far, it seems. 3TN with shots over towards Falcons as well. They're handling 2 players from Alpha 7 on the upstairs. The drop down. Apex wants the fight, gets the flush. Can Incilio find anything more? Apex is now pushed out to the outside. Can't really step back in. Doesn't want to either. With the blue zone pushing them away. Needs to try and stand up in this. Engagement. Incilio have still got 3 players to play around with. And Apex steps back into the blue to try and give them the slip. The off angle from Influence Rage from School, though, makes this exit all but impossible.
I have no idea how Apex makes that work, and certainly he should go down for it, but what a wonderful way to hold them out. And that helps the rest of the team, who's down towards that south side, prevents as many teams getting through towards this location, which is technically still fairly safe. 4-4, I say that, as an nade flies over the top side, we'll take down 1. He knows exactly where Doc is. That nade should be on target. Attempts to crawl away, but it will not be finding it. Despite that, 4MV do a good job to get towards the position. Now it's Influence Rage and DRX to take control of the rest of the game.
DRX have been slow on their approach to this match so far, Blank. They found that south side of Rozhok Hill. They were waiting for their time to strike, and they chose it perfectly. Now in the driver's seat of this game, we'll see if they can take it over the finish line. Influence Rage still stand as 4, but Lorazin knocked makes this harder.
An incredibly early cleanup in this match. We lost so many players, and it all comes down to this now. The big fight between DRX as well as Influence Rage. It is a tough one for DRX with only 3 players still left alive here. The 4 from Influence Rage looking for the second chicken dinner in a row here.
Hyunbin out on an off angle there. Needs to have an impact. Could be dangerous, but the center of the circle, Blank, lies outside the walls of School, which gives Hyunbin's position so much strength. The 2 players for DRX on the inside are going to look to trade to try and slow down Influence Rage here. Hyunbin, though, is such an important position for them. On the outside, he will be the player to win this for them if they can make it work.
Important game for DRX in terms of point scoring. Yeah, been a little bit slow to the party here. This one they're looking to get done in style. Influence Rage to make their push out. Heading over towards Pool, and they're looking for a splash.
Little boy waiting, looking for an exposed angle, but there's nothing given by DRX. They've hunkered down. They know where they're playing, they know what their strategy is here. It's find value with Soaz, with QXZ as well, and have Hyunbin pick up the pieces. If you can take 2 players down for Influence Rage, that forces them to go to the outside when the zone closes in. And the wall side needs to be controlled.
The blue pushes now. Influence Rage need to get a move on. Head out towards the front side of school. Are they teaching the lesson or are they learning the lesson? Provided by DRX on the outside. Hyunbin has got a massive amount of weight on this guy's shoulders. Needs to hit these shots and he has to stay alive. This position, he's fairly exposed and will push him out. He needs to find value from it. And I love the fact that Influence Rage is trying to slow this down as much as possible so Hyunbin does not find that early pick.
High ground from Lorazin, keeping that one suppressed. Waiting for that one to step up. QXZ just dragging his feet on this fight as well, hopping out of the window, playing up to the wall. Influence Rage do not have the high ground angle with Lorazin because he's not stepping up. Immediately Hyunbin would sit him back down if he tried it, or at least give him a challenge for it. And Influence Rage biding their time. They really want this back-to-back. Diego on the staircase pushes on down to the fight, and DRX just slowly protracting this one away from them.
Smoke's been thrown now into the mist for Influence Rage. Nade goes through, QXZ lucky not to take too much damage from that one. Smokes out, denies the cross angle here. Hyunbin does not know. Limited nades, good damage though to start things off. In goes QXZ, finds the first onto Little Boy. Influence Rage now in trouble.
Lord God did get tagged with the nade around the side as well, which gives info on where they're holding. Nade sent back out, but there's no knocks to be seen. The DBS connects and will find the spray down with Lorazin, but they're getting lit up down the line, and it is QXZ to go big against Influence Rage here. Law now the last to fight. Low HP on the sidelines. Hyunbin still on the outer with the crate to play around. A little bit of improv cover to find the chicken dinner? Maybe. Law with the blue zone now pushing. QXZ on the outside. There is no way they can hop out. DBS to secure these eliminations, and Influence Rage fall. DRX for South Korea make it work.
Awesome game from DRX. A chicken dinner goes over to them and one denied to Influence Rage. Lovely stuff coming through from this team and a great hold.
What a fantastic game coming out of both these teams, to be perfectly honest. South Korea and Brazil really showing up in match 3, our second of Erangel of the day. And Max Ben and Several Worlds Gaming, we're talking about DRX. I mean, multiple plays, multiple movements they made facilitated that win for sure.
Amazing match coming out from the South Korean team here. I mean, I feel like this is one of the top games in PUBG Mobile Esport here for the Grand Finals. You have some great fighting in apartments, and then DRX, their strategy to get in that position from the get-go was insane. You go on the southern side of Rozhok, you get the really good hill to scout that position, send it into the western side, and you kind of coexist with Influence Rage. You don't really commit to the fight. Like, we're just going to hold on to the swimming pool area. They're going to hold on to the school building. We're just going to work together until we know the circle is shifting away. We're going to play the wall to make sure we don't really have to commit to the fight. We're just going to let them push our way and get an easy win with a few eliminations here and there. DRX, for me, this is the best game we have seen, not only in the Grand Finals, but also in the league stage combined.
For DRX, one of the things that we definitely have to mention, as they were controlling that swimming pool, was when RCB started to push them. They were able to control that push really, really well. Yes. On top of that, I mean, they had a little bit of help there from Influence Rage, but overall, great plays there out of DRX. I gotta give some props to Influence Rage. We're wondering what this teams were gonna be doing, especially coming in today, right, with Alpha 7, with Influence Rage. Influence Rage has been on an absolute tear. Second place, first place, and then second place once again. This team, if they are able to position themselves towards the center of the circle, I was talking about with like 4MB, how sometimes some of those teams tend to struggle if they put themselves center of the circle earlier on. That is not the case with Influence Rage. Influence Rage takes full advantage of it, and they actually ended up hindering Alpha 7 when they made the push for Enigma Galaxy. They ended up third-partying them.
They were just looking at all the 8 teams in Apartment like, what the hell is happening over there? This is kind of crazy. We'll just take some shots, I guess, and get a few eliminations. I don't know how many they were able to steal on that fight, but they were able to just hinder the pushes at least and weaken those teams fighting in Apartment. Though, as you have the replay, what the hell was happening between TJB and the Vicious? Even DRX were like, what's going on? Let's just third party, I guess, maybe?
Just the Vicious being the Vicious. They don't really care what happens. I got a chance to talk to them at the beginning of the day. They were like, we got nothing to lose. Nobody expected us to be here, and I feel like they have been playing with that mentality.
I think most of the highlights here are just going to be Apartment. We had
We
had 8 teams in Apartment. That's crazy. Though, I think this is something you highlighted, Seven, was the Form V split. You actually like quite a bit, right, on having players inside Apartment and 2 players south to scout the area.
For 4MV, the main thing was they had Apex inside the apartments. And then on top of that, when you saw how the other players were set up, I really enjoyed that we saw Doc not being up front between all those 3 players that were set behind. He was being forced to be in the back. Which, yesterday we were wondering, okay, was that maybe due to the zone that they were playing like that, or did they finally end up adjusting a little bit with Doc, telling them, you know what, we need you to kind of slow down a little bit more. We need you to be a bit of an anchor. Right again, today, he's being that anchor, and they were able to get great points.
Yeah, it's interesting to see him, being on the back front.
Well, I feel like that's where we saw the success out of them yesterday, was when he wasn't being the frontline first team and he wasn't being that player who most likely is going to get knocked. Thinking back to the win that they had yesterday where he was up ahead against the rest of his team, he gets naded, but luckily the rest of the team was playing these off angles to help facilitate that. But there's another team I do want you guys to touch on here, Team Spirit, Max. We were talking about them, we were watching the game, being very smart in terms of the timings of the rotations.
Yeah, unfortunately using 2 players earlier was down to just Kitsune and Nomi. And actually, the moment DRX send it over to the western side of School, they saw, oh wait, that position on Rozok Hill should be somewhat available. We're going to send it there, scout for, I think it was 15-20 seconds, and then send it in a free position, which here ended up being the northern side of School that was up here for them here, Seven.
One thing that I gotta mention here is third place, Falcons. We've been wondering when they're gonna end up adjusting a little bit to what we've seen between them fighting out with Encilio. They went Novo, they didn't get challenged on this one, but the one thing I really enjoyed out of this team, especially this last match, was how quickly they decided to rotate out of Novo. They didn't end up taking their time. They made sure they got their weapons, then pushed right away towards the center of the circle. They didn't complicate their late game.
Yeah. Well, let me question you on that really quickly, Seven. We finally see the adjustment, but do you feel like we should have seen this earlier? Do you feel like we should have seen this yesterday out of this team?
The thing is, I think they've been trying to adjust. And then some of the other teams are currently surprising them. Earlier, we saw Navi being able to kind of surprise them in that Novo drop. And then Encilio has been surprising them throughout the whole tournament, not only by just kind of gatekeeping them a little bit there towards the bridge, but also the aggressiveness that we're seeing out of Encilio whenever any player from Falcons is nearby, they're just hunting them down.
Looking for those eliminations. I mean, again, they picked up, I think it was like 7 or 9 points in this game, and they're just consistently getting points. And we always talk about how are you going to do when it comes to your bad games. And we thought Influence Rage were going to overtake 4MV, but they have not. They're 1 point short. But where did Influence Rage start the day off, Max?
They went 14th position
with 21 points
at the start of the day, and now they have
Brazilian Falcons?
74 points. They're the new PL team, you know. It's like they choose the real day 1 for Brazil, and in this case for Influence Rage.
For half of Brazil at the moment.
For half of Brazil right now.
The thing is, with the current performance that they're having, yesterday we have 4MV being able to put up 63 points. Team Spirit ended up putting up 53 points. Right now, with the way Influence Rage, if they continue on to play like they are playing right now with this type of consistency, it's going to be absolutely insane.
Let's look at the 2 PL teams here. TJB, 5 placement points, Thunder Talk 6. They're very elimination heavy, and obviously we saw that work last year when it came to IHC. We're seeing it work really well for Encilio, but I feel like we're seeing Encilio get deeper into these games, and I feel like we have to see some adjustments to play towards the late game for these 2 teams if they want to have a chance to contest.
TJB is getting involved in a lot of early game fights. I mean, here you had the fight versus the Vicious that you said, Seven, right? The Vicious just don't care anymore, it seems, in this game. They're just, if they see you, they're going to be fighting you eventually.
It's not that they don't care, it's just that they got nothing to lose. They're playing they're playing in that mindset of they're like, okay, nobody expected us to be here. We're going to be willing to take fights. We're going to be willing to just get as much experience out of this PMGC Grand Finals to set ourselves up for the future.
It's not even just them, right, Max? We talked to Defi earlier. We're talking about, you know, Void Donkey, and he was saying these guys are just treating like any other event. They're trying not to get in their own heads and just playing it like they want to play, because no one expected them to be the only team from SCA to make it here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big issue to go into this, but I'm looking really at the 2 PL teams just to bring it back there to wrap up the point PL. We talked about TJB and their comeback potential, right? I'm going to say it's too late
Not
right now.
seeing
If
it.
you're at the bottom right now, unless you pulled what Influence Rage did at the start of today, I'm going to say bottom squad's already going to be somewhat out of the conversation.
Saying Alpha 7 and Falcons are out too?
It's going to get there. I think 1 or 2 more games, and I'm going to say, sorry, it's GG's. Yeah.
I think I have to wait until we see what happens, especially with Alpha 7 at the end of Miramar.
You know, I think we need to actually hit up Potjukes because he was very adamant on when he thought teams were out. Maybe we'll shoot him a message here after this to see if he thinks these teams are out. Obviously, let us know in chat if you think these bottom teams unfortunately have no chance. But gentlemen, we're done with the halfway point of the day. We're done with technically the halfway point of the entire event. But for now, we need to head down to the stage with, I believe, Sandstorm for a quick interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially past the halfway point of the PMGC 2024 Grand Finals, and I'm currently joined by Silas from RCB, Regnum Carriabra Esports. First of all, you guys started off day number 2 with a winner-winner chicken dinner, jumping from 10th place, and now you're currently in top 5. So tell me, what does it mean getting that chicken dinner, and how did it impact the team afterwards?
Öncelikle ikinci güne bir chicken dinner'la başladınız. 10. sıradan 5. sıraya attı sizi bu galibiyet. Öncelikle bu chicken dinner'la başlamak size nasıl hissettiriyor? Nasıl bir önemi vardı bu galibiyetin sizin için?
Yani Sanok'ta win almak gerçekten çok önemli. Bu Sanok'taki puanlara çok ihtiyacı var takımların. Yani şanslıydık. Güzel bir rotasyon attık. Şansımız yaver gitti. Takımca oynadık ve kazandık.
Well, Sanok is an important stage. Actually, teams most of the time they need luck to succeed in Sanok. So we had a nice plan, and so we had nice rotations. So I think we did a great job in that sense.
I like that. You know what? There's always going to be like just a small element of luck involved in these games. But speaking of, I want to say Sara. I want to move on to him because he recently joined you guys, and I want to ask that what role is he filling in the team at the PMGC?
Evet, zaten bu şansa ihtiyaç oluyor genelde Sanok'ta. Peki Sara'nın takıma eklenişiyle ilgili ne düşünüyorsun? Sara'nın nasıl bir etkisi oldu takıma?
Yani Sara'nın şöyle bir etkisi var. Bizi çok motive ediyor. Kendisi çok enerjik. Takımdaki rolü de bizi korumak yani sadece. Çok fazla iletişim kuramadığımız için bizi koruyor. Arkamızda oynamaya çalışıyor. Bunu da iyi yapıyor şu anda. İnşallah diğer maçlarda iyi yapar.
Well, since we have a limited communication with Sarah, I think he mostly has a role of protecting us. He's really joyful. He's a motivating guy, so he motivates us, and I think he's a great support in addition to the team so far.
I mean, we've definitely seen the impact that he's had with you guys currently in the top 5 and within reach of that top 1 spot. So speaking of that, 3 games left in the day. Do you feel like there's anything that you have to work on to get to that number 1 spot?
Evet, yani zaten Sara'nın eklenişiyle beraber bunun etkisini de gördük. İlk 5'e attınız kendinizi. Peki önümüzdeki 3 maçla ilgili neler düşünüyorsun? Önümüzdeki 3 maçta ilk sırayı hedefliyor musunuz? İlk sıraya geçebilecek misiniz? Ne düşünüyorsun?
Yani umarım geçeriz. Planlarımız var. Bu planları bir yıldır çalışıyoruz. Bunları düzgün bir şekilde uygularsak bence birinci olabiliriz bugün inşallah.
Yeah, I hope we can make our way to the top 1. So we have plans. We've been working on them for a year now. So if we can stick to the plan, I believe we can make it.
Well, we shall see. You've done it before, Silas, and I'm curious to see if you can do it again here in London in the Grand Finals. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we wrapped up the first 3 games of the day. We still have 3 more to go. But before that, we're going to be heading for a very short break, and we'll be back with game number 4 and our final Erangel of the day. See you soon.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
I want to encourage every player in the PUBG Mobile Championship. Let's see what's available. And don't miss out on the upcoming PUBG Mobile and the Grand Finals. Best of luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is not going to be our final airing of the day. Instead, it's going to be a show match here on Metro Royale, and I got the two best casters in Metro Royale existence here with Maxman and Serverworld's game to take us in.
Oh, that's a big title to live up to. Okay.
I like it.
I'll take it. It's a dub. But here we go. We're going to get into our Metro Royale game here to see how things are going to be going down. And we will be playing on the old blockade area of the map. So this is going to be interesting to see how things are going to go down. But of course, compared to the Battle Royale mode that we all know and love here, Seven, things are completely different for all the viewers that maybe see it for the first time.
It is going to be different, and there you go. The teams that are currently going to be participating, we have seen some of these teams in the past too being able to participate in this kind of events. And in case you're wondering what Metro Royale is, there you go, a quick breakdown. It's actually, it's not just be the one. All you have to do is just make sure you loot. If you're able to eliminate some players, definitely eliminate them, because you're going to be able to get 300,000 Metro Cash value added to your final score. But you need to make sure you extract before the timer. And you were mentioning there, all blockade zone advanced, so they're going to get a chance to go into the radiation. And once we get to that part, don't worry, we'll be able to explain it a little bit more, because the radiation is definitely where you need to go. But you need to be careful, because there's a lot of things that can happen in radiation that can hinder your performance.
Things that can happen and things that can attack you. Also.
Lots of things that can attack
agents, especially, are a little bit tricky to deal with. But it's not be the one here, Seven. It's be the richest when you are getting Metro Royale and trying to get some loot. And of course, as you said, get some elimination. 300k per elimination is very important. You get a squad wipe. 1.2 mil right away, right out of the gate. So that is going to be very important. And one thing we've seen in past Metro Royale tournaments we've covered, Seven, is that we have a lot of third parties happening, because if you get a majority of the eliminations between two teams, guess what? Chances are you're going to be winning that game outright.
And with the way that old blockade zone is going to be set up, if you do end up going inside the radiation, it's going to be tough. You could end up getting third party. You could end up actually getting camp to extract. One of the things that I'm going to be looking at earlier on is seeing if there's any team that wants to go into the radiation. I'm starting to see some teams starting to fight already, none other than Gold Bapesh. Are they going to try to go for any of the green flare guns? Because if you do end up getting a green flare gun, you'll be able to call an extract regardless of where you are on that exact location.
Yeah, we've seen it actually in the CSA versus SEA tournament, where they would sometimes give all the high value loot to one player, have that one player extract, and keep 3 players to loot around, maybe get extra elimination. So just to secure that loot, once you extracted, there's no way you're going to be losing that loot value whatsoever. Though, already have a little bit of a fight here with a Voin, it seems, clashing with the side of non-GE.
And one thing to keep in mind, if you do end up using one of those green flare guns to try to extract, it is going to give a heads up to everybody within the map. They'll be able to open up the map, and they'll know exactly what they're trying to do. But we're going to be switching up as we have none of Songlu's just pushing up on Brute Force. Brute Force actually trying to see if they can breach on this high ground. Grenades are going to be thrown. Formula backing down, waiting and seeing if he can maybe get an angle, as some of his players end up getting eliminated.
And of course, we know that in this mode, the MK14 is like the meta weapon. It is so insanely strong compared to the Battle Royale side of things. So this is going to be the meta weapon. Everyone spawns naturally with this weapon in their arsenal, with also an AKM. And I do believe it is just the normal bullets they have right away. So that they spawn like in the CSA versus SEA tournament. And here we go, Sim9, one player's going to get knocked. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of support nearby. So I think that's going to be the side of Sim9 down to 1 player, which means instantly the loot value they're going to get is in the red. It's negative.
They're not going to be able to do much as Sim9 is eliminated. On top of that, Go Bapesh is eliminated as well. We're seeing on the right side, I mean, Nong Yin trying to get an angle there. They're not going to be able to. And it's just 2 players left from Nong Yin that were thinking about maybe going into the radiation. They're going to have to back off, and they're going to be seeing if they can maybe engage with this other teams. Brute Force, we saw them trying to make a push earlier. They're still debating it. They did end up losing that 1 player.
At least Brute Force are now able to get control of the high ground position, able to compete on even ground with Boars Gaming. But here you go, Boars able to control himself, even more space, and able to get himself extra eliminations. It's going to result in an even more Metro cash going in their bank account. But here we go, it's going to be Old Boy. He's solo, and he is out of the game. And so is the entirety of his squad. Brute Force is now going to be able to get himself a few, actually 4 eliminations. So that's going to be 1.2 mil. But unfortunately, they do lose 2 players in the process, which means the amount of loot they can pick up as 2 is going to be heavily, heavily reduced.
And this is when we start thinking about the strategy that they're going to be doing, right? We do have some of their teams still left alive. We have Voin, and then we have non-G as well. If you're Brute Force, you could possibly see if maybe some of those teams are going to try to go into the radiation, see what kind of loot they end up getting. And if they don't have that green flare gun, you can go down into the tunnels, which is one of the ways that you have to get into the radiation, especially for this map, all blockade zone advanced. And you could set up a trap.
Yes. We've seen it many times, just people, oh, you're in the radiation zone, we're just going to camp the exit point. Or if they get lucky, they can find an extraction flare and use it in the radiation zone. We've seen that happen many times. So you make a decision, or you push it, or you stay over there in and camp the tunnel.
Right
there
now,
you go. G9 is going to try his best to defend that position, but he's going to get instantly caught off guard. And that's going to be Nongying down to just Foster alone. And I think he's going to get chased down here.
They're definitely going to get chased down. And if I'm Brute Force right now, I'm trying to see if maybe I can third-party this, as Void is just going to be pushing the action here on this last player from Nongyin. You can see 3 eliminations already added to their tally. There you go. They're able to make quick work out of Nongying, and that is going to be 5 eliminations so far for Void Esports, and they've only lost just 1 player.
So 1.8 million Metro Cash value in terms of 6 eliminations. So they are already... They must be the top earning team in this game already right now. It's going to be down. Can you find some of those gold bars? Can you find some of those gold piles also? That is going to be allowing you to maybe close that gap. But right now, eliminating this team before they get even more limbs and even better loot is going to be a big focal point for the squads against them. As Voin here is going to have to start to get himself some good loot here, because they have taken quite a bit of damage in the process.
And if this is your first time ever watching anything in regards to Metro Royale, keep in mind, we're talking about gold piles. That's actually worth up to 500,000 Metro Cash. Gold bars, 200K. Top secret information, 128K. So this is what we're going to be seeing Void now go towards the tunnels and see if they could possibly end up finding some of that sweet, sweet loot, and hope that Brute Force doesn't end up just setting up a trap for them.
Or one of those bosses also that can drop some really, really good loot down there. Thing is, when you're going to be doing noise, of course, you're going to be alerting teams around you, and they are going to be sending it for an opportunity to get eliminations. As here we go.
Someone has called the green flare.
Oh, yes.
They were able to come out. I wasn't able to see there exactly who it was, but now they're having to make sure that their player doesn't end up getting eliminated, as Lunatic is trying to have to eliminate that bot right there, making sure that he's able to go and pick up his teammates. And it's actually not the case.
An agent?
He gets eliminated by an agent.
No! Okay, that's the worst way to go out in Metro. That's horrible.
Void needs to be careful, though, because they are currently inside radiation. They are currently inside library. And you can see the bosses there. They are very tough. We've seen it in the past, Max, where they thought it was going to be easy. This is, I mean, if you were able to, this is where you're definitely going to end up finding that sweet loot, those gold piles, the gold bars, all of that stuff. But it does come at a cost. You need to be careful. You need to make sure those bosses don't get anywhere near you.
It does come at a cost, and very often that cost is your life of one of your players, if not the entire squad. You've got to be very careful. We've seen many teams try and send just 1 or 2 players in the radiation zone and try and loot. Unfortunately, these bosses, these things, I don't know, like these mutants in the radiation zone are just so dangerous, are super tanky too. So like all the ammo you're taking in might not cut it to take them down. So you've got to be very careful.
Gold bar!
Dodge if you can. And here you go. 1 gold bar has been indeed picked up. That is going to be 200K in the bank for Void.
And now they're going to have a total earnings of 623K. I mean, this team currently the last one alive. We're talking about you don't really have to be the last one alive. You do have to make sure they extract. So even though they're currently performing well, even though they were able to get those eliminations, they need to make sure they do end up extracting, because if they don't, everything could just end up crushing down.
Like what Void are trying to do here, trying to take shots on the mutants without really gathering too much aggro, which is the best way to do it here. And create a lot of space. Here they're going to be able to loot other buildings that they cleared once. And here you go, Extraction. Aria got all of that loot. I think they even swapped out some low-value loot for some high-value loot to try and just get them to extract and confirm all of that. Now, is the team going to follow up in the Extraction, or are they going to keep looting? Seems like they're going to follow up with Aria and get out of there, and that is going to be a big game here, Metro, for Void.
And I know it says right there, you can secure your loot by using 2 of those extraction points. As I mentioned earlier, you can definitely use that green flare gun to call the helicopter like these players from Void were able to do. And they just want to be safe. They want to make sure that they extract 1 by 1. And you can see right there, Void being able to get 2.2 million Metro Cash. Nobody contending them. And on top of that, Max, 6 eliminations.
Yeah, those 6 eliminations alone are just massive. Gets you so much value right out of the gate. So that was a really good setup for them. And looking at the Extraction too, they're like, yeah, we got all the loot we need. We got 3 players alive. We got some gold bars. We are going to be looking really good leaving the Extraction zone as we go into our 2nd game here.
And now I'm really intrigued to see how Void is going to be able to play this, right? They do have a massive lead in regards to all the Metro Cash that they were able to collect early on in All Blockade. On top of that, we're going to be moving on now to Misty Port, one of my favorite maps in Metro Royale.
Yes.
With this one here, Void What kind of strategy do we want to see out of them, Max?
I don't know. I think that Voin here, because you know you're in the lead, right, going into the second game, maybe you just go for some loot in the radiation zone and you focus on extracting as soon as humanly possible. Maybe even just loot around an extraction zone that spawns naturally for your team and then get out. And because of every other team being in negative, right, so they got no value, it rounds up to 0 after that game. I think here that you just play it safe. But knowing Voin and how they were playing, they had 6 eliminations and losing 1 player. I think they're just going to be, again, chasing down the competition and trying to create an even bigger lead here in this Metro game.
And for a lot of these teams that are currently trying to hunt down Voin, that are trying to catch up and just close the gap in regards to the Metro cash that Voin currently has on them, if I was them, I would just try to go into radiation, see if you can maybe find some of those gold bars, see if maybe you can find some of those gold piles, because that is the only way. Yeah, you can get some eliminations, get 300k apiece in regards to elims, but you need to focus on the gold bars, and that's exactly what's crazy right now, is that Voin is trying to be the team that does that, which is a scary sight considering the lead that they already have.
Actually, it's quite smart of Voin to go in the extraction zone, because if you go, not in the extraction zone, in the radiation zone, because if you head on over there and other teams come over, you can deny them access to the highest value loot.
True.
And you can maybe also eliminate them, but if you don't, at least you're able to hurt them a bit and maybe deny a bit of their bag space and have less players to take loot away in the extraction.
Sam9's going to be pushing
Sam9 taking the fight here in a one-on-one around this truck. And it's going to be actually almost 1v2, but able to actually get down on the competition, and Ginny's will be able to get rezzed up by his teammate.
And then on top of that, we have Gopapesh moving up. They know that some players from Board Gaming is going to be close by. Board Gaming trying to make a push. It's going to end up backfiring as they're just getting pushed down the tunnel. Molotovs are going to be coming through. Great Molotov there by Board Gaming, although it's going to stop their push as well. It's going to have them to have some time to think about what they want to do here. Brute Force, we're going to have 3 teams fighting here.
Oh, in the underground here, it's going to be quite risky. If you have some nades and Molotovs, any kind of utility is going to be very, very impactful to use it. But here you go, Balls, old boy trying to go for a big pre-fire. Does take quite a bit of damage, down to half HP. It is going to be also a bit of a staircase, so any kind of nade coming out from their side will just be able to roll on down over. But yeah, Goat Bapesh is also around the corner. This is going to be all over the place. And while this fight is happening, again, the loot value of Voin is just going to keep going up. They're at 2.2 million.
Nobody's currently touching Voin Esports, but I am looking at Board Gaming. I mean, they're currently, I thought they ended up losing some players. They didn't end up losing some players. Sam9, I feel like are they going for the extract already? What do they have? Are they just trying to make sure they secure at least some type of money here in regards to the extracting? It feels like they are.
I mean, here you know that you're not going to go for the win because Voin is just too much of a threat in that first game. And here too, though, again, over 2 million in loot value is crazy when they went in the radiation zone. I think the game plan is just we want to secure second place, maybe a top 3, depending on how this fight happened. Because, again, 3 teams, as of right now, are fighting underground. And it's all over the place as Balls get eliminated. And they are not having the game they wanted.
They're not. They're currently in 4th place in regards to the loot value. We're seeing Sam9 already has 3 players extracted. They did end up losing 1. And meanwhile, Voin Esports is just having an absolute blast with everything that's going on because this team has radiation fully to themselves. You see the loot value going up higher and higher, and they only have 1 elimination. They really didn't want to have to worry about the eliminations on this one with the lead that they had coming in.
Yeah, and the main issue is that if you want to catch up to Voin here, you only have 5 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. That means you'd have to go into radiation zone and compete against them. And I think that knowing Voin and what they did in the first game, right, they're just going to extract. Once they have the stuff, like maybe they looted a flare and just going to flare out of extraction of the radiation zone, and they will be good to go. As Brute Force, 1 million new value.
They thought about it.
Looking good, but what's the game plan for Brute Force? That's the big question.
For Brute Force, I think they were thinking about maybe going into the radiation. They know that they were able to get a lot of eliminations for. You can see their loot value has been able to go up. And I feel like with Brute Force, they maybe learned their lesson of earlier, not getting too greedy. If you can extract, if you can just secure some loot value to your tally, just go ahead and do that.
Exactly. You just want to secure it. Oh, there you go.
Gold piles?
Oh, more gold piles. Wait, 2 gold piles, 5 gold bars? Okay, they're rich.
On top of that, you got some graphics cards, you got some secret doc. Okay, you know what? I see you. I see you, Voin.
Officially in Metro Royale. And yeah, there you go, extracting and confirming all of that loot. Okay, how much are they going to have in value here? Like 6 million over the course of 2 games, I think? Like, they're going to be so high up there.
I think even more. I think they might get even closer to 10 million.
Really? In 2 games? That's an insane amount of value to have in only 2 matches. You see that typically in like 3, 4 games, but Voin are just destroying the competition in 2 matches of Metro alone. That's crazy.
If I was to pick anybody to be on my team, I would definitely pick Voin because they are absolutely destroying. And now Brute Force, they're saying, we're not even going to try to challenge anything that Brute Force is currently doing. They do have a 1 million value. And you were wondering what Voin was going to be able to do? They have 8 million so far just in this match alone, Max.
I didn't see that number. I thought it was a little bit lower than that, but here we go. Void extract out earlier in the radiation zone. 9.3 million in Metro cash value. That is madness. I think that's the highest we've ever seen, even in the CSA and SDA tournament. That was madness.
Metro Royale show match. If you guys haven't checked that out, make sure you check it out. It's not just about being the one, it's about making sure that you extract with all that beautiful loot.
Hashtag be the richest. We're starting that hashtag, it's the real one.
Be the richest instead of be the one. You know what? I can get behind that. I do have to question some of these teams, though. I obviously understand you get so much value out of getting these early eliminations. But if it doesn't work out for you, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, you lose everything. You just get 0 Metro cash.
I feel like you almost want to avoid fights. And then if you're contesting like certain looting areas, like you're talking about the radiation zones, that's when you want to be like, okay, now we're going to fight for this because the value we can get off of this can get us a win.
That's the beautiful thing about Metro Royale. You can either try to go fight people or you can just take the other route and just go for that loot in radiation.
But if you go for the loot in radiation, guess what? You're not the only team typically that's going to be going in radiation, so you're going to fight over there, and then you're taking a risk because high-value loot locations are heavily contested by multiple teams.
Well, I mean, if you're going to go in the radiation zone, the best way to do so is with your Coupe UT2 Gamer Pros. The hand warmers we have here, rechargeable hand warmers that also have RGB lights, but a 5,000 milliamp battery and 4 different adjustable heat settings. You weren't prepared, Max, but there you go. You should have went green for the radiation
I got green.
zone. You got green.
I got
well,
the 7WG green.
That's a green, right?
It's more yellow, but you know, you're number blind and colorblind.
Ah, there we go. We got the green. Yeah.
You got there eventually, but yeah, make sure you guys are checking out Metro. Honestly, I think it's so sick, and I would love to see more and more events like this.
Yes.
Also, what I'd like to see is you guys at home making sure to check out the Night Raven set and the Enigma set, which you can pick up right now. It's the PMGC set for you for 2024, and you can use the code 2024 PMGC to get 50 UC off with 10 draws in the Lucky Spin. So make sure you check that out. You can get your Sandstorm skin in-game right here, right now. You know, that's a little too mean. He's not here to defend himself, so the Jason
It does look
Captain
like him.
skin in-game.
Taking up all the oxygen, but I actually like that skin. I need to be able to go. You know what, Max? Remind me. After today, go enter that code.
If you had a 7WG skin in-game, what would it be? What would it look like?
It would be short.
That too. Wait, that might be an advantage.
Yeah.
Your character
Little
will be
buddy,
shorter.
I can't 7 buddy.
Hit his head model.
I'll be like the little King Kong.
I like it. You know what? Let's get on that. But as we are going to head into our final Erangel in moments here, we need to start to focus back on what's really important here is who's going to come out to be the one, who's going to flare up here in the final 3 matches of the day. And honestly, Influence Rage.
Yes.
They have been the team to have a massive glow up in this day. Can they maintain this though? Because if they do, with only being 1 point behind 4MV, they could be 1 day away from lifting that trophy.
The thing is, unlike 4MV, they get to the center of the circle and they don't lose players.
Yes.
Right? That's the big thing.
That's
They
the
have
main
4
one.
players. Like, it goes to show if 4MV do the similar kind of approach in terms of rotations, but don't lose players, they might be in Influence's Rage's position to actually compete for these wins of getting at least in top 3 positions. So I gotta say right now, Influence Rage are like a perfected 4MV on his first 3 matches.
Just the consistency that we've been seeing out of this team. I mean, you just mentioned in regards to if they do get to the center of the circle, they're able to take full advantage of it. They're not going to overcommit to something. They're not going to overextend to anything. They're going to just continue to play their game. If they're forced to be aggressive, be aggressive. So remember something that none other than Defi from Void Donkey told us. It's like, if we finish 2nd place every single match, we'll be happy with that. It's not Void Donkey doing it, but it is Influence Rage currently doing that by finishing almost 2nd place every single time.
I like Max's answer to that. It was like, well, if you do that, you're not going to win. And then you and I look at each other, Seven, like,
they are.
Well, if you get 2nd every game, I feel like you're going to win because not one team is going to get 1st every game.
I mean, getting just 2nd place, right? When he said just getting 2nd place in terms of placement points is never going to cut it. Like Influence Rage, you're getting eliminations off the back of that too, right? Because they're being aggressive. Maybe not always in the sense of taking fights, but in controlling the circle. And that is very important that we were not seeing actually from Void yesterday.
Not even Void. I feel like for some of the other teams as well, but especially Void, right? We wanted to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of them. And when we say aggressiveness, just to educate the viewers at home, we don't necessarily mean to go fight right away.
Yes.
You can just set yourself up within the zone, within the map, to just get full control, like DRX was able to do here. DRX waited for the right moment. They pushed up, and this is something that you were able to point out, Max.
Exactly. They were being aggressive in the sense that we know we have circle control. We're going to be aggressive when the opposition, when Influence Rage are deciding to send it away from school, And look, you get the easiest chicken dinner you could ever ask for at the end here for DRX, even though it got risky at points, but it still was the perfect setup for them to get a chicken dinner against Influence Rage in that kind of circle.
Ooh. Well, here we go. Currently sitting like he's going to be potentially our MVP of the event so far. It's going to be Nomi, but also really interesting to see Fache here in second. I mean, normally when we look at Inseal, there's so many other players we can talk about. I mean, Westron is definitely going to be one of those, but to have Fache, who we had the casters talk about so many times, he's been massively stepping up for them.
I mean,
3TN, if it was driving distance, I would be like, okay,
beginning
he's
of the
definitely
day.
step up.
Fache, the South Korean team's hating because of this one simple trick. I mean, he got third-partied at one point after fighting DRX, and still just swept the floor with most of the D+ gear players. So yeah, Fache, I mean, we knew him when he was back in the day on Konina Power, right? He is a true OG, and this guy's just still here at the top of his game here on the PMGC
What
stage.
worries me, though, for him and his team, this is the last Erangel, and yesterday, I know it said this towards the start of the day, they got 0 points on Miramar across both matches. So if they want to be able to continue this team, they're, I think, in third place at the moment, they need to have a good final Erangel, and more importantly, they need to figure out what's going wrong on Miramar for them. But if we talk about them, also, what about Alpha 7? Miramar is their home ground. That's where they seem to always put up most of their points, and yet yesterday, they were extremely quiet. I know we were talking about earlier on, are we going to count Alpha 7 out? Because we're already starting to look towards some of those teams. If they have bad Miramars today, I would almost say in my books, they have no chance of taking the trophy.
That's why earlier when you were asking about that, I said I need to wait and see what Alpha 7 is going to be doing when we actually go to Miramar. From what their coach told me, yeah, we always feel comfortable. That is our best map. Yeah, you can say that as much as you want, but if you're not being able to perform on the other matches, if you're not being able to perform in Sandhawk, if you're definitely not being able to perform in Erangel, those dreams and hopes of being able to follow up the championship that you were able to get at PMWC, trying to get that final championship here at PMGC, it's not going to end up happening.
It's not also do you need to see Alpha 7 have good games on Miramar. Do you see the other teams like, your Team Spirit, your Void is still constantly remaining in that late game of those Miramar matches. So if you're only really relying on Miramar alone when the other teams are popping off on every battleground, catching up to first place is going to be super tough unless they get like win after win.
It would have been perfect if they did it earlier in the day too, because 4MV just wasn't being able to put up performances. 4MV now starting to wake up. 4MV is not getting blessed within the circles. They're starting to adjust. This is something that we were talking about it yesterday. I feel like a lot of the players that I talked to at the beginning of the day, even their coaches, they were saying, yeah, 4MV ended up getting lucky. I kind of agree with them to a certain extent, but what was impressive was all the little things that they were changing that we noticed from league stage over here to grand finals. And we're starting to see it not just when they get circle plays. Now whenever they actually have to push to the circle. Now whenever they have to set themselves up in a 3-1 split with Doc behind the whole squad just saying, you know what, wait it out, wait for the right moment. Right now it's working out wonders for them, and that's currently why they're in first place.
I could hear his team right now saying to Doc, don't go in. He's like, I'm going to go in. I'm going to go for it. I mean, the thing is, I guess you can talk about a little bit of the luck yesterday when it came to 4MV because they had, what was it, 2 military zones?
Yes.
The first one they got absolutely demolished in, and then the second one they had finally a good performance. So for 4MV, if you're going to use the excuse, especially in the league stage, we just didn't get zone. When you do get zone, you better make those plays work.
I have one issue for 4MV that I've seen a lot right now. Is in PMWC, they were trying to play only edge, and that was clearly not working. Here, they're trying to fully commit to the center all of the time, and it's not working. The key word I want to see from 4MV is adaptability. Based on the situation at hand, based on what kind of terrain and circle has come in your way, you got to adapt, because center's not always going to be the answer, edge is not always going to be the answer, though, as you talked about, their splits, the way they approach circles is good. It's just later on in the match, what are you going to do to actually try and go for that big winning play?
I like their splits. I like the, especially, I got to correct myself there, I like their 3-1 split. Whenever they do the 2-2 splits, they end up hindering themselves. We kind of saw that in this last match. We've seen it in the past as well. I believe it was yesterday whenever we went to Miramar. Those 2-2 splits, even though they feel confident with it, you can feel confident as much as you want, but if they're not working out, you got to switch it up. And right now, the 3-1 splits are working out for them.
I mean, we saw Team Spirit, right? They're doing the 2-2 splits too, and it's not been doing great so far today.
Yeah, I mean, as we've been seeing with Team Spirit, it's more of the regrouping that they're really struggling with. I mean, you mentioned on Sandhawk, when we were talking earlier on, when D+ pushed them, I think it was Matic and Effect. D+ pushed with cars. They pushed with vehicles. They should have heard them coming, and yet they kind of still overcommitted to their stay, got caught off, and lost too many players.
Yeah, I'd say that when you're doing a 2-2 split, which is a completely valid way to play the game, I think 2-2 splits are one of the strongest splits in my opinion, it's the way you set up your 2-2 split. And the very important thing to do is if you have cars facing the direction of your teammates, ready to go at a moment's notice. If you see a team coming your way and you're not ready to defend, you send it. But as you talked about in that Sunlock game, they did not send it instantly. Effect was instantly flushed.
Yeah.
Like by D plus Kia, Matic was able to survive, but it was not enough to make it out of that game as a 3-man team. You need to be quick to reply and get together. So that stands not only then for Team Spirit, but as you said, Seven, also for 4MV.
Yeah, for 4MV. You know what? I'm going to switch off from 4B. I want to go into Falcons. I want to go into some of the teams that we need to start actually seeing some reaction out of them. If they even want to try to go to make a push to that championship, you could end up being second place against Falcons. That's not where they want to be. That's not where Top wants to be. Action is all of the players from Falcons. That's not ultimately where they want to be. They want to end up being the champion. Right now, 12th place, 44 points is just not going to cut it going into the last Erangel. I want to continue to see what we saw in this previous Erangel, which was that quick rotation out of Novo. If you don't end up going to Novo for Falcons, I don't want to see them fighting with Incilio early on, because Incilio has been getting the best part out of them over and over again.
For me, it wasn't even about the quick rotation coming out from Falcons, even though it was like a really big point they were making that previous game. It's just they are now aware that Incilio is there, and they're just going to avoid them. They're just going to wrap a little bit further down south, go towards the farm area, and that because of that, you're going to keep 4 players alive, which is all you have to do. Do not take these early fights. If you have 4 players alive in the mid to late game, you still have a chance to go for that chicken dinner.
So if we're going to go in on Falcons, I'm going to bring this topic up. Okay. It's who is going to stand out for their team here today in PMGC. If we think back to last year, it was Top. MVP. We think back to the league stage. In Last Chance, it was Action and Icy. Who's going to do it for them right now? It was Top, it was East when it came to day one, able to put them on decent numbers, but they need someone on that team to stand out and really step up to be the motivation and to really get momentum going on their side.
Who you got?
We're not going to see anyone right now unless they still have 4 players alive in the late game. Like, you might be an insanely good fragger. Guess what? 1v4ing these players, these teams in this lobby, it's not going to
Well, you're not Monkey. You're not playing the show.
Exactly. You're not on Warehouse right now.
Cappy's getting flashbacks right now as he's listening to us. But in regards to a player, especially for Falcons, that needs to stand out, I think he has to be the superstar that everybody expects to end up performing out of this team. None other than Top. He's the one with the most pressure. He's the one that, I mean, we saw the emotion that he had whenever we were in Turkey, and they didn't end up getting that win. We know what he wants to do as well.
PMGC Grand Finals MVP.
Exactly. We need to see those kind of performances again out of him. We really haven't seen him that much this year. Top, right now is your time to shine.
Do it.
Do it.
Don't let your dreams be
Make your
dreams.
future kid proud as well, right? Because he definitely expecting a child very, very soon. But I'm going to throw a question your way to both of you here, and I'll give you a second to think about it. You cannot pick Influence Rage because everyone has seen how well they played today. But in your opinions, out of all the other teams, who has had the biggest step up today in your eyes? And I'm kind of thinking maybe towards D+. Yes. I can already see 7 as being that team. But explain to us, what were the changes we've seen with D+ from day 1 to day 2 that have allowed them to have this step up?
I would say the scouting is quite interesting to me, especially on the Rozhok or school finish. They actually got some really solid information and made the best kind of decision based on that scouting they got on school. They did it actually in Miramar yesterday, right? Where they had the 2-2 split, 2 players in the compound, 2 players in the mounting. Information is a key factor that helps D+ do really solid plays to go for the win. They did it here on that school finish, and I think that shows to me at least that they are able to bring that Miramar scouting over to Erangel and just perform thanks to it.
For me, it's going to be D+ as well. The big question mark is that, we are seeing them being able to perform better in Erangel in regards to eliminations. We're just not seeing really any placements out of that team. We need to see placements, and on top of that, we need to see eliminations.
Well, they got 3 matches left to do so today. We're going into our final Erangel of the day. So we're going to throw it back to our commentators to drop us on in with John, Allen, and Blake.
Hey. Boys, over on the desk, from Novo over to shooting range, our final Erangel of the day is just around the corner. Let's head on over, see what is available for our teams. It's a little bit kinder to the teams that drop over to the east side of this map blank. It's a little bit more chill. No long drops over the water.
I think we've been to Novo as our starting point for pretty much every single playing path today. So this has been a little bit more readable for our teams, but interesting positions all around the map that we've headed over towards apartments, even over towards school on that last game. Some crazy stuff coming through, which is always nice to see here over the PMGC Grand Finals. We've got massive support for 4MV here going into our 4th game of the day. Let's see if they can channel that.
Plenty of energy here in the XL. We're looking for some excellent plays to back it up. Hot drops, maybe. We've seen TJB, the Vicious, have trouble at the start of these matches before. A little bit of a symptom of the plane path, but maybe they're on the lock-in. And we did criticize them for it a little bit. We didn't really see it too much yesterday. Are we going to see it once more? Over on that northwest side, just around that Gatka area. Circle goes out east though blank. It's Milta Peninsula, it's Lipovka, it's the Mansion splits.
Your Thunder Talks over towards Milta Power, an adjustment we saw from them earlier on. They do head over towards Milta Power again, and it supports them, actually, you know, over on this eastern side. They can make a rotate up towards Lipovka, have a much easier time of things, which is nice to see. Na'Vi also on that side of things in shelter. We'll see if Na'Vi can get a better game on, because currently in 10th place, it's not cutting it for them. 75 points for 4MV, still right at the top, but Influence Rage very, very close behind them. 74 points off the back of 2 good games, which could have been 2 chicken dinners back-to-back here.
Certainly could have been. They had that opportunity, but they still managed to profit greatly off of that, and now 1 point behind first place. They sit themselves in a launching position to get up towards that top spot. Hoping to do that here. Over in Yasnaya, they will share with the Vicious. They've been playing against this team for a long time now, Blank, both coming from the Americas region. Influence Rage on the east side of Yasnaya. But for now, Yasnaya will hold 2 teams, and it can do so comfortably for a little bit longer. It's the routes out that you need to try and isolate, and I think it's a little bit more pressure on the Vicious to make that move first because of the fact that so many teams are going to be pushing in from that west side, and they don't really have too many eastern routes out, given that Influence Rage sit on the east side of that settlement. The teams out on the west side include Guild on South George and Alpha 7 up on North George, and they'll have to try and navigate that river crossing, maybe sweep around past Stalba, or go through the middle near Potato Hill.
Yeah, always awkward here. I mean, most teams are going to shift over from that western side anyway, including DRX, Enigma Galaxy, Team Spirit, so there will be openings made later on. Just means you have to play edge for a little bit longer. For the Vicious, there is a rotate up towards that north side, wrapping round Yasnaya. They can do the same down towards the south. And there's plenty of vehicles in that area as well. And I think for Influence Rage, they'll likely want to try and get ahead of this, but it's not like they can fully hold out the Vicious from making that move out. Just depends how aggressive they're going to be. You can see the lovely new McLaren skin coming through in-game for the buggy. Probably my favorite new skin for the vehicles so far. Looks sleek.
I like the wheels. That's my favorite part of that skin, I think.
Yeah.
The little designs on the wheels, you know.
That's right.
Look pretty fresh.
The wheels make the car go, John.
No, that's the engine, actually, I'm afraid. Fact checked.
Without the wheels, the car no go.
Without the engine, the car no go.
Yes, yes. Symbiosis.
Yes. One cannot occur without the other. 2 things, both necessary. Thunder Talk, necessary to hold down this ground as they push in and up from the Milta Power Peninsula towards Na'Vi, who have taken a knock. Not the flush just yet, but Cheng is moving into position on the off angle now to try and enact a little bit of pain over towards the Na'Vi ranks. Lemon exposed and a little bit up on high. King able to give Overwatch from the top rope there, and Flip is found as well. Na'Vi pulled apart by Thunder Talk.
For Na'Vi, it's a weird rotate in the first place. It's a strong rotate from Thunder Talks though. And again, this is something that maybe you wouldn't expect coming from Thunder Talks, moving over towards Milta Power at that point in time. The fact that they're able to do that catches Na'Vi off guard. They're able to make their way up. But again, scouting is key, and things do change on a dime as we move through this PMGC. And I think that's something you got to be aware of. For instance, even though that last game, there was a great adjustment there from TJB where they were being held up by Alpha 7. They were like, fine, we'll sit in inside box compound. You guys are going to have to move anyway, but we were going to refuse to play into your hand. So this is what Na'Vi kind of fails on there.
Influence Rage, they moved out, so did the Vicious. Both of them coming into contact as damage is coming through from a lot of teams. These early maneuvers, quite treacherous seemingly. Thunder Talk have taken a knock. You've seen a knock over towards Incilio. Damage sent towards Influence Rage. Obviously Na'Vi going out entirely. But it is definitely a little bit of a nasty set of rotates. Incilio losing a player as the Falcons make their way across from Novo as well. So they breach in towards the Milta area. Incilio going to have to flee towards the peninsula and allows Falcons a straight shot towards the middle.
For the Falcons, it's much better And they have been cut out plenty of times down towards that south side by Incilio, so getting the first impact over towards them is very important for them, and it means that Incilio is going to be playing a little bit more cautiously. Team Spirit actually were able to find a hit over towards the Thundertalks, but unable to confirm that flush. But at least Thundertalks are now aware of that position down towards the south side. And for Team Spirit, it is pretty imperative right now they pick themselves up some more points, because that points margin for them really hasn't moved all that much. The dial not swinging too hard for Team Spirit today.
No, they started on a very similar scoreline to what they are on now. I think they started the day, was it on 55 points, 54 points?
54,
like that? I
yeah.
think it was 54. So they have not moved a whole deal at all up towards 57. Definitely looking to try and convert the second half of their day. And this is the position to do it, right? They have currently got a very central hold around Prison to try and make something happen on this match. On a 3-1 split, I think they're on right now. Actually, Kitsune scouting down towards the Milton Power Peninsula. Potentially get a lot of info over towards Incilio, spot that rotation, maybe the vehicles in the compound down there, feed that back over towards the rest of the team, and to be fair, that does keep their south flank fairly secure.
Yeah, playing over on that cliff face for Kitsune, it's a bold move, I'll give him that, but he'll be on his own for a while. But it did provide good information going forward. You can always move over towards the crates, which Incilio likely might want to move over towards later. Voin Donkey, though, outside in the blue, cut out by 4MV. Doc watching that angle. We have currently Enigma Galaxy on our screens, who are scouting everywhere. We got Ralph down towards Milta at the moment, looking to regroup back over towards that north side, but it's D+ laying down the wall in front of them. Shields up for them, looking to rebuff Enigma Galaxy.
Playing around those shelter locations, D+ Kier stretching a line across the center of this circle as it shrinks in again. Goes a little bit more land-based, so not too dramatic on this shift. Falcons have managed to get ahead. I mean, this is what that pick over in Milta has allowed them to do, to move in ahead of Incilio on their rotate. Kitsune now very likely to look for the regroup. Team Spirit want to play the west side of that prison opening. You can see that the majority of the players are going to be moving out that way. Kitsune regrouping on the east side of it. Thundertalk still to their north, and that's going to push Thundertalk up towards the mansion conflict that is very likely to occur between teams like Alpha 7, like Vicious, like Guild, and all the way out. On the north side, you've still got TJB yet to come in as well, so plenty of teams yet to condense on that top side. The south side, a little bit more set in its ways.
Yeah, Kitsune regrouping with the team. Falcons move through this area. It's getting a little bit claustrophobic for Team Spirit. Similarly for RCB, surrounded on all sides. I mean, they have definitely a position to play from. Alpha 7 getting scarily close to DRX. This is over towards Alamo. As soon as DRX has to give up this high ground, it gets a lot more easy for Alpha 7 to make that approach, but they do find themselves at home. Will immediately move over towards that location. Good stuff from Alpha 7. It's on the north side. I think they'll be happy to play this spot out for a little bit longer, especially because we're still in Stage 2. Stage 3 is really where we'll having to look for more significant portions of landmass.
4MV trying to navigate their way on in. They still, towards the latter half of the day, Blank, hold that top spot, right? They are in first place, but now only by a hair, where before it was by a country mile. So now that gap has shrunk. They need to post up another strong result. It's not going to be a military circle, which means that they will not have that assistance on side. They need to find a little bit more. They had a decent result over by School on that south side position, able to survive quite long into the game, get a lot of eliminations in the apartments positions as well. I think they played that very well. So we'll see if they can repeat that here. Voin Donkey ID, though, going to be moving in behind 4MV on that southwest edge, just on the north edge of farm, and over towards those dips in those road junctions that could potentially be hotly contested here. But for now, arm's length between most of our teams.
Thundertalks were able to get a knock over towards Falcons. It's not been res just yet either, as East makes his way on over towards Icy. Scrape him off the floor, put him back on his feet. Pretty calm circle for the time being. Some interesting spots around here. We do have Dip still in play over towards that western side, Mansion as well as Shelter. A lot of strong positions. Waiting now on stage 3. This will be the big kicker for a lot of teams of where they decide to play. Now Dip becomes really important. Foreign V could challenge for it, but Voin Donkey hot on their heels.
A fast rotate on the southwest side. As we head up a little bit closer to the Yaz Fields, you've got the Vicious in a really important compound, in that Heaven compound that oversees the northeast side entirely. We have seen it shared in the past, one team up, one team down, but right now the Vicious have it 2-2 on their split. Voin Donkey ID faster than 4MV, and they get up to the roadside. They'll challenge off, they'll stand off against DRX, who actually take a little bit of damage over in their building. Over in the Alamo, and the roll-up for Voin Donkey ID successful.
Voin Donkey ID, they've been struggling, but these type of positions, they love to play them. They work out well for them. Voin Donkey ID currently still on 4 players. From the ditch, though, they have a lot of presence when it comes to that long-range firepower. Enigma Galaxy inside a Dip at the moment, holding this one out. Strong position to play, but you got to be massively on the swivel. And this is not likely to be in the next circle. It definitely could be, but with it being so far down towards the southwest, they will be praying for a circle shift going their way. Team Spirit slowly angling their way into position where they can drop the net on Enigma Galaxy and potentially catch them off guard.
Oh
my!
Big nade from Kaixei. Over towards Voin Donkey ID. They lost Vexy on the rotate. I was worried about their rear duo regroup, and it seems like that fear has come to pass. Unfortunately, could potentially be pretty devastating for them. DRX, they weren't able to stop that first duo coming through, but as soon as they had those sightlines established, they were ready for the second set of Voin Donkey ID players. And now they are down to 2, Zeta and Potato. As Zeta gets pulled out of the vehicle, DRX just being so brutal. Down shots on towards this position, and it's just Potato in the smoke with the shotgun. Looking to try and stay alive, but those smokes will fade eventually. And there's teams waiting in the wings to pull them down, but Revo for Alpha 7. A scout down to the south and up to the ridgeline. It's going to work out.
So is immediately is on the case, though. And that forces him back, which gives more time to DRX. For the rest of Alpha 7 starting to move down from that north side. Mafioso not at all close by. He's on the southern edge of Yasnaya, just peeking his way out, getting some information for the teams down towards that southern edge. Team Spirit still playing their cards right, just very safely down towards that south side. In purview, though, of the Falcons on the east, who are just making their way out from prison, so they do have that high ground to play around with.
The Falcons did manage to get that res earlier, Blank, so they're playing as 4 on the northwest corner of prison. Incilio going for a wide sweep around the edge. Thundertalk, probably the team that they're going to come into contact with here, with Guild on the far angle. Could potentially be a third-party situation, as Guild are very likely to want to move as well. Taking a look at the map feed, Voin Donkey ID do go down in a central position, and they wish that they still had that under control, because now it's Alpha 7 on the north, it's DRX in their compound in the Alamo.
And for DRX, strong spot for them. Looking like it will play out very nice. And again, once you get this spot and it's not been removed from you at this stage of the game, it becomes really strong. Fache up towards that top side, looking out over towards Guild. Azer doing his best, but it's not quite enough here versus 3TN. Incilio takes a pretty heavy hit, but nothing they can't stand back up from. In the meantime, RCB flying past the Thundertalks, getting ahead of them. How in the hell the Thundertalks let this happen?
I have no idea. I mean, it was a rotation, I guess, in parallel there. Thundertalk didn't have the sightlines established. They can't really step up. It's worrying, though, that they couldn't stop it. You're right. Alpha 7 on the north side, they've got the rooftops to play with. Mafioso is still in South George. The function of Mafioso in South Yasnaya, the function of his position is to keep that high ground and protect Alpha 7 from backstabs, right? For a team like Incilio or Guild or the Vicious, moving in from that east side, wrapping around, pushing into the north edge of their compound. Mafioso stays there. That option is removed because you cannot step up to that wall. You cannot establish a push, drop those smokes, take your time with Mafioso taking those shots. This is what Incilio are going to attempt now, and this is where Mafioso needs to come in clutch, but the blue zone's going to be pushing him as well, so needs to be very careful as to when he takes those peaks.
If Mafioso is basically an installed alarm system over towards that northern side, and The alarm is going to start blaring very shortly. In the meantime, Team Spirit rolling through over towards Dip. Pushing further forward over towards Influence Rage. This feels like a very, very dangerous rotate from Team Spirit. Kitsune might get left behind. The vehicle is smoking away, and you can see those shots absolutely blasting away at his team. But they make it in. Strong position to play from. Influence Rage might want to head on forward. But this is so exposed, John.
Oh, 4MV managed to thread the needle on the shot. That's from outside the circle blank. The vehicle has gone up, though, and there is cover now available for Team Spirit. They can just hunker down for a little bit longer. DRX not going to be flexing out from this one. They want to keep their building under control. There's too many people around them for them to actually be able to go and third-party this position. So it's only going to be nades that could potentially reach Kitsune, and he's already getting rezzed. So potentially a strong result. TJB want to try and challenge for this rotate, though. Thundertalk have taken heavy casualties in the meantime, and RCB want to capitalize. High in the compound will not hold it, and RCB with a fast roll down make it work. TJB trying to keep things together for the PEL squads now, because Thundertalk have been pushed down by the wayside. Nomi and Matic very low. Kitsune healing up, but TJB can't find that opening.
For TJB, it's a scary team for Team Spirit to go up against here, considering the fact that they are so aggressive. I think as soon as they got that first knock, saw that first knock go over towards Team Spirit, they were like, I'm going to push this, try and take a more central location. It was Nick actually to float on past Team Spirit, though, head over towards RCB, who just concluded their fight with the Thundertalks.
Nades cooking for RCB and for Enigma Galaxy. We've seen this bombardment from Enigma Galaxy before. They do like to invest these at this stage. A nade over towards Redox does connect from Wild. Looking to put a second down as well and chew through it. That is an excellent opener, but what more can they do now? Enigma Galaxy really want to take this under control. The circle gives them so much strength on this position, but they just need to lock it down. Unfortunately, two of their players have been knocked. I don't think RCB are going to invest any more nades here, so 4 players may be a piece for both of these two teams and a central roadside position.
Yeah, you leave it at that. I think for Enigma Galaxy, they try to crawl away from this one. Alpha 7 taking some long shots over towards Vicious, who are on the south side of Guild. Good shots as well, actually. They're from very long distance. For Team Spirit, as well as Influence Rage, they're essentially waiting for the circle to close, because right now, because there are so many sightlines on the edge of this circle, Team Spirit and Influence Rage's position, not necessarily the safest, but they will be come stage 5.
Ooh, a nade over the top from Axo. Able to find a player on the Vicious. Bronozin does get some healing done, but the vehicles are getting battered about by the nades, and so are the health bars. Guild able to move through, and that is the Vicious down from the northeast side. They cannot leave from that Heaven compound. And on the northeast, Guild find a little opening, but Incilio have taken the opportunity to move in front of this. Low HP, this is dangerous, they're getting pulled out. And it will be another elimination going through for Guild as they go down in the open. Unfortunately, the sightline's not playing well for them. That's Alpha 7 to chime in and trying to get that step forwards, but I just don't see it happening.
Good hold from Enigma Galaxy over towards the Falcons. They attempt to get a little bit closer. D Plus also holding on. Stalwart lead down towards the south side, where much of the action is taking place. And Alpha 7 might just hit a blinder here over on this northern edge. Able to play this game nice and slow outwards. Falcons now down to 1 player.
East on the east, just trying to keep himself together. See if we can keep it under control for the game. 4MV trying to make their way through, but Influence Rage now, with that point and against 4MV, are in first place. There is an overtake now as Influence Rage from the south edge look for D+ here as well. Nolbu just about able to sprint his way back to the rest of the team, a little bit closer to cover, but Influence Rage can continue this pressure. With Chips down on the off angle, D+ Kia are down a player. Influence Rage can start to exact control over it.
So that D+ we're able to get back into this one is very good, but like you're saying, Influence Rage controls a massive amount of land, but a great nade from Osal. Understanding the direction that Lorenzen's coming from, and he's completely separated from the rest of the team. Unlikely to get their player back up. And D+ can force the initiative.
Ooh, Fabian charges it down. over the side of the cliff there, and with 3 players, D+ clear, not out of it just yet. Nolbu gets the information on the push-up from Influence Rage to that ridgeline. Meanwhile, over on the west side, Team Spirit are still trying to rebuff TJB as the nades just bounce overhead, and Nomi once again fades the damage. Team Spirit did lose a player earlier, but now with TJB right on the edge, I think they're going to be starting to run dry on supplies. 676 has at least 1 more nade here. Team Spirit just trying to keep their heads down. If they stay alive, they have the edge of this circle.
It is so awkward here. I'm more worried about Doc, to be honest with you. He could be a massive outside chance. TJB slowly moving these vehicles up, and Team Spirit somewhat of a stranglehold over towards them. Luckily, though, DRX finds the angle from the sidelines. They pushed over towards the west, and that's 1 player down in Triple S.
They've realized, Blank, that there's no one actually pushing onto their compound. No one's threatening from the hill, so they can afford to flex out like this. And the nades are brutal to TJB. They are not getting 676 back up. There is no way that they're able to make that happen. And what do you do at this stage? It is pretty much done and dusted for TJB. They're locked down by the sightlines from Team Spirit and from DRX on the overhead crossfire. It's so difficult to make anything happen here, and I think that they are not long for this match.
Having the buggy as a way to scout out for these nades is so busted in this location. Longs are living as long as possible, but there are these shots going over towards DRX at the moment, so they have to be very careful. Nomi spots 1, but will go down as TJB holds on for a little bit longer, but there is a refrag. Question is, are there any smokes to get Nomi back up into the picture?
Big nade, overarm from Kitsune, doesn't find Flower, but his position is known. Everybody has sightlines over towards it. Nomi makes a smart crawl, knows that the ridgeline is covered off towards DRX, knows that he's isolated that angle as well that had threat towards him. And the regroup now from DRX leaves TJB's head spinning. Team Spirit may have just been thrown a lifeline by the flex out from South Korea.
It's a good play from Team Spirit, it has to be said. A Doc nade gives me the spooks. I think when you look at this, it looks bad, but for Team Spirit, they realize it's the only option they have. They just need to survive it. It literally is survival. RCB crashes through.
But they've still got 1 more to go. They find it. RCB with another roll down. Blank. They're up to 11 eliminations on this match. They have been sweeping, they have been aggressive, and they have been earning point after point. A fantastic push up the tables for the team from Turkey. I've been waiting for it. It's good to see it come through. On the northeast side, it seems like things have been isolated. And it was TJB to fall as well. So we're down to 5 teams. And out on the west, you've still got, is that 3? Yeah, 3 players from Team Spirit. As 4MV do finally fall. No eliminations, but a 5th place, it's not the end of the world.
We had 4 out of the top 6 in the top 5 of this game, which is somewhat surprising, honestly. It really does feel like those leading teams are starting to pull ahead a little bit now. Team Spirit down towards that southwest side, getting a little bit of damage done over towards DRX. The circle will close, and Team Spirit's gonna have to figure out their game plan going forward because their vehicles are shredded. D+ though now going up against RCB. Great nade, has to run away from it, won't quite take him down. Good reactions there from D+.
Team Spirit's cupboards are bare here with very little utility. You can see they are just running on fumes right now after their standoff with TJB. They expended all of their smokes to keep themselves safe. So really don't have too much to play with other than the magazines in their weapons. But that is still a fearsome prospect. If they can push up, if they can find an opening, they will take it. D+ Kia trying to handle RCB out on the east side. 4 players for RCB alive as Loxy tries to keep that suppression down. The wide sweep, and they love these vehicle roll-ups. Osal falls. Nolbu now the last to stand for them, and he's dancing around, but Sara takes his dinner away from him. Able to find the shutdown, and RCB up to 14 eliminations now, Blank.
14 elims. Top 3. What a game from RCB. Still 4 players alive here going forward. Silas just had his interview. A little bit of encouragement. You've done it before, you can do it again. He took that to heart.
Team Spirit, they found a vehicle from somewhere. dredged it from the depths. Digging deep on this one. Effect with, I think, the only nade on side. As they roll forwards, they managed to find the dip, and DRX really can't push out too far. The question is, what sightlines do RCB have over to this? The vehicle blockade continues as Team Spirit find it a little bit more. RCB up to the hill, over the top of DRX. Have they just given this presence over towards Team Spirit? It feels like they maybe have, but they've left the player out on the east side. Sara, the Lone Ranger. A little bit less easy to communicate with him, of course. That language barrier means you put him on an off angle. He knows what he's doing. He is that Lone Ranger, doesn't need to communicate as effectively. He can ping out those approaches, he can ping out those positions still.
Team Spirit has played in some of the most awkward locations of every single portion of these circles. They have literally never had a home. They're sleeping out on the benches at the moment, but they're still doing it. This is an unreal result for Team Spirit. A true test of survival for this squad. They are now in nade range, which is somewhat spooky.
It's basically a death sentence, Blank. At this stage, Loxy lands one on Kitsune's head and finds a second from Silas, sent his way too. The bouncers still continue, and Team Spirit have nothing. They have no answer to this. Their nades are completely gone. They blew them all earlier on that southwest hold.
They're playing for second. They got some more nades off of that ditch in the first place, but they're all on Nomi at the moment. But they have to essentially hope that by the time this circle closes in, DRX becomes the focus for RCB, which they should do from Alamo.
Hyunbin trying to jump peek the smoke there, Effect crawling up behind it. Those smokes are about to fade, Blank. They're about to disappear.
This is a great play. I really like this play, John. Honestly, getting Effect up to here to damage the exit here from DRX is huge, because it means that they're likely to go down first, and they're just hoping that Nomi lives long enough. Ooh. This is so good. The delay is massive. It doesn't matter that Effect's down. Like I said, this is a death sentence for DRX.
The blue zone pushes, and DRX need to find their way out. They have not got the pace. It would be a miracle to break free, but Nomi is still down there in the ditch. With RCB on 4 players alive, DRX just want to ladder up into second place. They've had a great game here, Blank. We may be redefining the top of the tables based on this. With 16 eliminations, RCB want to close this down on the 20 and see how much they can get. DRX moving out to a hail of fire, but it's not quite connecting here. Sara nearly running dry, but finally a spray down connects. One player falls for DRX, a second as well. That goes to Loxy. 2 players still trying to make their way through. The open smoke ground not going to be clean. Soaz goes down next, and only 1 player survives. It is Hyunbin. What can Nomi do to maybe get that second place? He's still down in the ditch. He's spotted the player, I'm sure.
DRX still 1 player left remaining. Like you say, Hyunbin's still up. And he will take him down. Nomi takes the second place. An unbelievable game from RCB. A survivalist performance from Team Spirit. 2 parallels in motion.
I'm not gonna lie, right now, I'm starting to wonder, will Sara start to learn Turkish? Because RCB is looking to dominate this lobby, potentially taking first place as we get into our leaderboards in a little bit of time. But Max and 7, Alpha 7, I feel like it could have been their game.
We're getting on a negative right away. I thought we were going to hype up RCB after that win. But yeah, this could have maybe been then 7, the Alpha 7 win. But look at the crowd, man. They are hyped for that RCB win. And
they have to be.
Sara was not even supposed to be in. He's like, well, I guess we win.
The thing is, with the performance, we were so blinded by what Influence Rage has been able to do so far today, that RCB has still been able to put up good performances. They started off the day with a great win, 5 eliminations. On top of that, they finished out with a 5th place, 5 elims. Every single match that we have seen out of this team so far today has been 5 or more eliminations, and now being able to get another win is going to be massive for that team. We'll get a chance to talk about Alpha 7, but I feel like we definitely got to give some props here to RCB, because we were wondering what was going to happen with Sara. How was the communications for that team going to end up working out? So far, it seems like they might have been able to figure out what they needed to do. The control that they were able to do in this circle, the pushes that they were able to do on Alpha 7 were so impressive.
I had so many questions also for Regnum Karo Brad going into these grand finals, because as we saw during the league stage, right? big improvement. They peaked kind of during the survival stage, and then it kind of slowed down and were outshined by especially Voin Donkey ID. But man, they just came in swinging today, and also got himself that chicken dinner early on Sanok. They're having such an amazing day here for Turkey. And Loxy, actually, I was a little bit sad during the league stage because Wild and Loxy were a little bit silent compared to their typical fragging role in their home.
It was Kimmy's.
Yeah, he was Kimmy's, that's not even here. It is good to see here Loxy in particular stand out with 11. Wait,
11.
Yeah.
Wait, did I read that right?
Yeah. No, yeah, you read that right.
He just
under 1,000 damage too.
Okay, now we need 12 to beat Ryzen, and we'll get there.
We've had 2 players already getting really close to trying to beat that record.
So I asked you guys a question earlier on about, you know, besides Influence Rage, who is the team that stepped up the most today? And you guys both went with D+. When I ask you that question again, is it RCB?
Well, maybe RCB.
Yeah, all right, maybe. I think we can change our
D+ actually performed really well that match. They ended up with 6 eliminations, a top 4 finish too. Now that we have Erangel out of the way, I personally saw the improvement out of this team that I needed to see for them to even try to challenge on tomorrow. Championship Sunday, they can try to make that push for that first place. D+, though, they need to be able to mimic what they were able to do yesterday going into Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, there was some really good stuff coming out from D+. If they can play Miramar even better, well, might have a back-to-back win on that map, we'll have to see. But here you go, 3 elims going over to Sarah, 4 for Wild, 11 for Loxy, and then just 1 elimination on the other side. But incredible match here. And actually, to bring it back to the team that you brought up initially here, Jason, Alpha 7. Alpha 7, I think, made major mistakes.
Yes.
Bring them Karabra, very quick to react to those mistakes of Alpha 7, right? And being like, oh, wait, this team is not taking the Northern Alamo Hilltop. Oh, they're just playing the field position. We got cars. The moment we get a knock off of that 3-1 split, we're going to full send it to clear the northern side. And that play alone here, 7, is what allowed them to get the win.
It is. I feel like Alpha 7, they would have went over towards the west of the circle. They have full control of the north as well. This was their match to win, especially if they would have played around. I mean, we just saw what RCB was able to do. RCB, they kept on just shooting at Alpha 7. They just kept on getting knocks, and they were like, you know what? I think we have to do it. I think we have to go for that full push. I think we have to eliminate them. Ultimately, it was the right decision, and this is when it ended up happening. It ended up coming down to McGrillen. McGrillen was almost able to clutch it up, but for Alpha 7, it feels like it's their storyline of this PMGC so far. Continuing to make the wrong decisions over and over again, Max.
It seems like right now we're just seeing quite a few misplays here. Though, sorry.
It's just complete opposite of last year, right? If you look at Alpha 7, they were leading the first 2 days, and they go into the final day, and that's where they started to slip. But right now, they've been slipping since day 1.
Yeah, and I think a comeback is going to be out of the question. I mean, you've got 2 Miramars, like maybe something big happens over there, but even then, I think that's
it's down to that, right?
Right now.
That's what we've been kind of agreed on. If we see nothing out of Miramar out of them, we're almost writing them off in our heads.
Yes.
I know I said I was going to wait until Miramar.
No.
I know I said I was going to wait
until Miramar. You think it's still
Miramar.
possible for them to do a massive comeback with 8 matches left?
With the way that they usually tend to perform Miramar, that's what I'm hopeful for, right? But I feel like we would have to see not just a win out of this team, we would have to see a convincing win with something along the lines of what we saw right now from RCB. Because now it's not just Influence Rage being able to push up. I mean, we saw what Influence Rage was able to do. RCB is playing really consistent. We could have the possibility of 4B finally waking up. Alpha 7 needs to do something. They need to do it in this next Miramar. If not, I'm going to just count them out.
Yeah, to take it over to another EMEA team here that also had a good game, it is going to be Team Spirit. I think we've been kind of critical today, right, 7, about their 2-2 splits. Here, they were playing shelter area, saw the circle go next to Alamo, like, okay, sending on to the southern side, you're going to be having Influence Rage, you're going to be having D plus Kia. We don't really want to take those interactions. We're just going to send it very deep and just hope we have a good dip. And their terrain knowledge, actually, south of Alamo was really on point. Take the cars, crash into rocks, and just bunker down in that position and hope for the best. And actually, thanks to that, Nomi also got the final elimination on the last play of DRX, snatched away a second place, and self-mollied to deny that elimination away from RCB. Again, we've seen it many times, right? 1 point can make a huge difference, especially at this level of play.
And some of the teams that I'm looking on this second page, going into Miramar, I mean, I'm going to be looking closely at what Enigma Galaxy is going to be doing when we do end up getting to Miramar, because RCB being able to jump up massively to first place with a total of 90 points. Influence Rage continuing on the performance, even though they did get eliminated earlier on, they do push up to that second place tied with 4MB. And 4MB, we need to see a reaction out of you. You guys have not been able to keep up the performances that we saw in day 1, but one team I do need to mention that I was trying to talk about, Enigma Galaxy. We don't even see them in this first page. Yesterday, they were not able to perform in Miramar. They ended up with 11th place, 4 eliminations, 12th place, 2 eliminations. Enigma Galaxy needs to have a massive performance in Miramar if they even want to get a chance to fight for that championship tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we hyped up also one storyline, which is Incilio does really good on Erangel.
Yes.
Miramar. Okay, the joke of like no hovercraft, we've done it multiple times, but
No
realistically, we need to see them step up significantly. I think in a similar vein to some other teams right now, Miramar's been really lackluster for this team. They're in a position where they can still catch up to top 5. We need to see them wrap up these 2 matches properly today.
They've been super consistent today, at least getting 5+ points in most of these matches. But like you're saying, if we see goose eggs when we get to Miramar, then there's going to be no chance for them, at least in our eyes.
Talk about goose eggs. That's what Alpha 7 ended up doing yesterday, and that's why I'm starting to just lose hope with Alpha 7 in regards to, okay, I keep saying, yeah, I'm going to win into Miramar, but with the mistakes that you have been able to point out whenever we watch the match, they didn't get any eliminations yesterday during Miramar.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe they need to spend some time at Qiddiya. The gaming and esports district and a world's first immersive gaming experience for both visitors and residents, where video game worlds come to life. And maybe they can get into the Pogi section here and figure out what they're doing right or wrong. You know what, Max? You do so many hand motions. I get to do one once in a while.
Yes, it's true. I'm happy you guys don't see it on camera all the time.
You know, don't worry. I'll record it and we'll put it up on Pentagon.
This desk is broken.
Well, also not to mention, we do have the Midnight Raven Enigma set available for you guys at home. The official PMGC themed skins. You can use the code 2024 PMGC to get 50 UC off with 10 draws in the lucky spin. Did you actually do your spins today, Max?
I have done my 10 UC free spin. Or it's not free because I was like 10 UC. But I got nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Well, you still have the background.
I got the background though. That's what I wanted. I got the background. I used all of my little coin tokens to get it, and it is sick. It is by far the best background I own.
And it goes nicely.
It is the coolest background.
And it goes nicely with your McLaren.
Yes, and very cool.
Yeah. Check out that collab as well, because you know what, Max, he's non-stop talking about every single day. He's like, Jason, I got the McLaren.
It's cool because now all my skins is like I have the pan of 2020 PMGC, I have the backpack of last year's PMGC, and now I have the background of this year's PMGC. It's all PMGC.
When are you getting the PMGC tattoo?
On your
2025.
2025. And that's the year you don't get to go.
Oh.
But as we look towards Miramar, obviously, it's going to be a very important year for all of these teams that we have been talking about. But there's got to be a couple other teams out there that you want to discuss when it comes to this map in particular. Obviously, we're talking about the lows out of some of these teams like Alpha 7, like Incilio. But what teams are you expecting to have good performances based off yesterday?
I want to see Voin be more aggressive.
Yes.
On the map, right?
They haven't done anything today.
Yeah, I mean, they got pushed up by, who was it? D plus Scared was scared of getting third partied at some point, and Voin just took it and just got completely obliterated. I want to see Voin on all the maps, but also eventually on Miramar, right, to be more confident and to claim control. We said it, right? When we say a team wants to be aggressive, it's not about taking fights. It can be just claiming control of a specific area in the circle to make sure you secure a win. So Voin, I'm looking at them.
They just haven't been able to put themselves even in a position where they can be aggressive towards the end of the day. We really haven't seen a great performance out of this team. Earlier in the day, too, we got a chance to talk with Defi in regards to some of the changes that they were going to be doing into Miramar. I'm really excited to see if they are going to be able to do that, because today, I mean, yesterday they were good in Erangel. They were so consistent in regards to eliminations. Whenever they did end up in a top 2 situation, they would always end up with 10 or more eliminations. Right now, we're just not even getting a chance to see any out of that from Void Donkey.
I mean, to be completely realistic now, as we go into the last 2 matches here of Day 2 of the PMGC Grand Finals, if Influence Rage and Regnum Carabra have another big game here, have maybe even another chicken dinner, like, it's going to be so hard to catch up.
It's true. They have the opportunity right now with these last 2 matches to create such a buffer that they can go in tomorrow, make mistakes, and still lift that trophy. Well, for Silas, a second time.
Yes, and I even say that maybe Sarah's going to be starting to look for an apartment in Istanbul.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm staying.
He's going to be enrolling in Turkish classes and just stay within the team, but obviously a very strong team. And honestly, a phenomenal performance considering the hardships they had come into with Razy not able to play. But you know what? Hardships aside, it's all about Miramar. It's all about these final 2 matches. And it's all about our 2 commentators with John Allen and Blank.
Will RCB be able to keep this momentum going? Because right now they look fairly indomitable, Blank. Over the course of the last few matches, they have had some pretty fast, aggressive roll-ups that have played very well for them.
It will be amazing. If they're able to continue doing this, I mean, I had hope for this team. It was looking a little bit dire going into those group stages, but if they're able to keep this up, Silas will be the only Western player to ever lift the trophy here at PMGC twice, which will be an unbelievable achievement for that man. I know he has hundreds, thousands, 10,000s of fans back at home, all cheering for him at the moment, and he really does need all that strength right now from those fans listening and watching this show, because RCB just continue to throw out good performances after good performances. And I think what's more stellar than anything is the fact that for RCB,
the fact that we're able to run up on any fight and win it is ridiculous, right? They are winning fight after fight after fight, and I think that confidence really will bleed over into Miramar.
I mean, you'd hope so, right? Get those roll-ups working, get fast on those vehicles, nice and hot-footed into those engagements. It's worked out well. For Silas to be able to do that, to lift that trophy twice as well in front of King, the other two-time champ in this tournament right now,
passing the torch,
feel
really.
pretty cool. Because at the moment, it doesn't feel like King's going to be able to get that. Thundertalk have not been as powerful as maybe they have done in their heyday. Not this time around. That limelight has been stolen away from them.
Yeah, I will say, for our PEL teams, the problem they have was a problem that they fixed, which is an annoying thing to say the least, because during group stages, I think they did a phenomenal job. The coaches and the team and the analysts were like, we have to play less aggressive. It is too much inside these lobbies. It's okay to do over in our own region where we can get more points off the back of it. But here they have to play less aggressive. They have to take their time with a lot of these pushes because people are absolutely looking for these third parties most of the time. So for PEL, they fixed those mistakes. They were less aggressive, more tactical, more deliberate in their approaches. We come to PMGC, suddenly they're making these wild plays all over again. And you just can't do that going into day two. This had to be, like the boys say on the desk, the day one of PEL teams. And it just hasn't. This looks much like the same that we saw yesterday.
I mean, if anything, it's the Turkish day one today, right? With RCB able to roll back on, and with a little dose of Japan as well added in for good measure.
They didn't do badly yesterday.
No, they didn't do terribly. You're right. But they definitely have shone today. 90 points now earned. We talk a lot about averages in terms of average score a lot of the time. They're not quite up at that 10-point average, but nobody's even close to them either. On 11 matches, they managed to earn 90 points. So a little bit shy of the 10-point average that we talk about for a clear winning performance. But at the moment, they are definitely looking to go pretty quickly. So I think it's like an 8.6 average, something like that. But either way, they will have a good time with it at the moment. Very, very far ahead in terms of that buffer zone, looking to keep things going.
And we will have an interview down on the stage in just a few short seconds, but it has already been a fantastic day of game today. I can't wait to hear from some more of the players and the teams over with Barney.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined alongside Defi and none other than Max, man. Defi, I gotta ask, going into the last two Miramars, you guys had a great performance on the last one, but on the first one you guys gonna struggle. What are you guys gonna be looking to do into Miramar?
We're just adapting to the lobby, right? And then we're trying to update our checkpoints in the early game. That's it.
Max? Well, I know that you and your team decide to go quite passive in these games, but I want to know if you get a bit desperate for points in a Miramar or other battlegrounds, are you going to be willing to switch it up and be aggressive or stick to being passive?
So I've been told to my players that if we have in the like 50-50 situation, I always try to rely them on to try to be aggressive. That's it.
Let's go. Love that.
Right on. Well, thank you, Defi. Thank you, Max. Back to us?
No, back to us.
Back to us, yeah. I think that interview was meant to have played between match 4 and 5, but we snuck it in during match 5. So there you go. A little bit of extra content for you here over on the stage. Sorry, Barney. No interview for you.
That's all right. He's spoken to Defi earlier. We heard from him as well. We've spoken a lot to Defi today, actually. He's a fountain of knowledge. But unfortunately, Donkey ID have not been able to profit from that today so much as they did on day one. Still, a couple of matches left to play. So from the north side here, currently around Torrejamara and Cruz de Valle up on the north side, Donkey ID will have to try and patch that back together. Just keep their cool, keep their calm, and approach this like they did day one. Find those openings that they're looking for. They have been found on rotates a few times today, Blank, and it hasn't been the greatest of results for them. So we'll see if they can patch things back together with the last two.
I mean, we look at a lot of these teams, in particular 4MV, yeah, 78 points. They are tied with Influence Rage at the moment, and it has been strong performances. That 33-point game definitely holding them up towards that top side. But again, I think that they were looking more for redemption than anything coming into PMGC after not quite making it through that last chance, but getting that one final ticket through to PMGC right before we started. And I think they've done well to patch up that reputation. I think if they've come into this and they were 15th, 16th place, we would have been very disappointed in them. But the fact they're in third, I think fans will be very, very pleased with that result. And they can always push it even further. All right, before that last game, RCB wasn't really close, and those two teams were leading the pack. We do have teams slowly falling down. Void Donkey ID, 62 points, weren't able to put too much up today. Team Spirit were able to claw back that 7th place. And both our South Korean teams in 5th and 6th. Really not doing too badly at all. And I think this year has definitely been the rise of South Korea. Some very, very strong performances from them so far. Team Spirit takes some shots off into the distance there. But again, another good game required, a couple of good games required here for Team Spirit if they want a strong chance going into tomorrow.
Currently sat 24 points behind on the match. And they will, you're right, need to eat into that buffer zone if they can help it. 12 points behind second place as well, with that extra gap up towards RCB in first. 4MV have managed to get to the south side of the Labendita crater, and they have got this oversight onto the center of it. Nobody playing in the middle of it just yet. Maybe see a few players later, but with the circle yet to close towards stage 2, it's unlikely that we'll see that happen anytime soon. Players will not want to commit to that central area. It's basically a commitment to stay there until someone either lets you out, which very likely won't happen, or you can fight your way through, which again, very unlikely to be able to act that one out. On the south side, Incilio, Improv Kings, trying to head up the east side of Los Leones, moving past teams like DRX, like Team Spirit, with their east duo set over on that side. The Vicious on the northeast with Influence Rage close by.
Next circle about to pop. Team Spirit's very split, by the way.
They're really split, 2 and 2.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, where Matic's currently playing is a good spot to be in on this next circle as well. But regrouping, not going to be easy. They really have put themselves between a rock and a hard place here. So we'll see what they can get done. In the meantime, Incilio down on that south side around Los Leones. Not an easy exit for them. TJB coming in from that western side. But like you say, up towards La Bandita, a tough spot to play in. But now that it's right on the edge, Falcons can now use that to their advantage. Peek over towards that north side. Try and hold out teams coming in through from Minas Generales. But RCB towards the center, taking a bit of a tumble in the eyes of 4MV.
First to go down, Silas, the potential 2-time champ himself. Wild still has a little bit of an answer though, and 2 of 4MV fall. Silas down, sure, but there's still plenty more gas for RCB. And they're burning away at these holes. DRX from the top of the hill there. They've got players running in from that east side as well. The Falcons are starting to take shots over this way. 4MV have been on this hold, but they've lost Doc now as Baron looks to piece them back together. Wild, the last to stand for RCB. Getting that first aid off is crucial for them to stay alive here and defend that first place spot.
Yeah, for RCB it's tough. The position they were in had overview from a lot of different angles. I don't think they expected as many teams to be in this area as early as they were. Yeah, this is that moment where RCB has to prove to Silas that they can play without him a lot of times, but slowly but surely they are losing more and more of their players here. Down now just to 2 with 1 downed. I don't think RCB will get too many more points on this game. Luckily they get 2 eliminations at least. Team Spirit were able to regroup somehow. I think they may have had to build a teleporter, but they've made it happen.
Yeah, they were able to move whilst 4MV, whilst Falcons and Thunder Talk and RCB and everyone was moving. They cut straight across that rotational path. They had 2 players in Matic and Nomi out on that east side to be able to regroup towards, so they didn't need to scout that position. Unfortunately, nobody from the east side pushed into it either, which is a good result, right? They managed to wend their way through that chaotic set of rotations. They took the time, the moment of opportunity that they had, and they were able to capitalize on that nicely, getting their way on in. But they are now out in the open. They are in a compound, sure, they're safe for the time being, but it's slightly to the northeast side. They should be in for a few more circles yet, but could come back to bite them.
It's one of the strong positions, though. It will definitely get them through that mid game because it's hard to assault that location. Influence Rage already went over and sniffed out the situation, and we're like, well, this is bad. There's already a team there. You need to get out of this one. So they do move back over towards that eastern side. So Team Spirit have a strong hold. So it depends on this next circle, like you were saying. It's fairly central, but it moving over towards that western side is a little rough. Though Team Spirit should be able to extract a lot of value. Key word is should.
It's not guaranteed. It never is. That east side, they want to be finding fights with teams like Influence Rage, picking off rotation points there, Alpha 7 and Void Donkey ID as well, closer over to Impala. As they rotate past, they're taking shots. The Vicious, who are going to be diverted south by Thunder Talk on that north edge, could also come into contact with this. So how many points can they get from this? I'm thinking that they're going to be seeing 3 points by stage 4.
DRX, good shots at the moment, but not quite connecting. Enigma Galaxy making a quick rotate back over towards that western side. There are the silos to play on the northern edge of Los Leones. A couple of open compounds. The fact that Lavandita's still involved is interesting. Galaxy not able to pick that one up over towards Enigma Galaxies. They were desperate to regroup there. They technically have a very strong spot to play in. Na'Vi up against the Falcons now. A good hit over towards them, but 6 is down.
Needs to land those spray downs, but not quite connecting. The nade over his way doesn't quite catch, and Flip is there for the rebuttal over towards top. A high nade coming out from 6 and a flex out from Falcons, putting action into the 1v1, but Icy falls on the top in the meantime. Puncher looks to rampage over the top, and Action does not win that trade out. The Falcons are falling short of the mark against Na'Vi, but there is still a little bit more to say. East over the top, the last player to stand for the Falcons, and doesn't get clipped. Where did that buggy go? It's down into the crater. He's potentially onto a 1v4 here, as East could just about survive. 6 down on the low ground, doesn't have the momentum to turn it around, doesn't find the swing to the jaw that he was looking for on the buggy, and Na'Vi lose 3 players.
Yeah, East just has the buggy skid over the top of his head. I mean, he gets a little bit of whiplash from it, but he will live for the time being. I think he actually got taken down shortly after that.
A third party.
That's so sad. Well, head strong enough to support the weight of a buggy, but not enough to support the weight of this team going down around him. Enigma Galaxy now taking up residence just underneath Lavandita, and I don't think Na'Vi's going to find too much luck getting out of there. Team Spirit tried to make a crossing. Wild and Loxy having none of it.
Void Donkey ID trying to make this same crossing as well, diverted a little bit further north and seemingly more successful in their approach. A lot of attention drawn to Team Spirit, and there's no way you get away with that one. Effect, Kitsune leave Matic alone now. If he can find a fight, great, but I don't think SnowX is going to let that happen. Steps forwards around the door frame, waiting for a teammate to back him up, going for the breach as soon as they have a little bit of cover. The Molotov on the ground floor, it's not even needed to go through the doorway. Instead, he burns down Team Spirit's house, and he will be able to take them out of yet another match blank. They are slowing down.
Yeah, it was a bold move from Team Spirit, massively, and I don't think it was the right play. I think it was a miracle anyway that Enigma Galaxy were able to get through, but no more than that. I think Team Spirit's prayers just weren't answered in that moment to be able to move on through. They had a full-on two-way split there going from Enigma Galaxy. It was a very good setup actually to prevent teams from getting over towards that location, and Team Spirit just get caught in that crossfire. So again, another game where Team Spirit do not find too many points, and we're looking further and further up the tables now for our potential victors. Concilio as well as Influence Rage still going. Influence Rage, the most healthy team, and RCB once again are holding on. This is an unreal result.
Another big game. If they can put up 10 points here, Blank, it is phenomenal. That would put them up to 100 points on the tournament after match 11, which would be phenomenal to see as a result for Turkey. Alpha 7 on the southeast side. They do have 4 players, Blank, but they're not in the zone. They've got to move around this really difficult ground to navigate on the northeast edge of Los Leones. The mountains, very, very dangerous. Incilio have high ground against them. 4MV as well, with their remaining players, have the compound a little bit further along the road. There's no safe approach, but I think crashing into 4MV is probably the only option they have left to them. Mafioso goes down, though, and that's going to make it so much harder.
Some big support for Alpha 7. McGrellin down towards that southeast side. Still trying to make the way through. They will get the res off. A lot of teams injured here. Thundertalks moving over towards the Vicious, who just cannot get a game in.
And Vicious will be pulled apart at the seams, it seems, on the northeast edge. The Vicious fall. And the res can come through for Thundertalk. They now need to move in towards the west side, but that rotation has been difficult for the teams that have done it before them. Voindonkey ID have managed to find, well, haven't managed to find anything on that. The Team Spirit's approach from the east also cut short. And now it's Thundertalk's turn to try and take it down, as well as Alpha 7 from the south side of that.
For Alpha 7, this is their big chance, really, had they head up towards that north side. But they're heading up towards Thundertalks and Influence Rage. This is a tough fight for Carrillo and Mafioso to find themselves in going forward. But this is the beginning, right? It's the first steps for Alpha 7. Down in 13th place. Get themselves out from that unlucky number.
Necessary, though, to put up numbers here with Revo going down to the blue zone, leaving one behind. Not great news. Alpha 7 take a knockout in the open on this approach, but they've still got 3 players, but that may go down to 2 if King has his way. There's a lot of damage sent on in, immediately following it up with a nade before that first aid can pop, maybe able to catch him, but no, McGrellin, fancy on the feet, able to retreat in time and treat his wounds there with the rest of the team surrounding him. Molotovs, nades, ordnance sent through for Thundertalk to try and keep this pressure up. Alpha 7 suffering here in Influence Rage, all the while getting surrounded. They've allowed these 2 teams to move in front of them.
I mean, Alpha 7 working hand in hand with Thundertalks. Electricity starts to crackle on this side of the map. Influence Rage trying to weather it at the moment, ground themselves. In comes the nades, though. Fortunately, one goes down to begin with. Diego takes a knock himself. Alpha 7 similarly suffering. Carrillo cannot make his way in, and King strikes.
Will get taken down in response, but that is resable. Influence Rage low on the inside, looking to try and get that res. Laura's in the only sightline. That allows Thundertalk to get their player back up and in action. With 5 eliminations, this is a chance for them to sweep through on the northeast side and get a strong game. We talked about it being last chance for Alpha 7. We're talking about that for Thundertalk as well, with Law getting clipped off the rooftop as well. Lorazin and Diego, the blue zone pushes, and out of the door they have to go, but there's nowhere that is safe for them. The high ground from Huai is going to look strong for it too. Lorazin low but heals. The res could potentially come through. Influence Rage with one last chance to turn around this corner and turn this fight around too, but AJ is too quick with it. The spray down onto Diego. Now just one more player remains, and Thundertalk are up to 8.
Mechanical skill on display here from Thundertalks is marvelous. 8 eliminations on the game. Fantastic stuff, great setup. And this is that tactical behavior we want to see from those PEL squads. Already, they look so much better because we actually get to see those tactics in action during that mid-game. Getting to stage 5. DRX, Kaiksei, down that south side, South Korea battling off against one another.
Same idea as to how to approach this circle, it seems, but no, not both of them can fit, unfortunately. Nolbu, dangerous nades in his way, but just about stays alive. However, the damage is there, the vehicle smokes, and the blue zone's right at his back. Needs to be careful on this rotate. Hyunbin has the angle, just about gets to cover, but there's still more to worry about. Kaiksei just above him. The vehicle's up in smoke now. It's exploded. No chance to rotate into that one. And Kaikse has the nade, cooking it. Not too long on it, just overhead, and if he hadn't got the heal off, Nolbu might have been down there. Osal across the way, not going to have an impact. Kaikse bobbles one down slowly, doesn't quite get down far enough to take the damage.
Nolbu currently out mental gaming DRX. Stopping and starting staccato gameplay. Osal can provide support from this position, but in comes the rest of DRX. D+ looking to hold on. Nigma Galaxy, what a game from them so far. Serious control from that northern side. In the command center right now. Guild, Tongjibao on the northwest will have to move in, but this ridge side is becoming more and more of a feature here in this endgame.
Nigma Galaxy, you're right, they are just in such a strong compound here. The position to the south of the Labandita crater. Na'Vi, by the way, still alive after their fight earlier with Falcons that went very awry, I think it's safe to say. Hang on a minute, Nolbu steps up around the side, pushes back into DRX territory, and on the south edge strikes up to the top of the container now. A little bit overexposed for his liking. The nade goes up high, doesn't quite connect either. QXZ doesn't have Hyunbin's angle to play around just yet. He's repositioning just a little bit to try and find a favorable spot for it. But Nolbu is sending the smoke around the other edge, stops that peak on the left side for DRX, and that allows Nolbu a little bit more maneuverability. He's got Osal to play with as well, but he just backs it off. DRX got to be slowed down and see if they can get away from this high ground as well. A little bit more favorable of a route for the remnants of D+ Kia.
Yeah, for D+ realizing this is a good opportunity to leave. In come the nades over towards RCB. This is from 4MV, the last two players. Some revenge here after two of their players were taken down early. Loxy on minimal HP steps up to the smoke. Now this is a challenge and a half.
I don't think he's up to it. No, he won't be. 6 elims for 4MV. With 5 elims for RCB, they will fall down 9th place, so still a little bit of a gap, still a little bit of a path ahead of 4MV, but Thunder Talk are here to play. A third party as Doc falls first, and King rallies round the low ground. Turning around behind Baron now, they're looking to dethrone him, and it will be King to take him down. A lovely little turnaround, and Thunder Talk open up the east side to a 10 elim game.
Now we're starting to have a conversation here. For Thunder Talks, moving through on that eastern side. Triple S doing his best to hold out versus D+, who have a player down, but D+, white knuckle grip on this game, refusing to give up.
With Nolbu left, he's been plenty cheeky on this south side against DRX, and I don't think Triple S could step up to go for the challenge. Unfortunately, Osal will fall and leave Nolbu alone. The south side of the road is still in the circle blank, and as long as DRX don't peek back over it, he might be able to survive a little bit longer. But look at Soaz, off in the distance there, that high ground, and he may just spot Nolbu. TJB are really at risk from DRX as well if they step up on that ridgeline. But all of this is being held out by Thunder Talk, by Nigma Galaxy.
This endgame is going to go down between Thunder Talks and Nigma Galaxy. At the end of the day, Thunder Talks will lose one member over that eastern side, dropping them down to just 3. I think that might have been from Kaikse on that high ground, down towards the south. Circle moves north. As the furthest we've seen Guild into any of our matches. 6 versus Nigma Galaxy. Will not find it. Nigma Galaxy removes the thorn from that north side.
That should be Reservoir, but they've not got a lot of time. 30 seconds before the zone closes, and they'll need to get Ralph back to his feet, play up back towards that ridge of Labandita, get back into their compound, because they need that control that has been afforded to them for so long. TJB still stuck on this roadside. Nolbu not helping that. They know he's here. They are really wanting his position, his presence to be known, and hope that DRX can take it down for them. That would allow TJB more lateral movement to move up towards the north side. Nolbu steps up for the spray, the nade over the top. And finally, he's taken down. It is TJB and Thunder Talk, our 2 teams from PEL to play on opposite sides of the circle right now and look to last this one the distance.
It's slower gameplay. Like I said, it's more deliberate coming through from the 2 PEL squads. It's a massive change of pace.
And honestly, I think that most of that can be just defined by Miramar, right? It's a symptom of the map because there's longer rotates need to be made. On Erangel, it's far easier to run into a team earlier on and make those wild plays that open up the third parties. But for PEL, I think Miramar is allowing to see the potential of slower gameplay.
We can only hope that they can keep this pace up. But what's interesting is a lot of the points from this match are going to go towards the bottom of the tables here. And that's going to really exacerbate the problem of how close everything is towards the top. With RCB so far ahead as well, that's just going to make things all the more interesting moving into the last game of the day and into the last day of the tournament tomorrow. I'm excited to see what it's going to shape up like, but we're going to keep on board with this match. 2 players now left for Thunder Talk with 10 eliminations found. They're going to crash down towards Narvalo. The rest of Enigma Galaxy is there, and Narvalo's going to send them back around. Ralph, though, in danger. Xing has to step back into the blue, and I think this may be as far as they can go. 5th place found. The blue zone comes and sweeps them aside. A great result, though, and potentially a morale booster. Enigma Galaxy back to their compound, but now they've got neighbors.
DRX have played a strong game here from that south side, slowly making their way through. And we talked about the silos very early on in this game, and they took control of them very, very early on. And it's worked out well. Guild have moved over towards Enigma Galaxy, holding them out slightly. Currently have 1 player down. DRX knows the team off towards that western side that took care of D+ for them. We'll need to be aware of that. Shots immediately going through to Longs as soon as he tries to make that rotate. Exo carrying the corner. Enigma Galaxy need to clear him. Kaikse finding Narvalo on the front line.
Excellent little opener there for Guild, but their backline is shredded. Exo now the last to stand, and Ralph handles it. Narvalo's down shore, but DRX now on the south side do not have as much control as TJB do, Blank. The bottom of the tables for PEL looking to try and stand up tall and put themselves back in the race. 4 players alive, 4 eliminations as well, racking up that 5th and over towards Enigma Galaxy. They extend their line, a 2-2 split, and it's working wonders. 6-7-6 spray down onto Kaikse, and DRX fall in their face.
This is a great result from TJB. Starting to push on forward, 6-7-6 rolling down that hillside. DRX are out, up to 8 eliminations now for TJB as they continue forward over towards Enigma Galaxy. Slightly injured, 3 players. TJB looking for a big win for the team.
Enigma Galaxy regrouping in the face of the assault here. The low ground sweep around from 2 players from Tongjiabao. The nade over the top from Flower. If it lands on the mark, it's all over, but it's got to split the difference on the first one. Not quite connecting. Actually, that's a lot of damage over towards Redox. Looked like it wasn't quite going to land, but turns it around. Enigma Galaxy do not have any movement to play around with. Look at that high ground from Longs and Triple S. There is nothing that Enigma Galaxy can do about this. They need to pull off some miraculous shots to get away with this one, but for all intents and purposes, it should be done and dusted. With 8 elims found, 3 more left to go, 11 elims, a 21-point game could be up for TJB.
TJB, the crowd on their side right now, pushing them forward, down, over towards Enigma Galaxy. Snowick sending nades out, off into the distance. Unknown presence off on the other side of this slope. As TJB closes in. Flower up towards that front line.
The shotgun around the side, the UMP and the pump action around the edge. Enigma Galaxy need to hold their ground now. Try and trade off these angles, but it's not going to work for the first. The second, a little bit more ropey, but it's not going to matter. TJB take it down. 11 elims, 21 points, and they are back in the race.
Triple S taking them for a victory. The triple threat onside. Great performance from Tongjiabao.
Game with a ton of eliminations behind this, but obviously the movement that we saw to these 2 teams max was really the highlight.
It was a PEL Miramar game, and it was one for the history books right here. Maybe a little bit of an ascent to the top is going to be starting off in this game, but Matt, ThunderTalk, sure, TJB won the game, and we have to highlight them in how they moved around the map. There was so many good macro plays, but ThunderTalk, they just said, hello Brazil, good night Brazil, eliminated Influence Rage and Alpha 7 in one clean swoop after they got initially third-partied by Alpha 7. ThunderTalk were just on a different level here, wow.
And with Alpha 7, I mean, I feel like this, I wanted to see what they were going to be able to do here in this match. And as much as it pains me to say this,
not much.
Their dreams and hopes of being able to become the PMGC champion, at least from my take, it is just going to be way too far. The gap is just way too big for this team.
Well, and here you go, Long's going to be the MVP of the game. And we were looking at the position of TJB at the end of this game versus Nigma Galaxy. They had a decent ridge, but the reason why Nigma Galaxy could not do much is thanks to Long's angle on top of this ridge, sending the 3 players down in the valley to take care of Nigma Galaxy, was pretty much helping to make sure that he keeps the rest of his teammates safe in that transition.
And Max, we've been talking about it the past 2 days. In situations like this, you need to be able to be aggressive towards the end of the match. We criticized what Wohin was able to do. I feel like TJB played this out perfectly because of that angle from the player from Long that he was able to get. It allowed his teammates to just push up. That's exactly what you want to see out of a team here at the end, being able to clutch up that win. Could this be the bounce back that we've been expecting and hinting at the whole time from TJB?
I mean, look at that spread, man. Everyone was putting in some work. Longs, Flower, SSS, and 676 were doing so much heavy lifting here all together. And it's mainly off of the back, actually, 7, of this transition in the mid game ahead of D plus Kia and DRX. They go north of them in the field, north of the road, and it just pretty much shuts down the entire South Korean rotations in this game and gives them an access to this high ground that, as we saw, was the game-winning position.
And in regards to DRX, I gotta give him some props because this team, I mean, they were looking at ways to get into that circle. They were looking at rotations as well. They decided to back away from a fight with D plus Kia because they thought that TJB was gonna end up eliminating them. On top of that, they decided to just go more towards the east and ended up eliminating ThunderTalk Gaming. For DRX, for this South Korean teams, like, this is what you want to see. We've seen it from D+, now we're seeing it from DRX.
We finally got to see Guild as well, finally getting towards one of these later stages and able to break the top 4 for, I think the first time, if I'm not mistaken, but obviously when it came to them up against Nigma Galaxy, they couldn't really battle out against them. I do want to talk really quickly, though, about ThunderTalk, and you kind of described it a little bit, taking the eastern side. They cleared out the Vicious before, right, Max? And then we obviously saw them clear out, inevitably, Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. But I kind of want you to explain, yeah, and I kind of want you to explain, like, the route they were going for, what the intention was, because we did see Influence Rage specifically go from inside the zone towards this little compound that ThunderTalk just left.
Yeah, so to like lay down the groundwork of this fight, pretty much what happened, ThunderTalk were fighting Vicious onto an eastern compound, which at that point was a decent compound. And Influence Rage wanted to play one of the ridges around La Bandita. The main issue is the angle that ThunderTalk had at the time pretty much negates that high ground position on top of the ridge of La Bandita. So Influence Rage do the very natural decision, I would say, try to third party that fight of Vicious versus ThunderTalk and then claim that ridge of Bandita. But unfortunately, ThunderTalk had different plans in mind.
Yeah,
and Alpha 7 also tried to third party it, but even that third party was not enough to get rid of ThunderTalk.
And I kind of want to shift to a team that I was talking about before we ended up heading into the actual first Miramar that just happened. It was going to be none other than Nigma Galaxy. I was a bit critical in regards to their performance of what they were able to do yesterday. It was nowhere near of what we just saw out of this team. The way that they were able to just pretty much control a lot of the circle. They had so much control that Raouf even got a chance to go loot one of the airdrops.
I don't know if I would say the word control, that like Nigma had control of that circle. It's more like they were playing a lot of dips. Nigma Galaxy's terrain control, by the way, fantastic this game. But those ridges just kept them safe until the late game, and that means they had a lot of resources available at the time to then take late game fights. But as we mentioned, Longs' ridge angle to keep his teammates safe was like the closing decision that allowed them to get the win.
Well, it wasn't even just that, because before that happened, they had to run down this little mountain, this little hill.
Here, yeah.
And we had a 2-2 split that you were looking at out of TJB that allowed them to actually push down like this without really getting punished by Nigma Galaxy, because they would have a different angle to punish, or to obviously, you know, eliminate them, or at least get the knocks onto them.
Yeah, exactly. It was a 2-2 split. They had 2 players on the high ground, 2 players sending it down here. And once they had 2 players down, they're like, we're going to send a third and only leave Longs on top as a scout, and also to keep that ridge in check, which at the end rewards them with a chicken dinner 11 elimination win also on top of that. So, man, TJB, how high can they climb?
Well, 7. I mean, you did kind of count out some of these teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards here. And now you're kind of putting TJB potentially back into the mix of maybe this is a team that could take the title. My question is, Alpha 7, What if they have a game like this in the last match? I mean, wouldn't that just be the turnaround for you?
It's a bit
as hopeful as I want to be, and as big of a fan as I am of Alpha 7, and I've been supporting it all these years, I think it's just too much of a gap, especially with how some of the other teams are currently playing. Not only would they have to get a convincing win here in this last Myanmar that we're going to be going into, but tomorrow they would also have to back up the win that they get on this last match with a couple wins as well. And with the way that the team's playing, with the mistakes that they've been making so far, I just don't see it happening. A big question mark that we have had this whole time. I was talking about Nigma not having good performances here in Myanmar. Void Donkey, Incilio too, Max. Incilio just continuing the bad streak that they have had in Myanmar.
I don't even have anything to say really about this team in this game because we just didn't see them. They were out really, really early in this match, unfortunately.
That's
and that's
3 for 3, 0-point games on Myanmar.
I mean, we've been seeing these blue arrows of them going down a few times throughout the day, so it's very unfortunate. Though 4MV able to overtake actually Influence Rage here in the second position. So, man, it is going to be close between those 3 teams right now. But DRX, with a game they just had, another game like that, and they could be, for the first time, I believe, of these grand finals, up in top 3.
And for 4MV, I mean, we saw them get into an early engagement with RCB too. They didn't end up getting the placement points that we wanted to see, but in that last match, they did end up with 6 eliminations. We always talk about teams, what are you going to be able to do whenever the match doesn't end up going your way? Well, guess what? They were able to at least save some face.
7.
Oh no! Don't tell him. Don't tell him, Jason. That's gonna hurt his feelings.
I haven't said this whole time today at all, and I told Max that I wasn't gonna say it, but Max, Alpha 7 in 15th place. I wish you would have picked somebody else.
Yeah, you wish, but unfortunately, I can't change the past.
I mean, to be fair, right? I feel like normally, like day 2, you've already had their jacket or like their jersey with you. Maybe it's actually your fault right now, 7.
Oh, let's shift the blame to 7.
I like show up tomorrow with the jacket, with the jersey, with the underwear, everything possible.
Socks.
Yes, socks.
The full orange.
I mean, to be fair, right? There's a couple other teams, obviously, Falcons. I mean, I think we had a lot of questions about how they would perform in the grand finals. We had a lot of questions in league stage as well with the performance in group stage, considering what we saw at CSA. But Falcons, for them, I mean, you cannot have another 98-point day on the final. I mean, you probably could.
I mean, they can.
You probably could. But I don't know what's going on with this team. And we expected, I would say, pretty confidently that we expected more out of this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a team that we expected, especially at the end of CSA, where we were a bit doubtful in the earlier stage of this year, right, for 2024.
Well, I think in spring, summer, we were like, okay, they can do really well in PMWC, and then it
start of the full season,
tanked.
and then it came back towards the end. But after that 98-point game, we're like, oh, Falcons, are they back? And no, they're
earlier
not.
You were asking, are we going to be seeing anybody from the team Team Falcons step up? I was hoping that it was going to be top. We haven't seen anything out of these players, and if it wasn't for the last chance final day performance, I wouldn't be counting them out right now. I think if this team, with what you were saying in regards to Alpha 7, if Falcons is actually able to put up a good performance with what they've been able to do before, they can definitely try to make a push there towards the championship.
Well, we know one way to make that push is with their Infinix GT20 Pro device that gets them that dual chipset with 144 Hz and 120 FPS as well, and they can play like the pros, like we know they can be, if they can just seem to bounce back here in this final game. Of course, you still have that desktop. It's a picture of who?
You don't want to show it?
No, it's of 7.
It's me. 7. It's I'm giving it for the entire day. I change it once per day. Do you want to be the wallpaper tomorrow?
Yes.
I think my face might break the phone because it's pretty bad face.
Oh, okay.
I like the outfit that you got going on today.
Turtleneck. You don't know what I'm wearing tomorrow.
Oh,
turtleneck?
Well, we don't know. We'll find out. But one thing I will wear, at least when I'm playing in PUBGMOBILE right now, is this turtleneck because the Ice Mire Frontier is here with the Frostborn Dragon. You can head into the game right now and go fight that dragon. Get yourself some sweet rewards, especially with those Frostborn Dragon scales. The best event we have seen to date here out of PUBG Mobile. You are not going to want to miss this, so make sure after PMGC is over today, go check it out. Not right now. We want you to hear what we have to say and, of course, see the final match of the day. Not to mention some 1v1 show matches after the show finishes.
Ooh. Little boy. Keep winning, please.
Maxman, break your streak of predictions.
My one correct prediction is Little Boy is going to win the whole thing.
What was it?
Yay?
1 for 6?
Yes.
Yesterday?
Yes.
I feel like you'll.
And that's better than all my predictions I've ever done. Like, I'll take it.
It's kind of true, actually.
Yes,
but as we are about to head into our last Myanmar here, I mean, obviously we're expecting and hoping for a lot of these changes. So 7, you said, just to go back to it and circle back really quickly, Alpha 7, if they don't have a good match here, actually, no, you said you're counting them out already.
I already counted them out.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm never going to lose faith in Alpha 7 because if they come back, I'm going to look like a genius. But some teams that are coming back, as we saw, obviously the 2 PL teams. And we said before, the real day 1 for these teams is day 2. Maybe it's the second half of day 2, but they need to do it again, right? We saw some move up, some jump in the leaderboard. Thundertalk didn't move at all, if I'm not mistaken, even with the eliminations they got.
It's actually the first Miramar of day 2 that's actually the real day 1.
It's the real Sandhawk of
Thunder Talk is currently 54 points away. I don't see that happening with Alpha 7. They're currently 45 or 55 points away from the first place. TJB, I mean, being able to close that gap, they do push themselves up to 57 points. Overall, something that I do want to mention that I was hoping we would see like a bit of a follow-up coming into today was Void Donkey. They have been absolutely non-existent. This was just such a surprising team from what we saw, just their whole path, from league stage, going into survival, going into last chance. I was really hopeful with what we saw yesterday. Today, we just really haven't even gotten a chance to talk about them, Max.
Seven, unfortunately, we're seeing the same kind of approach they had in day one, which is send it center and just hope for the best. And unfortunately, hoping for the best in this type of lobby, well, you don't want to let the other teams make decisions for you. And unfortunately, if they see you, they're going to take you down. We said it many times, I want to see them be more aggressive, but I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon in this match, at least. I think maybe that could be a last-minute change tomorrow, but they're sliding so far down, and the top teams keep getting so many good games that they're going to start to fall out of relevancy for that trophy.
I feel like this could be a great match to just set the tone for tomorrow, especially for those teams that are currently towards the top. RCB, 4MV, Influence Rage. If Influence Rage can finish off the day today with a great performance, that would be fantastic to just set themselves up. It wasn't just the first 3 matches. They were also able to follow it up towards the end of the day, and they could be that big question mark going into tomorrow. And then you have some other teams, right? Incilio, Max, we need to see something out of Incilio here in this last match. It cannot just be Erangel.
I'm sorry to say, we've had 3 right now. I don't think we're going to see it.
If we're talking about the biggest surprises in PMGC so far, obviously Void Donkey being the team from SCA, seeing Incilio be one of the best teams from CSA, previously known as AOR, we never would have expected that. Even looking back to the watch parties that we did, Max, for them, in my books, if they don't have a decent Miramar here, I would count them out of ever lifting that trophy here at PMGC 2024.
Nah, the end of day 2 is a waste of time in any year's PMGC, right? We're going to be starting to count out teams, and we're going to say the trophy is realistically between like these amount of teams, and I think going in the pre-show tomorrow, we can say, okay, realistically, these 5, 6, 7 teams can gun for the trophy. The rest is just to try and improve your standings in the rankings and get as many extra dollars as you possibly can in your game.
Also makes me kind of sad looking at another team, Na'Vi. I mean, we talked about at the start of the day, Max, you even predicted it when we saw Lemon playing. You were saying he's easily going to be picked up by a better team. He's easily going to become a player that you have to watch out for this year, next year, whatever it might be. But I feel like Lemon and Na'Vi in general have just been quiet.
They have been. It's been very edge focused on their game, and they're just not willing to take fights early compared to a lot of the teams that go for the win, like your Regnum, Karabraz, your Influence Rage. They take these early fights sometimes if they have to try and gain control of Circle. We haven't seen it just yet, and I think it is getting a little bit late as they currently stand in, I believe, 11th position, right? So they are not looking too good, though. As a prediction going in this last game, I would love to see another good game from DRX. We've seen them, I think, improve quite a bit as the matches go on in these grand finals. If they get another good game like we just witnessed, you don't have to get a win. Just like a good top 5, top 3 with a few eliminations, they could breach top 3 and actually contend tomorrow to take the trophy back home to South Korea.
For DRX, if we want to see them contend, I mean, I don't just want to see a placement finish. I know you're talking about that team being able to do a good performance here going into the last Miramar. I want to see them being able to surprise us in regards to eliminations. I want to see that wow factor that we have seen already out of 4MV. We know, even if they come down to the last game tomorrow, if they're maybe 15 points behind, we know that they can definitely put up some great performances. Right now, DRX is sitting with 45 eliminations, and you have a team in Cilio following you up with more eliminations. You have D plus Kia following you up with even more eliminations. And then if we go towards the second page, there's some teams that are very close. I feel like the firepower for DRX needs to be bigger.
I agree, because if you look at where they get most of their points, they got 33 placement points, which is actually one of the top stats in placement points in this lobby. You, of course, have 35 for Team Spirit. You have then 32 for...
It's more than RCB.
Like, the placement points are good. Their rotations are good. They get to the late game more than enough. But as you said, we need to see more eliminations, more aggressivity. And if they do that, that could be the position for them to push themselves up in first place.
The reverse IHC is what I'm hearing.
Yes, it is pretty much right now, yeah.
That would be kind of funny to have back-to-back PMGCs. One team winning based off eliminations, one team winning off placements. Well, I mean, they obviously do have the chance. And the thing is, this final match of the day, obviously, it's not the end of PMGC, but it's pretty much the end of where your chances can realistically lie in getting yourself that trophy, taking home the glory, flaring up and being the one of 2024, going into 2025 on a high note. But we are going to be heading to this last Miramar of the day. John Allen and Blank, it's going to be a crazy one, and honestly, there's a lot of teams to keep our eye outs on. Let's see what's going to happen.
And for the last time today, we will be sending ourselves over the desert. We will certainly be keeping all of our eyes on every single team. Blank, I've actually had to grow 15 extra eyes to make sure I'm catching every single bit of action as is about to unfold. From La Coberia down towards Partona on the plain path, straight down the middle of Miramar.
What should 17-5 for?
That's the score tables.
That's good. That's good. I respect it. I like that. But yes, we're heading into our final Miramar of the day here, where we will be seeing how things break out before the last day tomorrow. Our teams will make their final push for the top of the tables and a chance at lifting that trophy. Heading from the Coberia down towards the south side of the map. I think it's the first time in a while we have seen the start of a plane on the northern side of the map as well. So this made me feel a little bit upside down for some of our players as they all jump out of the plane. Some teams definitely need to get a good amount of points off this match to just put themselves up towards that top side of the table so they have a chance tomorrow to catch up, because 6 games to make it happen, it is very, very tough.
And the tables at the top, the gaps keep on shrinking and they keep slowing down. They stretch out and then they condense. This accordion style at the top is not healthy for the nerves, certainly. But that is what a champion is made of. Strong nerves of steel and ice-cool temperament.
So much unfortunate for Team Spirit, I would say as well, considering that they would have had Chumasera, if not for 4MV. This time around, they had to play a little bit further over towards that northeast side in Picardo. RCB fairly close by to them on that western side. Yeah, if we look at the totals of the tables, about 80 points, 70 to 80 points is where you want to end today to have that big chance going into tomorrow. So the teams that we'll be looking at is Voin Donkey ID, Team Spirit, potentially Tongjiabao.
They need to stand tall in this last game. They need to keep themselves calm, cool, collected. And if there's someone that knows how to do that, Blank, well, that would be the Ice Warrior himself, Hafthor Bjornsson.
Welcome back to the grand finals of the PMGC here in London. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some amazing stuff.
Sorry, Seven, I think he's a little bit out of your league. Hafthor, thank you so much for being here at the PMGC Grand Finals. It's honestly unbelievable. How are you enjoying the event so far?
I'm loving it so far. It's amazing. It's so cool to be around all these professional gamers. They're doing so well.
They really are. Now, for context, for those of you at home, I'm 6'2". I'm one of the taller talent that work here at PMGC. So that's some pretty good context, I think. Now, I just wanted to say that competing at the highest level is something you're obviously familiar with, and mentality plays a huge role in that. A lot of these players need to stay in the strongest mentality that they can when they're competing on the main stage. How do you stay mentally strong, and what advice would you give them?
You know, I'm a huge believer in preparing yourself well before an event like this, and I truly believe these guys, you know, live and breathe this, you know. So just being prepared, making sure that you're getting enough sleep, because your head is not going to be on point if you haven't gotten your at least 8 hours of sleep. So, you know, just those, you know, important things, you know, nutrition, sleep, and preparation. You know, these things are key to become a successful, even in this sport.
Yeah, they're vital, 100%. Now, I actually have a son. I have a 2-year-old, and I would love to see him, you know, compete at this level, or, you know, I know that when he's older, he'll be exposed to video games, and I'm sure that he'll love them. I know that you also have kids. Are they aspiring gamers, or how would you feel if you saw your kids performing on this stage?
You know what? My son is 4-year-old right now, and he's, you know, I'm a gamer myself, and I sometimes play games, and I usually play games when he's sleeping, but if by any chance I'm playing and he sees it, he's like, what's that? Super excited. And of course, I'd be super proud if he would ever become a gamer. You know, gaming has done and did a lot for me in my younger years. I used to play a lot when I was younger, and it's just grown so much for the last 2 decades, you know.
It has indeed, and it's absolutely phenomenal to see how it's scaled up and see this event itself. And you know what? Thank you so much for joining me here at PMGC. Thank you. Enjoy yourself. Wow, that is a big fist. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much to Thor. That was an excellent little insight to the mindset of an ice cold champion. This guy does not wait around, and it's all about nutrition. It's about sleep, and you know that's what Falcons were saying before when they were able to blast out with their 90-point day, right? One good meal sets you right.
Actually true. Actually true. And I mean, to be fair to him, you know, preparation is key a lot of times. But that also means taking care of yourself. And I think that's a great message.
Beautiful stuff coming through. And of course, if you want to look like him, you've got to get the in-game skins as well. So you can take that one to the battlefields. Hopefully, our teams are going to... Well, it's a little bit late for them to take that advice to heart, unfortunately, because they are already here. They can't go back to bed. Sleeping now, inadvisable. Certainly, for all of our teams. They have still got one more chance to do so, but for now...
One more? Is that it?
Yeah, one more night to sleep.
Then no sleep after that?
I mean, in terms of preparing for the tournament. Come on. You're being silly. Guild looking to try and keep themselves afloat here, but Na'Vi bearing down upon them. EXO on the off angle, rolling up to try and give some backup to Wagner, but not really going to be able to do too much to stop Na'Vi's approach here.
Yeah, for Na'Vi, it hasn't been the most stellar of performances, but I mean, 49 still respectable. If you look down the tables, no one team has done disastrously in this tournament. Every team has been putting up points here and there, but Guild versus Na'Vi has been a struggle. Moving out from that north side of the map has not been easy. Good nade from EXO will pick up Lemon on the flush. Very, very good stuff. In the meantime, teams are heading further and further towards the center of the lobby. Very similar circle to what we saw last time around, and Na'Vi continues to attempt to keep themselves out. Revo down to RCB. Terrible news for Alpha 7.
Some big nades coming through from Guild, and they move GG Not GG down to the low ground to get onto that rooftop and force Na'Vi to play on the inside of these buildings. That allows them to push up, get the res onto Wagner, which was taken down by Flip. And Guild are actually putting on a good performance here, Blank. They've managed to turn this fight around. They gave ground. I thought it was a retreat. It seems like they were just drawing Na'Vi into a trap. This compound a little bit prettier on the outside than they'll find on the inside. Not a gift you want to unwrap under the tree this year. And Na'Vi pushed right into the corner. Aza with the challenge. Spray down, easy. UMP finds the mark. A sliver of HP left on Puncher. And he has to find something big here. Digs deep, but can't quite get the job done.
There's a reason we call him Aza the Laser. Easy sprays for him. And Guild will actually go on a little bit longer. 4 elims total, and Na'Vi cut out. Left in a little death crate there. And Guild will pick up some more supplies to move onwards in their game. In the meantime, most teams have sent Central over towards San Martin, really prioritizing the power of that ridge side that sits around Picado. Team Spirit moved a little bit further up towards the north, not going for a hellish split this time around, sticking a little bit closer to one another. We've got our eyes on RCB. Despite going down early to just 2 players, we're still able to put up a phenomenal result last game. Even now finding extra elimination and looking to hit that 100-point mark. The triple digits at the end of day 2 would be an insane boost for them.
Certainly would be lovely. Northeast Circle. Okay. They want Influence Rage to have another good game under the belt. Let's see if they can capitalize on this shift. I'm looking at Voin Donkey ID here as well, Blank. They were right towards the edge of the last one, but now they have an opportunity to move into some prime real estate on the north side of the circle.
It's a great chance for Voin Donkey ID. And again, this is one of the teams we were watching out for at the start of the game that could potentially get a little bit further into this. They get themselves into a position where they're able to springboard tomorrow. Falcons finding some of the players as they make their way in on Influence Rage. Bit of a struggle for them there, losing 1 player, going down to 3. Team Spirit considering what their next move is. Not a bad spot to be in. Effective cut. A lot of damage, I imagine, from the rotate in of RCB currently marshalling on the high ground in San Martin.
Losing a player for Influence Rage, not ideal. I said they were in a fantastic spot, right? They didn't regroup in time, or they didn't quite have the hold that they thought they did. Falcons able to capitalize. TJB out on the west side. And Alpha 7 to defend. Alpha 7 lost a player earlier. So it is a 3 versus 4 hold. Triple S, though, goes down, and that's going to even the numbers. 676 with the pump action through the smoke. Needs to hold his nerve here against Alpha 7. McGrellin catches one shell sent his way. The spray down through the smoke, but there's the answer. The high ground for Long's not going to have an opportunity to make this one work. Finds Carrillo, though, in the meantime. Flower looks for some sort of answer as well, but Alpha 7 now with Just Mafioso, he's looking for the res. No real chance to go for that third-party off angle, and that is nasty. Enigma Galaxy out on the west side could just close down this fight here and now, Blank.
Yeah, I think for TJB, they just want to move onwards with their 2 players, get some more points on the latter half of the day here. Their final game to make it happen. About though, Longs, unless they spotted him, might have an unreal couple of shots here. Good tags. The zigzag coming through, doesn't quite find it. Returns back to the fold.
Nate, big from Flower, unfurls in just the right spot. Longs is there to pick it up. A 1-2 punch. Trading off that aggression, and TJB lose 2 players, but they pick up 3 points.
If TJB, great news for them. They're up to 60 points now, which is very, very good news. A lot of our other teams, though, in this scary position on the map. We'll call this Death Valley just because there's so much high ground off towards that east and west side. Sometimes you're forced to play on that low ground. Team Spirit opted to go for the Longhouse. Voindonkey ID playing over towards a bit more open area on that north side, taking a bit more of a split, but looking to pick off players as they make their way in. You can see on the northwest there, Enigma Galaxy finally makes their approach inwards.
And there's the circle. It pops again towards that south point for Influence Rage. Their duo is there. Voindonkey ID, they were held quite split. They were 2-1-1. They're now regrouping into a 3-1 and potentially even to all 4 of them down towards the south side, looking to try and move into a couple of those buildings that sit just by the road there on the south side of that open terrain. That leaves an opening for Enigma Galaxy and for Guild to move in from the north edge. And RCB, they're going to try and move in from that western edge. It seems like they're managing to make the dash. How on earth are RCB continuing to make these rotates work?
It's a wild dash from RCB, and there needs to be a little bit of a clap back over here to Falcons. Team Spirit also in a similar area. They followed up on that rotation. It's a smart move, but the Falcons and RCB being here does leave it to be a bit of a worrisome spot for Team Spirit. They'll have to deal with a lot of teams on the south side. Good shot from East. Will take down Loxy. Unable to regroup with the rest of the team, and even more shots are piling in over towards RCB. And that run might be cut short early.
96 points earned so far on the tournament. The reses can come through. One of them is set out on the off angle, though, and unlikely that you get Loxy back. Icy going to roll on in. They know that RCB are hurting, but there's still guns in their hands, and there's still life left in them yet. Icy draws slow and short on this approach. Doesn't want to go for the full crash. The rest of the team, though, certainly not going to wait around. They're going to step on in, but Silas is there to handle business, and it is a devastating blow struck to the approach. East goes down next, but he's still going. The old dog has some new tricks.
Oh, this can't be happening to Falcons. Icy trying to finish it off, but Silas, a one-man army in of his own right. And one-handed will toss the grenade over the top there to take down another. Falcons suffering at the hands of RCB.
And with 3 elims earned, they're up to 98 points now, looking to break into triple digits. It's not looking likely they can get too much further in this one, so they just want these cheeky trades to come on through. Loxy is out on the off angle there and knocked, which means it is just up to Silas. A dash out that wide, I don't think it's possible. Silas needs to heal, he needs to heal now, but there's a lot of crates around him. However, the sightlines, not in his favor. It's unlikely that Enigma Galaxy full-on crash down to this location, but they can just keep taking shots down, and it is so difficult for Silas to go anywhere here.
Yeah, he's trapped, but still, what a hold from him. Literally put the cork stopper in that one, and Falcons were not getting away with it. I respect the push from the Falcons, but again, you do not expect a play like that to suddenly just whip out those kind of tactics. In the meantime, Voindonkey ID staying quiet over towards that north side. Good spot to be in as well, but waiting for this next circle to pop, and now Voindonkey ID suddenly have the center.
out on the open ground to their north. It's really difficult to approach from that side. A lot of teams, like, well, for instance, Enigma Galaxy really is a major force that controls that open ground. You cannot be moving around there. Guild will take shots out in the open. So Void Donkey ID, if they can hold their south flank, very likely that they can just keep everyone at bay for at least 2 more circles here, Blank. A survival game for them, and I would love to see more points earned for that position as well. But we'll have to wait and see when they opt to get a little bit more aggressive with it, when they start to take those peaks.
Already into stage 4, 15 minutes, 44 players, so a lot went down quite early in the game. 3 whole teams and plenty of knocks here and there over towards our other squads. 4MV looking to hold out PMGMOBILE, the last duo for that squad.
Moving overhead, 4MV know this is happening. They've got Doc in position. Longs, though, not available to strike at just yet. Opens himself up now to a spray down. Rolls up to the longhouse. This should be all done and dusted for Longs, but they're not taking the shots. They're allowing him to go through. They know that Flower's up top. And what's just happened there? Why on earth did they let Longs go through like that? Either way, Silas does finally go down, and it is 98 points only. The Vicious on a crash. This is towards Void Donkey ID. This is the central location. 2 of their players fall immediately. Void Donkey ID are suffering. They have 2 players up. They take in a second knock. It's only the 1 player now at the top of the stairs, and he can't quite hold on to it. The Vicious are down to 2, and Guild can come through now, but they're holding. They're playing further back. They're happy with the position that they hold. However, DRX are across the way. Can they try and sneak this one in?
I mean, DRX, it would be a great opportunity to take central position. I mean, for the Vicious, they were not looking too hot there. Void Donkey getting dashed away like that is very much an upsetting performance from them. That could have been a huge game. It's just not the greatest of holds. Enigma Galaxy over on that northwest side, though, looking around Team Spirit, who are in a position to hold out a lot of our Western teams.
Including Enigma Galaxy, including 4MV. Longs going for a mad dash into the middle, looking for a little bit of cover, but there's really not much to play around. Finds the shack. People are going to know he's here. Ralph already moving into nade range on it. And Longs just dipping around. Spotted. And it's SnowX to take down Longs.
Enigma Galaxy from Hacienda del Patron will find themselves a good knockoff there. And honestly, for Narvalo, strong position to take. The rest of Enigma Galaxy looking to get themselves set up on that northwest side. Only 10 teams at the moment remaining, which is a surprising number for stage 4. Which means it's likely going to be stage 5, stage 6, where we'll start to see more of the action. More likely to be stage 6, honestly, because most teams do have pretty defensive locations. Thunder Talks down towards that south side, though, looking to move on forward.
Trying to navigate their way up to the compound on that junction of pathways for Influence Rage, but it's just so difficult. Do you sweep out instead? Are you just trying to move forward slowly? It seems like they'll try and work the ground beneath them as 4MV sit in the dip between them and Team Spirit across the way, who, like you were saying before, have such great opportunity to hold out all these teams to the west. Although Enigma Galaxy now have this position further up to the north on the foothills of Hacienda del Patron to try and play away from that house. And you can see everybody now looking out the way of 4MV. They're in this ditch, they're in this divot that has every sightline looking their way. I don't think the 4MV get out of this one, unfortunately, and they may just be drawn to a close on their day here.
Yeah, it's a ridiculously hard push for 4MV. It's so open. There is some divots. Play around. Shot from Matic, though. From across the map, almost. Very, very good pickup. Hwai gets sent back, and they can no longer really afford to pick that one out. And there are elims been stolen away by Team Spirit onto 4MV. Good stuff. Great opportunity. You'll pick up on that.
They were able to get, I think, one of those knocks on the approach, so taking one of those points away from Thunder Talk. A dastardly plot, but it's seen to the end. And now just Apex remains for 4MV. He's not in the zone. He's alone in a shack. Thunder Talk are going to allow him to play on from there, but they're regrouping towards Xing. And they've actually made decent headway towards Influence Rage's position here, and potentially going to be able to angle up for a crash on towards the south side of this compound. It's dangerous. You've got Incilio across the way. You've got DRX as well as Team Spirit, who can all look to take shots at this location. But for Thunder Talk, it feels like it may be their only option other than just going for a wild rotate into the middle, which, to be honest, at the moment, I wouldn't say is completely out of the question.
There's a lot of this position on the north side that really isn't taken up in. And it's for fear of moving through the field. Honestly, that's going to be the most difficult part of things. Guild over towards that eastern edge and D+ on the north. I think D+ is a bit of a dark horse in this game, honestly. They have a lot of oversight of what goes on the south side and a lot of those rotations into the broken buildings, but they're going to make the move first and head further down towards the south.
Influence Rage looking to hold out the push from Thunder Talk. They found a pick off towards the back line that is still knocked, but getting regrouped in. They've picked that up, so they're playing as 4. This approach on the south edge, Influence Rage haven't been able to stop it in its tracks, only slow it down, delay the inevitable. But what they have allowed themselves to do is, because of that delay, force other teams around them to think about moving as well. So potentially create some chaos that means that Thunder Talk's approach is going to be a little bit harder. You hold them out, you wait for other teams to look to rotate, and if they're going at the same time, that makes it so much more dangerous to make that approach.
Damn. That would be useful to have in the back pocket. That's for certain. But it's right in the middle of no man's land. Not sure anyone's going to go for that until the end game, at least. The next circle shift in. I think it's likely to cut out both Narvalo, Enigma Galaxy, and Team Spirit, which it exactly does. Apex is now in a really rough spot. But what a nade from Ralph to open things up over towards Team Spirit. There needs to be immediate refrag on this one, but with Matic already taking a little bit more damage, very much doubtful that he stays up in this one, and he does not. Team Spirit straight back down to 3.
But this is the thing, Enigma Galaxy, they still have SnowX up on the north side. He's more worried about their open path towards the middle of this circle. So Enigma Galaxy, they are playing 3v3 on this south edge, and the question in my mind is, when do they retreat? When do they rotate in? Because I think they're angling up for a crash towards the north side of this open ground. It's a difficult approach. They've taken down one of Team Spirit, and I feel like they're folding back in. They're getting ready to go, trying to hold Team Spirit out for as long as possible. Delay, delay, delay. And Thunder Talk will try and push their way on in the meantime as well from the south edge. And that's what I was talking about with Influence Rage, forcing them to slow down on that south side. Moving at the same time as everyone else is always more dangerous.
I don't know how Apex is making this happen. These are some crazy runs he's going for.
No way.
Back down again. Hits the deck.
One more.
It's a face full of sand, but at least he's alive.
Go on. One last dash. Over the road you go. Doesn't have a vehicle. Not too much to play around with. Thunder Talk are going to get pushed off this angle, but not before Apex is forced out. The smoke is there. He dips back into the blue. This feels like a point denial here for Apex. Unless he's going to try and dash it really late. Steps out wide. Tries to go for the spray down, but the play zone claims him. And 4MV will end their day here. Second place. And they're able to hold on with a chance towards the top of the tables. But we turn our attention to Influence Rage, still holding out the Thunder Talk team, as the nades over the top land on the money. 3 players still up and in action. This is resable, but not for long. The nades continue to bombard them, and it will not be res now. That is flushed away. The south side rotate. Team Spirit are looking to poke their noses in, get involved, but DRX say no thank you. They turn them away, and Kitsune is flushed.
Leaving it just Nomi and Effect, the last 2 players there for Team Spirit. Good shot over towards Hyunbin, start things off. Effect under a barrage of loads of grenades going in his direction, but it's a 2v2 now.
Oh, Enigma Galaxy, they're flexing out as well, and I think Effect is done for. Team Spirit, they were looking for a good result. They get up to 70 points today, but they fall here. I think they may have had a placement on top of that as well, but not really the result they were looking for. They are still, however, definitely in with a chance moving into tomorrow. On the south side, this road crossing is the next barrier for Thunder Talk and for Influence Rage and for Incilio, who have had their heads down for a long time, but now's the time they need to stand tall.
Yeah, Incilio have been extremely quiet this game, but still in 7th place in a strong position at 75 points, though the team I'm most curious about is D+ Kia. Sixth place right now at 74 points, but massive potential for them to go home after this day at a top 3, potentially, with that position they're currently holding. All depends on this next circle. And there it is.
Wow.
This is now D+'s game.
Thundertalk trying to approach Influence Rage, but Enigma Galaxy see all of this unfolding. They're all too willing to take shots down south. With 6 elims found, Thundertalk are flagging on their approach towards Influence Rage. You only have one player to stand. King puts them back together piece by piece, but not going to be easy. Guild are making their approach, and this is the second time we've seen them getting into a late game now, Blank. Up to stage 7, they have 4 elims, but the ground ahead of them, treacherous. The open approach towards D+ Kia, very, very, very contested.
Yeah, for Guild, honestly, well played. More nades heading over towards Thundertalks, and life's getting difficult, but a lifeline thrown. Guardian Angel from along the way, it's Enigma Galaxy. They're helping out the Thundertalks. But they steal away an elimination in the process. Enigma Galaxy unsure whether they should have helped them at this point.
AJ, a sliver of HP, Influence Rage with just Little Boy. He steps out for the trade, but it's Incilio to shut it all down, and Influence Rage are certainly going to be next. In the meantime, they've moved Fache over the other side of the road for Incilio, which gives them a little bit of a foothold. You can see that ridgeline he's playing up against is basically impenetrable from the south edge towards Influence Rage. But Guild, they're on the roll-up, and D+ Kia may have it snatched all away from the bottom of the tables. They are causing trouble. 2 players down for D+ Kia, and Exo still in with a chance, but D+ Kia keeping it under control. No one else rolling up, and I think they may have just been able to hold on.
Enigma Galaxy flying in over towards that western side. They hear the gunshots, they hear the fire. Enigma Galaxy want to take advantage here. They've had such a strong hold over towards that western side. There's 2 players still down for D+. Smokes go through. Dangerous crossing there for one of D+'s players. Nolbu will finish off Exo. This is a good time to reset. With Narvalo going down on the northwestern side, D+ might have just got away with this.
That was the most important part of that as well. Narvalo getting taken out by Exo, not flushed but knocked, means that Enigma Galaxy cannot put enough pressure on D+ Kia to stop them from fully resetting here. All 4 of their players are now alive in the buildings on the north side of the circle. The Vicious on the south are playing as 2, but they have 1 up, 1 down on this building. DRX going to really struggle to leave these silos, and I think the Incilio are going to make that all the harder for them. The smoke's covering Incilio's position, spotted by D+ Kia. This looks like a 1-2-3 for Enigma Galaxy, D+ Kia, and the Vicious.
You look at Incilio, I mean, honestly, so very well played from them throughout the entirety of this PMGC. There has just been many different awkward scenarios that they've had to play, but each time they've taken it in their stride and walked on forward. In this case, driving forward over towards the building. Good initial nade there from the Vicious. We'll find 3TN. Fache goes extremely low, another on top of it, and that will be Incilio out. The Vicious now alongside with 3 other teams, and the solo coming through from DRX.
The south side swept aside, can't cross the road. They look both ways, and no matter where you turn, it's a bullet sent your way. Enigma Galaxy couldn't cross the open ground either, and the Vicious are racking up these points, Blank. They managed to get up to 7 elims with this duo on the inside. It's Enigma Galaxy with 1, just Snowix remains. He's got a little bit of cover to play around with, but it's just a shack. It's plenty flimsy. D+ Kia, they've taken a knock, but that's resable. Certainly going to be an opportunity there. The Vicious, they're in this next circle, and Snowix is going to be playing with his back to it. It's not going to be too much further, I think, for Enigma Galaxy, but still a great way to close down their day as well with the eliminations they've already found.
I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, they're not doing badly at all on the leaderboards. They're actually doing fairly well for EMEA. We're in Zone 9 now. The Vicious and Enigma Galaxy both in rough positions. Most likely a denial here for Enigma Galaxy. Makes sense to me. Don't want to give any more points across to any other team. And it'll be Vicious versus D+, who equally, for South Korea, this would be a fantastic amount of points going through to them.
With DRX getting a top 4 as well. It's a little bit of a regional strike out towards the last match of day 2 here in London.
For every game, really, today, DRX and D+ have been involved.
Big opener for the Vicious. A 2v4 turned into a 2v3 now, but the information immediately sent back by Fabian. The nades over the top, looking good. Fabian now flushed away. Low HP on the crest of the ridgeline, but Nolbu steps into the breach. And once more, it's D+ Kia. They will find the chicken dinner to close down the day, and they put themselves again in the limelight to find what they're looking for. A brilliant result for South Korea to end day 2.
Yeah, great way to end off day 2 here for D+, keeping themselves in the running here for top 3, as it looks like the Vicious not too happy about how that game finished. But to be honest, I think the Vicious have been playing pretty damn well here. Maybe thinking they could have taken this one for themselves here, but Max and Several Worlds Gaming, D+, the rotations here is something that was definitely something to keep an eye on.
Osal, I feel like that was the major factor for their rotations, Max.
Yeah, definitely. Osal was doing such a good scouting job northeast of Guild's compound, actually. And while the 3 other players were really far south of the circle, he was like, oh, we got a really good rotation path. He called the entire team to join up on his rotation. Go up north in the warehouse. Once the warehouse, and a little bit of a list there. Warehouse is actually pushed out of the circle. They send it further down into the center in the fields. They have like so many little buildings and the hay bales they can play around. They can easily have the angles they need if they want to secure that win, which, as we saw here, 7, they ended up getting.
The way they were just able to frog leap over Guild with the great scouting that Osal was able to do. On top of that, just being able to just have a full control of the north, having so much room to work with, that this is why we keep thinking about D+ possibly being able to be a challenger for that championship. Yeah. Not only, and that was the biggest question today, right? Especially for D+. What are they going to do with Erangel? We saw them put up a much better performance. And then on top of that, for the second day in a row, D+ is able to finish the day with Miramar with the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying it at the start of today, like, oh, South Korea, we haven't seen too many like big things compared to the league stage. Like, okay, they're proving me wrong right now. We've got some D+ wins today. We got DRX win a little bit earlier on that school finish. They are coming in swinging to wrap up day 2. And you can see here, they had all the players actually. They had a really good nade initially that hit on top of Fabian, but it's fine. They don't falter. They keep pushing, getting to the ridge, which they know is going to be their game-winning condition. And when they get to the ridge, they have center control of the circle too, which it means the blue zone is going to be pushing these players off the Vicious out, and it's easy pickup for Nolbu as he gets the 1, the double, and wrap-ups the game in style.
We see here Nobu finishing off with 5 eliminations, the 652 damage behind that. We talked about this team and who stepped up over the course of the league stage. It was originally Osal, it was Nobu, and then it was Chips, and we are going to see Osal and Nobu able to chime in together here with 6 eliminations total.
And for Osal, even though he does have just 1 elimination, even though he only has 333 damage,
he was important.
It was the scouting. It was the stat that you're not really able to see that became such a big factor for this team that ultimately ended up with the win. I do got to give some props as well to Ningbo Galaxy. We saw them being able to hold on the spot. They had so many angles right up until the end when they were pushed off, and they were able to get a lot of eliminations.
That's true. Really good Miramar games for Ningbo Galaxy, right? Yep. But unfortunately, in this terrain, they made the most out of that hilltop next to Hacienda del Patron for as long as they possibly could. The moment it left that area, they're like, yeah, we know we're not going to win this game. We're just going to try and get as many extra placement points as we possibly can do at this point. But I think a win was out of the question for a long, long time, unfortunately, for Ningbo Galaxy. Though as we have this replay rolling through, these water silos, such a good send for Regnum Karabra, until unfortunately here 7, DRX had a different idea in mind for them.
I gotta say, for Regnum Karabra, the way that they were just, and the casters were actually mentioning this too, crazy rotations towards the center of the circle, he ended up working out until DRX ended up hindering. I know something that you kind of pointed out to me when we were watching the match was Falcons. Falcons was in the center of the circle, Max, and then they decided to take a fight that I felt like just a bit unnecessary at the time, and I feel like they took that fight because of where they're currently at within the leaderboard. They felt like they needed to be aggressive when they possibly, if it would have been a different scenario for this team, they wouldn't have been that aggressive.
I think we can call Falcons a bit desperate at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, they're definitely going for some early plays to try and get strong positions under control really early on in these games. Unfortunately, by doing so, when you do it early, that means the teams that you're fighting up against, they're like completely safe. They're ready to take a fight at that point. They don't have to move, they don't have to transition, and that means you're going to be on the back foot during that engagement. And I think the Falcons here, with the kind of mindset we've seen them adapt in these games, I would have to say, like, Falcons first place, that's out of the question.
Whoa.
I'm not happy with the current.
They're not out of taking that first place position unless they're more than 98 points behind it.
Okay, are we expecting it tomorrow? Okay, like, technically they did in league stage, but like with the way they're playing, I'm not seeing it happen.
I mean, did we expect that in league stage after day one, Max?
I knew. I predicted 98 points on the... No, I did not.
No, Shut the hell up, Max. Plus here, 18 points coming through. As
bloody liar.
Out. The Vicious getting 14 points. And again, the Vicious we haven't talked too much about, but they are still working their way up the leaderboard here. I mean, honestly, I'm looking towards, you know, the potential end of day tomorrow. There's a world where we could see, like, the Vicious potentially win PMGC, a team who got in here because Twisted Minds Brazil couldn't play. They never really expected to qualify for PMGC like this. They have not really high expectations for themselves. It's kind of all setting up for that perfect storm. But unfortunately, Void Donkey today, as we did touch on earlier on today, had a very rough day today. They got crashed by the Vicious at the same time that DRX crashed up against Regnum Karya, bro, and they only come out with 2 eliminations.
And Vicious just don't care sometimes. They just send it like, oh, we know this position's going to be good. If they're teaming there or not,
who cares?
Guess we'll see when we arrive. We'll just go. I think the Vicious, though, we can give them one award here. The most aggressive team. Like, if they see someone, they are going to send it.
Wow.
So it's been working out to some extent.
South Korea in 2nd and 3rd place here. With Turkey holding on to 1st by only 6 points.
The biggest question mark for those teams is how can they actually finish on day 3, because especially for D+, we have seen them in situations like this in the past. It happened even in the league stage, it happened in PMWC, where the team starts off hot, but ultimately they end up crashing down. I'm hoping that that's not the case. They have showed great improvement from day 1 to day 2, especially for D+ in regards to those Erangel matches. And for the Vicious, you guys were talking about what they're going to be able to do. I feel like this team could definitely end up surprising a lot of squads tomorrow. The biggest factor has to be for those teams that are already within the top 5, within striking distance right away from first place. They need to watch out for the Vicious, because the Vicious doesn't really care who's in front of them.
Exactly. If they see you, they're going to be breaching you. That's definitely something that's going to be happening. Though on the second page here, a lot of these teams going into tomorrow here, Jason, unless you see a big start tomorrow, I think a lot of them are out of the race.
I saw that Falcons, if you take away their 1 win they had, they have 5 placement points. Guild has 9 placement points.
Oh.
And obviously, I'm not trying to, like, you know, talk down about Guild at all. I'm more talking about how the Falcons have really fallen off. Like, this is a team who's been at the highest level for such a long time. They played PMGC last year under the stalwart name. The top was MVP of the grand finals, and yet they're sitting on, what was that, 15 placement points with 1 chicken dinner?
The thing is with Falcons, we always talk about the fragging power. We've been bringing it up. We need somebody to be able to step up from that team. We need somebody to just start putting up some good elimination points. We haven't been able to see that. I mean, even with the... Yes, you mentioned it. If we take away that win, it is going to be just 5 placement points. But just the eliminations alone, only 34 eliminations after 12 matches. If you were to tell me, okay, that's the only amount of eliminations that they're going to be getting after 12 matches played, I'll be like, no, you're crazy, because we expect more out of that team.
It is very confusing when you look at Falcons in 2024. It's or you get the great Falcons that can get 98 points on the day, or you get the Falcons that does not have that banner man at the top of the team to just like leading the charge for the squad. Like we have that in top. We had at the end of the league stage with Action and Icy.
Yeah.
As of right now, no one is really a standout player. We wanted Top, you said it earlier, right? You want Top to be back to that position of like being the top frag of the team, leading the charge. He has not done that yet, and it is a little bit too late.
And that's what's kind of crazy to me if you compare them against their Mongolian brethren of For America Vibes, is that even looking back to PMWC, even though we had was an 11th place finish for 4MV, Doc was still one of the top 10 players of the entire event. We're not seeing that out of Falcons right now. We didn't see it Falcons then, and Falcons have been on a crazy roller coaster for the entire year.
Yeah, again, I don't know what to expect going into last day for Falcons here, but I think that top 5, definitely possible. First place, seeing how like the top team, South Korea, is just dominating. Then 2nd and 3rd place, Kalaris is going to love this. They're gonna, it's gonna be tough to catch up.
I remember Kalaris, actually, you know what, we should have talked about that at PMWC, saying, yeah, DRX, no chance they're going to finish well, and then they obviously got a insanely high placing. And then now they're back here in the grand finals, which honestly I think is a testament to how good this team is. It was Hyunbin coming in for his first year of like real proper competitive play, and right now they're on the cusp of winning PMGC.
Yeah, you have so many cool individual storylines, right? Silas maybe claiming a 2nd PMGC trophy, maybe also the side of King, or maybe here Hyunbin, his first year as competitive player, winning PMGC. Like, that's a huge achievement if he can make it happen.
And they still have a lot of games left to go. I mean, 6, it might sound like a small number, but anything can really change, especially with how close things are towards the top of the table.
Especially with what 4MB has been able to do in the past, with the performances that we saw today out of Influence Rage, that kind of consistency, that was the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they were not supposed to be here. They're like, oh, you know what? We're going to start playing good.
Well, playing good is one thing they're going to need to continue to do tomorrow. In the meantime, we're going to head down to the stage with an interview with Influence Rage and Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, the winter team.
Yeah, so they got him to be the big one.
Welcome back to the main stage where I am joined by Lau from Influence Rage. Now, you know what? We've had such an incredible day here at day 2 of the PMGC. And you know who else has had an incredible day? Your team. Because you started off in 14th place, you rose the ranks, you've jumped up, now you're in 6th place, just 1 point behind 3rd. Now, obviously, the first question has to be, what changes did you make from day 1 into today?
A gente trabalhou muito, analisou os outros times. Nosso jogo já era bom, então a gente tinha uma base boa, mas acredito que a gente só arrumou com os detalhes e deu muito certo.
I love the confidence. You know, you sound like you came in prepared. Now, let's talk a little bit more about those preparations, because tomorrow is essentially your final opportunity to climb the ladder once again and claim that top spot. Are there any changes you're going to make going into tomorrow? Are there any issues you are running into today?
A gente vai analisar ainda hoje, porque a gente tem tempo, mas a gente teve uma preparação para daqui. Não conseguiu entregar tudo ontem, mas vamos deixar para amanhã isso.
Now, what do you think is, or who do you think, sorry, is going to be your biggest threat going into day 3? Because we've seen a lot of teams making adjustments and performing really well today. Who do you feel like is your biggest threat?
Acredito que todo dia que a gente entra, nosso maior inimigo é a gente. Tipo, a gente não olha muito todos os times, nem pra tabela. Acredito que a gente é o único time que pode colocar a gente lá em cima ou descer tudo. E acho que é isso.
Focusing on yourselves is basically the most that you can do as well. Congratulations, Lau, for a great day today. You guys should be really, really proud. We can't wait to see what you guys do on day 3 tomorrow. But we're not done here on the main stage, because we have another interview locked and loaded. Sandstorm, get over here. You've got an interview on here on the main stage. Thank you, guys. We're going to exit on the left. Let's go.
Well, thank you very much, Born. And yes, I am joined by the IGL of Nigma Galaxy, Raouf, after an incredible performance throughout day number 2. Now, I want to jump right into it when it comes to Miramar. You guys had, I want to say, like, you struggled a little bit on day 1, but there was a massive improvement going into day 2. So talk to me about it. What were you guys able to improve on that map?
I think for Miramar, like for today, we tried to play the same way we played yesterday, same play style, you know. But yesterday it didn't work out for us because some bad timing, maybe some bad decision making towards the end, or we could have done better than Miramar's. For today it was almost perfect. I wish we could have finished our matches and got chicken dinners, but I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, I want to say, like, there were a couple of times where you guys were getting to top 2, top 3 throughout the second day, and the consistency has been there. And now you guys find yourselves in top 4. You are tied in 3rd place with 2 other teams in the leaderboard. So talk to me about day number 3, final day of the grand finals. How are you going to prepare yourself and the team going into it? Because we know that that's when every single team brings their everything that they got. They throw everything at the kitchen sink. So how are you going to prepare yourself?
I think for me and my team, we already done our preparation before the tournament. We've came in really confident in our play style, and for tomorrow we're just gonna go and play our game and try to make it work and get the championship.
I like that. They are focused. They know that their strategy works. They know that their tactics work. And let's see if they manage to pull it off in day number 3. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Oof. Let's head on over back to the studio with the boys.
It's off, no?
Great to hear from Aruf, and of course Law as well here, hearing their thoughts on what's going to be happening coming tomorrow, and of course who their greatest opponents are. And as we called it, the greatest opponent is always going to be yourself.
Themselves.
Super media trained.
It could be true, though.
Fair, right?
I feel like it could be true because sometimes they do end up getting into their head. They start doing certain things that they're not used to. The coaches start questioning it. We saw it over and over again, honestly, throughout just the league stage and now here in finals.
Yeah, I like what Ralph said. Also, we're just going to stick to our own game plan. It clearly worked great in Miramar specifically, right? So just keep playing your own game. It might be enough to push yourself in first place at the end of day 3.
I was kind of hoping to hear Lost say 4MV overrated just to get back up their brother-in team of Alpha 7
might be
there.
right now.
I mean, who knows? I mean, Doc is still obviously up there when it comes to damage and eliminations with that 11-limb game he had yesterday. But so a lot of work cut out for all these teams as we get into matches tomorrow. But of course, we're not even done here just yet. You know that, gentlemen. You know what we had yesterday. You know what we had yesterday.
Little boy, go please.
The Solo Master Tournament?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Seven.
Yes.
I can tell you've hosted before.
I have not. You might be able to tell me.
Intro it, Max.
Yeah, we still have that coming up in a little bit of time here, but obviously finished to break down the game. I mean, the biggest turnaround, I feel like there's so many teams. Big Galaxy, of course, the back-to-back good results on Miramar. Influence, Raid, good performance today. D+ as well. DRX still staying in the mix. 4MV, where were they today?
Nowhere to be seen, really. And the same issue is that we keep seeing them lose players early. That's been an issue we had. We even mentioned on the pre-show, right, Sevens? And we saw that happening quite a few times in day 1. Like their splits, but like the center in the center of the circle, it's very desperate. And if you lose players, guess what? You're not going to be able to hold down the 4 and get the chicken dinner. You're just going to get eventually eliminated by a team that just happens to come near you.
I feel like a broken record for a 4MB, but you know what? I'll hold it until tomorrow because it is the Solo Master Tournament, and today we will be going up to the finals. It is just going to be right up until we get to the finals. Before we get to the finals, it's just going to be a 1-round match. Now, when we get to the finals, it's going to be best of 3, Max.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The semifinals and the finals, BO3, and we're going to have good old Warehouse, the M4 played by these players, no sliding, and as we saw with Vexy yesterday, that ramp is still going to be extremely strong if you get control of that position. And of course, you know, fighting for $5,000 if you do end up winning that BO3 finals you mentioned here, Seven. So it's going to be a tough one because we saw that these players have what it takes to go maybe the entire way.
I mean, anything can happen here. You can see the contestants that are still left on the Solo Master Tournament. I have to point it out. Shing from Thunder Talk Gaming. He had an insane performance yesterday, Max, being able to just fully dominate. And one of your favorite players so far, not just in the tournament, also in the Solo Master Tournament, you were just talking about him, Vexy from Boindaki.
Yeah, Vexy was just popping off, and not even with the Mini 14. Again, if he had that, he would have just completely obliterated the end. He'd be already winning. We haven't even played the game. But one player we also have to mention as a clear threat is Nomi. And also, with how D+K played today, Nobu, he's hot, man. He is ready to just go and blast through these games.
How do you not predict Little Boy when he was the only prediction he got right?
I'm getting to it.
Okay, continue.
Wait, was Little Boy that he picked right?
Yeah.
I did pick Little Boy. He was my one
Maybe you blessed them yesterday. You picked them, and that's why they did perform.
I need more TDM in my life. That's why I can pick the winning team early on.
Well, we didn't get to see Westron or get to see Puncher yesterday because they had forfeits in their initial matches. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to perform. I mean, Westron, I feel like he has a decent chance here. Definitely one of my star players, but he's going to be up against Nomi off the bat, which is very tough times. And also for you guys at home, we are going to be having 2 matches side by side. I believe it's going to be the left-hand side of the bracket first and the right-hand side of the bracket, and then, of course, a best of 3 at the finals.
I want to ask, though, Jason, because it's going to be me and Seven covering this game. What's your winner prediction here on this one? Who do you
think the whole thing?
Going to take it? Yes, the
I
whole
think
thing.
I said Westron yesterday.
You still sticking to Westron?
I'm going to give it to him.
Okay.
I think I said Shing yesterday.
Shing?
What was yours?
I'm going to commit to Little Boy.
Well, his was top, to be fair.
Yeah, but he's already
And then top
out.
got knocked out.
Yeah.
You want me to pick
Are we
top
giving you a
again?
second pick? Are we giving you a second choice?
Revive him!
No revive in TDM.
Aw.
But no, I
there kind of is.
Wait, yeah. Wait, what? There is.
Is it revive?
By being eliminated.
We're not playing the same.
You get eliminated.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Respawn.
okay.
You're
It's a
respawn.
respawn, not revive.
There you
Okay,
go.
we're playing different games.
Kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
But my question is, are we going to see someone get punched in the bloody face again?
Oh,
I'm
that would be
hoping.
More of that, please.
Oh, way more of that bloody face punch.
Give him a nice British breakfast.
You've been saving that one for sure. You
You're
definitely.
saying that you ate a croissant like in the UK.
That's British, right?
Blank?
What? Okay.
It is? Yeah, it is.
We're going to fight for it. You're really careful right now. But here we go. We're going to be kicking off our first 2 semi-final matches. Wagner versus Vexy and then Nomi versus Westron. Prediction 7, who are you going for these 2 matches?
For this one, I think Vexy, with the performance that he was able to do yesterday, I definitely had to go with him. And I'm not even going to pick one on the right side. I'm really intrigued to see what Vestron... Okay, fine, Nomi. Yes. I'm going to be picking Nomi to see what he's going to be able to do. I should have let you pick first, though. I shouldn't have been the first one to pick, because now if you pick the same ones as me, I'm just going to be losing.
No, I'm going to pick different. I'm going to pick the opposite of you just for the sake of it. I'm going to go Wagner, and I'm going to go... you picked Westron on the right?
No, Nomi.
Nomi, so I'll go Westron. There you go, on the right side. Okay, so I'm going to pick the opposite side of you. We'll see how it's going to go, but here we go. Again, rule set, first to 40 elimination, which... So that's not going to happen. It's going to be first with the most eliminations after the 10-minute mark. That's going to be your rule set to keep in mind.
I think the most eliminations we ended up seeing yesterday was somewhere along the lines of like 22 eliminations.
Yes.
And we did see some players end up just creating a big gap, which changed their playing style when we ended up getting towards the end of the matches, because they didn't really have to push. They were just waiting for them to push up to them. But that's the reason why coming up in some time, in some matches, I'm excited to see what Shing's going to be able to do, because that was one of the players that was just pushing the action over and over again. You were talking about Vexy. They're being able to use it the ramp. Guess what, Max? He's on it again.
Man, Wagner had so much good initial damage down onto Vexy, and Vexy was just peeking so well around that ramp on the crate. And thanks to that, able to win his fight versus Wagner. That was such a good trade-off for him. Though on the other side, Nomi and Westron is going to be a 2-2 in terms of points. And one thing we saw that was very important yesterday, right, is if you can get that Tier 3 helmet or Tier 3 vest, in a 1v1 trade-off, that extra little bit of extra defense can really make a huge difference when you initiate your spray.
I mean, you can see it over here on your left side of the screen. Vexy currently doesn't have a vest. He doesn't have any of that information. He's currently trying to run away from the enemy player, continuing on just the chase. And right now, Vexy just getting pepper. He's going to see if he can get that angle. He's not going to be able to get that angle, as Wagner is going to end up getting that shot and eliminating him. And we're now moving on to Westron. Westron ends up, he wasn't able actually to pick up that level 3 vest, but he is going to know where Nomi's at. He needs that vest. He's trying so hard. I think he's baiting it.
Yeah, I do understand that this game seems a little bit slower compared to yesterday, Seven, because there's a lot on the line. If you win this minimum, you're making 2,000, right? Because you can make it to the finals. So that could be really, really big opportunity. Maybe 5,000 if you win the entire thing. So that's going to be definitely on their mind. Here we go, Wagner able to, again, win the trade-off. And as we've been seeing right now, Vexy is not able to play too much around those little slopes behind the crate. So because of that, Wagner is able to create quite a decent advantage. But the one time he gets the slope, he wins the fight.
As soon as you say that, he starts working out on the ramp. Vexy being able to actually switch it up, he's going to make sure he gets extra ammo. And I think he's going to start backing off a little bit more. Something to keep in mind, too, is that on yesterday's match for Vexy, he did have the other spawns. So he's going to have to readjust to seeing how this one works. What are the angles that are going to be working out better for him? And right now, the one thing that Wagner is currently doing is that he's not just blindly pushing in. He knows what the strategy is for Vexy. He knows that he's going to be working on those angles, pretty much trying to exploit the TPP on that ramp, and he's not falling into that trap.
It's actually interesting you mentioned the fact that the two spawns are not the same, because some people might be thinking if you don't play TDM too much, like the map is mirrored. It is not. There's going to be some minute details that change on each spawn. Someone's going to have more ramps. One is going to have more like little doors between those crates. So it's something that you can use to your advantage if you know how to abuse that spawn to its full potential. Though on the right side, we didn't talk too much about Nomi and Westron. It is currently standing 4-3. Almost 4 minutes went down, and that's a very low amount of eliminations. Again, as we said, there's a lot on the line here to reach the semifinals. Then your finals, this is going to be quite stressful for the players.
And the thing is that yesterday we got a chance to see this for the first time, right? The Solo Master Tournament players are now going to have a lot of information. I'm pretty sure even though it is $5,000, they want to be able to get a piece of that prize pool. They want to be able to be the first champion of the Solo Master Tournament, because who knows what might happen in the future. You definitely want to have that chip on your shoulder. But right now, with the ways that some of these players are performing, Vexy starting to create a bit of a leak there. 3 points so far. That's what you want to see. If you are Vexy, if you're Wagner, you're going to start getting a little bit worried, because Vexy is going to just keep on doing this. He's getting comfortable with those ramps, Max.
I never thought I'd say this, but maybe there was some TDM VOD reviews happening in between yesterday and today.
I think there were.
There was a lot of research happening, but now we've seen it many times. Vexy, I think, had 3 eliminations in a row because of this area, because of the slope. Here you go.
Great push.
After taking a lot of damage. And that's one thing we saw a lot yesterday, right? You hit a lot of your damage and you push it because it takes a lot of time to regen. If you use that 10-second amount of time to actually push it, you might just confirm that elimination and get that point.
Yeah, Wagner definitely ended up playing that so well. You can see them right there. Vexy just being able to get that engagement ball. Let's switch over to see what Nomi and Westron are currently doing, because Nomi, the player that I picked, has a 2-point lead, trying to make sure he doesn't end up getting headshotted here by Westron. Westron just trying to see if he can find that cheeky angle, Max.
He's not going to get it, though. It's so hard to push someone out of that location. I mean, Nomi's got a lot of bullets to spare. He's got himself, what, over 400, so he can just keep spraying and praying. But here you go, jump down. Nomi's going to go for the rush. Can he get the elimination, though? Yes, he can. Down to mid HP, just enough to get that point. And 7-4, Nomi currently creating a pretty sizable lead when we just passed the halfway point of this first game of the day.
Ooh, great play there by Wagner as he was able to get none other than Vexy right off the spawn. He needs to be careful, though, because right now Vexy does have a bit of a shield. The shield has gone away, but ultimately Vexy is able to clutch up that elimination. 7-5 so far to him. We have already gone by the halfway mark. It's 4 minutes left. If you're Vexy, I think he's going to just continue to stick to this game plan. If you're Wagner, you're trying to figure out how to break in.
All right, this game is so tense. I mean, we have Jason right next to us right now, and he's looking at this game, and he cannot believe the level of gameplay we are witnessing from these 4 players right now in this 1v1.
We will find out who is going to be the one for the Solo Master Tournament. It's going to be absolutely intense, especially when we get to the later matches. I am enjoying, though, how much slower these players are playing into it. The strategy that's going behind it, I feel like they're not just blindly pushing in. You can see there Vexy trying to make sure he gets the first shot. He's going to be going forward, and he's able to destroy Wagner.
Yeah, clearly trying to use the terrain to its full potential. They are loving this slope in particular, we mentioned many times, and I think that everyone's been like, well, actually, that high ground advantage in Warehouse is the only kind of high ground you can actually get. It is quite impactful. Westron able to find another one. Able to close that gap, actually. I think it was 3-4 elimination. Now it's just a 2-point difference between Nomi and Westron. And we are down now to the 3 last minutes of the game. And this point lead that Kearney is created wasn't much in like the first few minutes, but when you arrive in the last 2-3 minutes of the game, it is going to be something you can use to your advantage if you have the lead.
Great strategy right there by Vexy. Realizes that he had no helmet, decides to push up. Now he's going to have a fresh level 3 helmet, enforcing Wagner to continue to push that action. 4-point lead is exactly what you want to be able to see. On Westron's side, he needs to be the one that pushes the action. You can see them going over and over again. Meanwhile, Wagner somehow being able to survive with just barely 2 HP.
Bloody hell, he survived with almost no HP. That was a really crazy play from Wagner. And because of that, he's able to fully regen to 100% HP, having a good time. But his helmet did take quite a bit of a beating, so if he takes another few more headshots, he might be struggling in that encounter. Here you go, trying to also deny this slope away from Vexy. He knows, Wagner, that this is something Vexy has been abusing yesterday and also in his current matchup.
And I really enjoy what Wagner was able to do there. He kind of ended up working out the edge, fully edging out Vexy, making sure he didn't fully push in. But now they're fighting for this vest. Who's going to be able to get the level 3 vest? That would be massive. And on top of that, if you go to the other side, Nomi, the lead that he had, it has come down to just 1 point, Max.
Yeah, it's been really tough. Westron has been coming really hard deep into the enemy territory and taking away those points. And able to almost make it 8-8. Is going to be almost there. Here we go. The clash is going to be happening once more, and it is 9-7. Nomi holding on strong to that lead.
Westron was just pretty much challenging, saying, Nomi, don't come. And Nomi said, I'm going to go and just absolutely destroy you.
And it worked out fantastically. We are now going to be in the last 1 minute and 30 seconds. The 2-point lead can very quickly here, 7, be completely destroyed. But it's going to be down to, do you have what it takes to really win those fights multiple times in a row? If you're not able to do so, despite being on the losing side, you might just have to take the L and give up your spot into the semifinals.
Vexy needs to be careful, though.
Around the crate, going to try and wrap on over. He took a lot of damage here, able to get a great spree. I think that was a headshot. Connected right away, and Wagner going to get another one. Now it's just going to be a 1-point difference in that solo match.
4-point lead that he had at 1 point. He decides to back up a little bit. He needs to make sure he fully regenerates that health, trying to take some pre-shots there towards where Vexy is at. Vexy is on a run, though. Vexy doesn't want to have to give him any extra points if they aren't deserved, because right now he's going to come down to just that 1 point. On top of that, on the other side, you do have a 2-point lead. But I want to kind of focus on what Wagner's going to be able to do right now. Great shots there out of Wagner, and he's able to tie up the score at 9 apiece. And for Vexy, for a player that was being so passive, guess what? Now you're going to have to worry as he's able to once again.
Wagner, there's no way in the last minute of this solo TDM game, maybe we're able to claim his spot into the semifinals. Vexy, now the pressure, and Wagner, he's going back to his base. He's going back to his base. He's going to camp it out. He wants to survive. He wants to play with the clock, and only 15 seconds remaining. While on the other side, Westron currently taking the fight also into the enemy spawn. If it's a 2-point difference, I think it is going to be too late on that side. I think we already have our winner, and he does create a 2-point lead. Wagner will be advanced into the next stage.
In the final minute, this absolute legend being able to clutch up their win. You can see them getting hyped up.
even though we really haven't been able to see great performances out of this team so far in PMGC. Wagner putting up an amazing performance there in the last minute of this Solo Master Tournament.
I was looking at Guild's roster going into the Grand Finals. I can tell you they got some really strong individual players, and it really came through in this TDM game. And look at that, Westron, he's happy. He's happy about this performance. He tried his best, but Nomi was a tough opponent in this match.
He was. I felt like Nomi definitely ended up controlling that whole ground for Vexy. We gotta give him some props. He pretty much controlled the whole side of the match. On the left side, he had the points advantage for the most part, but then Wagner, I really like the adjustment that he did. He knew that just Vexy wasn't going to be pushing out, so you're like, you know what? If you're not going to be pushing out Vexy, I'm going to start pushing the action to you, and it was ultimately the right thing to do, Jason.
So not only has he taken down top, he's taken down Vexy as well.
Who?
Wagner
Who's
is
next?
on... I mean, who's next? I mean, we got to see... It's probably going to be Nomi.
That's the next one, actually, yeah.
That's the next one, if I can do it correctly in my head. But obviously, we do have the semifinals and finals to kick off after that. But this is, I think, a little bit unexpected. I'm also a little bit mad at you because you picked my pick with Westron. And then, of course, we know how your curse works. He, unfortunately, didn't pull this one out. But to be able to pull that off like Wagner, that was pretty damn good.
Yeah, that was
the last seconds as well. But you saw the strategy. He went back to his base trying to play with the time.
That was the right play.
It's not only that, like Short playing with the time there to go back to the base to deny points away from Vexy was smart, but he knew Vexy was abusing the hell out of those slopes behind the crates. He's like, I'm just gonna wrap around, take the one angle that the slopes cannot really use against me, and then I'm gonna push him away against the edge of the map of Warehouse and just completely obliterate him. And that made it even until, again, as you said, Seven, the last minute of play where he created that lead and retreated back to base.
The crazy part too was that Vexy just kept going up to that ramp, giving him the same angle over and over again, which allowed Wagner to just kind of get different angles towards that ramp and just start pre-firing. Yes. That's ultimately what he ended up doing. What won him the game, just the aggressivity, the aggressiveness that we saw out of this player to be able to just continue on with the fight and not just giving up.
I hate when you use that word.
It's a word.
Aggressivity.
You said it. Yeah, the thing is, he said it at first without the understanding that it was a real word, and he actually had to go check, and he's like, oh, it actually is a word.
Check the English lexicon. It's a real word.
Also
a word for dictionary.
Yeah, very true. But as we look towards the other side of the bracket, what other matchups do we have here? We obviously have Null Booster ready to play. We have Little Boy. We have Puncher and Zing as well. And that's, of course, going to be, well, the East side? I don't know, the East Conference.
Max, you got, what was it? You got Nomi, right? No, wait, you picked Westron.
I picked Westron and Wagner.
Okay, so you got Wagner, right?
You picked Vexy.
I picked no.
Probably. No,
he didn't.
History, you probably
he didn't because I picked Vexy first.
Yeah.
He's not even here, bro.
Okay, so for our next matchup,
he's a big fan.
For our next matchup, gonna be having Zing versus Noble and Lil Boy versus Puncher. I think I don't have to ask you. You're gonna be picking Zing after this performance.
Whoa, hold on. Let me think about this. Jason, who are you picking for these matchups?
Depends. Do you want them to win or lose?
I won the winner.
I won that.
I'm gonna give it to Zing.
Yes. And for Little Boy versus Puncher.
Oh, that's tough.
That is tough. We haven't really seen Puncher yet, but I'm pretty sure
played.
I'm gonna tell Little Boy. Do Brazil.
Do Brazil. Can you even say it now?
Remember the rankings?
No,
I
did. I was like, oh no, I can't say it.
And you got Influence Rage.
Maybe tomorrow with Influence Rage, I'll be able to somehow pull that. But with this one, you know what? As we're starting off with the fight, we're starting off quick. Actually, Xing. This is what he needs to be careful with. I was mentioning with Xing, he tends to be really aggressive in these matches. We already saw how they're going to be slowing it down even more. Nobu, with the performance that D+ is currently having, as earlier Jason was talking about, he might be hot, and currently he is just creating in a matter of just 30 seconds a 2-point lead.
Okay, Noble, he's come to play. He's come to play for real in this one. He's having a great time. Actually, I'm going to be picking Noble as my prediction for this.
Wait, no. You didn't ask
me, so
it doesn't, no, it doesn't count. Now he's at the 3-0 lead now. We should have picked them before the matches actually started.
I can pick when there's only 30 seconds left on the game. That's when I
and you would still probably end up cursing him because probably would have ended up picking Vexy.
How did you get 10 eliminations in 10 seconds? That was impossible normally. But 1-1 currently of Little Boy versus Puncher. Now, as you stated earlier, right, we have not yet seen Puncher play. His matchup versus Carriol did not happen in the end. And I wonder if he's been looking at Lil Boy's game that happened yesterday, how he's going to be able to perform in this as 5-0 already?
An absolute showcase of destruction so far by Nobu. And the most impressive thing is that he has no helmet. His level 2 vest is absolutely gone. And it doesn't matter because he's continuing to push the action just like that. A 6-0 lead. And if we look to the side, to the right side of that match, they've only gotten 2 4 points total, 7-0 now, Max.
How does he still have a helmet even? I know. Vest and helmet, don't need it. I'm just going to 1v1 easily without it. It's gonna
And
be
he's
fine.
not letting up. He's continuing under pressure. Nobu
No,
just
wait, again.
being
Oh
persistent.
my
and
God!
once again, 8-0 for Nobu. I know I ended up picking Shane, but I'm eating my words here because Nobu's absolutely destroying.
Nobu, this absolute legend of TDM here, destroying the competition. Can he get another one on Zing? No, that killing spree is going to be gone down eventually. He will not be going any further in that game. But still, 8 eliminations on 1 life. That's a really good ratio.
Honestly, somebody give Nobu a McLaren. He deserves it, especially with that performance that he was able to do. But now is going to be a switch. Now it's going to be Shane that's going to be in the aggression here. As we go to the other side, we have Little Boy versus Puncher right now. Little Boy, not being able to get that elimination there as they do equal it out 3-3.
It's funny, you look on the left side, just Nobu just speed running this game.
Yeah.
And on the other side, like really even 3-3, no going up 1 by 1 on each side. It's kind of different gameplay. But actually, one thing that we did see yesterday is Zing, and you mentioned he was very aggressive. Even when he had a lead, he kept being aggressive. I don't think Nobu's going to give him that kind of space. I think that once Nobu creates a big enough lead, he's going to play in his own base when the timer gets close to the end.
I know this is TDM. I know we always talk about how do you go up against a team that's aggressive. Guess what? You just got to beat him with aggression as well. And that's exactly perfectly what Nobu's currently being able to do, as that score is sitting at 10-3, trying to engage. Is Shing going to be able to back up here? Is he going to be able to get an elimination? Great bounce back there from Shing, as he's going to make it 4-10. And we go to the other side. And right now, the player that you picked to win the whole thing, I believe it was, Max, being able to currently have a 2-point lead in Shing, making a bit of a comeback.
I think Little Boy's actually 2 points behind. But yeah, it's he's behind by 2 points. And,
he's red?
Oh, he's red. Oh, because I was looking at these. I was looking on the wrong side. But yeah, it's going to be just a 1 point difference currently. Oh, man. Oh, Nobu is just completely obliterating. I mean, that lead was reduced a little bit. It was an 8 point lead earlier. Now it's just going to be down to a
7 point lead.
It took me like half a second to get there and calculate it. But we are at now the 6-minute mark of this game. So we are going to start seeing some more desperate plays coming out from the players that might be a little bit behind. Mainly looking at Zing.
Yeah, for Shing, I mean, you kind of have to be a little bit desperate here in this situation because with what is it, a 7-point lead that Nobu has. And the thing is that Nobu's just not slowing down. Nobu's not playing that scared tactic of, okay, you know what, I have a lot of points now, let me just back off. No, he doesn't care. He wants to keep on pushing the action, but Shing there with that jump shot, being able to get the elimination, but he needs to be careful. His HP is very, very low at the moment.
I mean, PL teams had a great end of the day here in PMGC in the actual matches, so Zing, might be able to do one of the biggest comebacks we have witnessed so far in TDM. Nice jump shot here for Nobu, no ammo, and just barely gets away from Zing. Zing trying to hopefully pre-fire right through, and the pre-fire works out. He does get rid of the competition. Nobu will be taken out.
Shane closing up that gap to just 5 points. We're going to be switching over to Puncher. Puncher trying to see if he can find Little Boy. He is going to be able to find Little Boy there with that, and is tied at 6. With the just look at the difference between these two matches. You have Nobu being super aggressive, creating a massive point lead, and then when you go look at what Little Boy and Puncher are currently able to do, they're pretty much tied up. There you go, Little Boy being able to take just the lead so far. 7-6 though, but that can switch very, very fast. We saw what Wagner was just able to do in the last match.
You can be changing the lead in just a matter of a few seconds in the last minute of your TDM game. But we now reached the halfway point of this game, which means, again, as I said, we're going to see some more desperate plays coming out. But one thing I've really witnessed on the right side for Little Boy and Puncher is not about pushing the enemy spawn. It's more about central control. You control the central warehouse position, and if you have that, you're just going to pre-fire one of those entry points after you hear the footsteps. And that's been working out greatly for both Little Boy and Puncher, which is why it's been a bit back and forth, only a 2-point difference. But on the left side, still a 6-point lead for Nobu. He's just maintaining the lead. He hasn't just created a lead and then fell off. He's just maintaining it the entire way through so far.
And for a matchup that was very tied up, we have Little Boy now going up against Puncher right there. Who's going to be able to take... If Little Boy is able to clutch one more elimination, that is going to be a 3-point lead. That could be massive. You mentioned it. We currently only have 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. And Little Boy being able to clutch up now what was at one time a 6-6 score is now a 6-9 score. And if we go to the other side, Nobu, honestly, with the way he's currently playing, with what we've seen so far out of him, I think this might be it for Shing. 7-point lead for Nobu.
Yeah, I think the nerves might be also getting to the side of Puncher. He might be having a bit of
starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see the little boy has been a little bit careful because he knows if he gives like 3 eliminations in a row, he might unfortunately lose it. Now 4 eliminations in a row, so he's just being cautious but still being willing to be aggressive when the time comes and when the time is right. So man, 8-point lead has been recreated. Actually, it's going to be a 9-point lead so far, the biggest lead created so far between both Zing and Noble. I think on the left side, it's done. Like, there's no way you catch up with a 9-point deficit.
I think so too. So I'm going to start focusing a little bit more up on this matchup that we have between Little Boy and also Puncher, because right now, I mean, Little Boy just controlling the angles. He made sure that he ended up backing up Puncher. Puncher, though, being able to fight back and getting that elimination, that lead is cut down just to 3 points. He needs to be careful, though, because he's currently not full HP. You can see the Little Boy right there, expecting Puncher to be in a certain situation, but just pre-firing him, making him back up. Who's going to be the one getting this elimination?
Whoa.
There you go. Little Boy coming out on top against that engagement.
And the strafing of Little Boy was so good on top of that crate. It was so well played. But Little Boy had to go down a little bit earlier because he was almost out of ammo. Just like, I'm out of ammo, respawn. You just don't have to go loot around the place. It's fine. You just can get the loot off Puncher also if you have that crate next to you. Here you go. Another shot coming on through. Little Boy will get picked up by Puncher. And still, it's just a 3-point difference here. We still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. We saw it happen in the last game right here, 7, and it could be happening right again between these two players on the right side. As at this point, Noble on the left, he's just flexing. He's having a great time.
Max, I might be jumping ship, honestly, with the way Noble was able to perform here in this matchup. The aggressiveness that we're seeing out of this player, I thought Shane was going to be the one doing that, but Noble's just on a complete tear right now. That 10-point lead with Little Boy, though, he needs to be careful because right now, Puncher being able to fight back. We have just 1 minute and 40 seconds left, and the score is just 1 point. Puncher also needs to be careful because his vest is absolutely gone.
Yeah, at least he can take a few headshots if he wants, but I mean, you don't want to take headshots, hopefully. That's not going to be the case, but that's the only kind of good armor he has currently. Here you go, good little bit of a pre-fire, takes so much damage. Ooh. Nice little spray to follow up around the right side of the wall. But Puncher, do you want to pre-fire? Do you want to try and regen? The regen kicks in. Maybe just wait an extra few seconds here, and then you can go for the push. But the enemy regen has also kicked in. Goes for the spray, and he instantly gets mowed on down by Lil Boy. A 2-point lead has been recreated with now 1 minute, 10 seconds on the line. We are going to see the two players on the right be very, very desperate now.
Little Boy being able to clutch up that elimination right there, and that could be the winning play for this 1-versus-1 between Little Boy and Puncher from Na'Vi. Little Boy right now trying to waste time. He does know that he currently has no vest, going all the way around, trying to see if he can possibly get an angle. He's going to be able to get an angle right there on Puncher. Can he actually finish up this elimination? If he can get this elimination, I would be confident in saying that that is it for Little Boy. He would end up winning it, but let's see. Anything can happen here. Can Puncher somehow clutch this up, Max?
I think it's good. He's buying too much time. He gets Little Boy, but now it's going to be a 2-point difference. You have 30 seconds. I think at this point, you're just going to be camping your home base, hopefully, and defend those entry points as best as you really can. As 20 seconds on the line, Puncher trying his best to push it up. But look, Lil Boy, he's not even peeking. He's just waiting for that great opportunity to get that perfect line of sight. And Lil Boy connects it once again. 3-point lead. And Lil Boy will be taking the win in his TDM matchup.
Great matchups here, honestly. I'm surprised at how Nobu was able to just fully control this matchup. On top of that, I think that might be the most eliminations we have seen so far in a 1v1. You can see him fully chill, calm, relax. He's saying, yeah, that was easy.
Got it in the bag. Yeah, that's what Noble's saying. I mean, really, what a flex at the end. He didn't need to go that hard, but he did. And well, if you have a game like that going into the semifinals, I think he's definitely intending to get that juicy $5,000. Oh yeah.
That is one thing I know money to be. Juicy.
That's a great adjective for him. Yeah.
Getting that stack of money, a stack of cash is what I would say, Maxman. But obviously now we have our matchup set here for the semifinals. Nomi up against Wagner and Nobu up against Little Boy. This could be interesting. I mean, your prediction of Little Boy still in. My prediction is out.
We lost. We lost our prediction.
We're allowed. I think Max is allowed to get predictions right eventually, right?
Only
it has to happen at
Solo
some
Masters
point.
tournament. That's the only one.
Yeah, your big prediction for the grand finals is not working out too well for you.
No, let's not talk about that one.
Let's
just
we're in the
move
Solo
on.
Master tournament, okay? Let's focus on that, Jason, about the good topics. That's my prediction is right.
I mean,
right now.
I mean, Alpha 7 got knocked out 16th place here.
I was going to say yes, but I don't know why.
Why are you going to say yes? That's your
I don't
pick.
know why. That just came naturally.
Okay.
It was my master plan all along. No, it was not. It was not. Please, guy. I'm joking. It was a joke.
What's your handle on Instagram again?
I think it's the 7WG.
No,
Oh, that's a
don't
great
give
one.
him promotion. Should have said you're a real one, if anything here. But as we do load into this, so we have 2 more best of 1s, followed up by 1 best of 3 to see who takes home the $5 grand. But not to mention a lot of extra money each step you do break through in this event. And of course, you still have matches tomorrow. We do still have another show match tomorrow on top.
Ooh.
Some World of Wonder stuff. Don't want to spoil what it is, though.
Don't know what it's going to be anyways.
Nice tease.
It could be anything. It's World of Wonders. It's wondrous. It could be any really game mode you want. Well, it's true. It's the whole point of World of Wonders.
Max, man.
Max, hold on.
John Blank, can you guys come back here?
What have I done?
Do you want to change your pick from Little Boy to anybody else if you could?
You know. No, I'm not. I'm sticking.
Oh, I thought you were about to say no
So,
me.
if he got a second pick, do we get a second pick?
I feel like we should get a
You
second
guys can
pick.
have a second pick, of course. Like, you can have a pick until the last game.
Are we both thinking about the same pick?
Yeah. On 3? So like 1, 2, 3, say it.
Got it.
1, 2, 3.
Noble.
Wagner.
What? Wait, I didn't expect
Yeah,
that.
man.
Oh, he got me. Okay.
I was going to say
You
Noble.
just look like who got the most eliminations?
I mean,
Just the way that he got those eliminations, what was impressive to me.
playing up against Little Boy, though. So if it's your Noble, he's Little Boy, one of you is going to be wrong for the second time.
Somebody's shaving their eyebrows.
Little
It's not
Noble
me.
is not going to win.
So if Max was shaving his eyebrows, what were you doing again?
No more box.
I'll think about
Oh
it.
yeah, no more box.
No more box for tomorrow.
No more box, or you finally follow us back on
Oh.
Instagram, because it's been like 5 years, 7. I'm still waiting. But here you can see the updated brackets. Wagner up against Nomi, and Nobu up against, or not Puncher. It should be Nobu up against Little Boy towards the bottom hand side of the right hand side bracket. So ignore that one, and that's gonna be a tough one, unless 7 messed up when calling out who was the red player.
No, it was Little Boy.
Okay, well then there we go.
I am confusion. We'll see as you go
Very
into
effective.
Production, if we can get some clarification on that, that'll be amazing, because I think it was Little Boy. Red Little Boy was red.
We'll see. But now we're going to be anyways having Nomi and Wagner as our first matchup. And I think that Wagner here might have a really good advantage versus Nomi, because he was using the terrain of Warehouse really efficiently to just take away those slopes out of the equation for Vexy. If he has a game plan going up against Nomi, I think that could really put Nomi on the back foot in this game.
The winning play for me that Wagner was able to do was just how well he was able to edge Vexy. He just kept going over the edge and just making sure that he just didn't end up giving him an angle. Great play there by Wagner, but is he going to be able to edge Nomi? I don't know.
Great analysis.
Thank you.
I cannot. You said everything there was to say about this game. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I really have anything else to say here, to be perfectly honest, 7.
I
That's
agree.
the first time we're both going to be speechless here.
Max, take it away.
Cool. But then you have Lil Nolbu versus Lil Boy. That's an interesting matchup. I'm excited for
go
that.
on.
Do you want to switch your pick?
No, I'm still sticking to Lil Boy. Look at me. Why are you not looking at me? Oh, no. Oh, Nomi is ready. He's cracking his fingers.
He
Just
should be
looking at you.
using his Akupa UT2 Gamer Pro hand warmers.
Nomi, can we get a woo woo? No, never mind. You probably can't hear us. Dang.
I always expected like Neptur in the crowd to do it for you.
Peanut, where you at?
People do not understand.
I heard a woo. I heard a woo.
I heard it.
Go.
Hey,
Wait.
it worked.
Hey, I heard a woo in the crowd. Let's go, baby.
The audience can't hear it like on the stream. They're like, what are they talking about? What is happening over in London?
But this actually has been a big surprise for me, what Wagner has been able to do. I wonder if he's going to be able to do it against Nomi. That's the big question. The big caliber question, because Nomi, I feel like with the way that Nomi has been able to play, it hasn't been what Vexy was able to do, right? Vexy was just relying on those ramps, just relying on the enemy to just end up pushing you over and over again. With Nomi, I feel like he has definitely been a bit more of a style of what we saw from Nobu, being more aggressive.
Look at my boys. I was wondering, what are they wearing on their chest? Is that a little GoPro? Are they recording themselves? I mean, we saw Monkey posted a compilation over on his Instagram after yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, you didn't see it.
I didn't.
He said, go to PMGC, give me the best frag video of my life.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I did see actually.
Yeah.
That was a sick video. It's
Just
even more
him
impressive
dropping
when you see,
30 balls.
It's even more impressive when you see their perspective, because like the finger movement on their device is crazy to be able to pull off the movement they're doing. Right, the strafing we saw also from I think it was Nolbu during those fights is just madness. I play with 3 fingers on my device. I cannot even get remotely close to how they play it, man. It's crazy.
Yes.
That's all the
Well,
analysis.
that is the power of using the Infinix GT20 Pro, to be fair.
It is. Like the screen is great.
I can actually play with 4
really
fingers.
well. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
That's because you're a tiny man.
It helps.
You think the mountain's playing with 4 fingers? Though?
Hey, the mountain picked me up earlier.
2 fingers.
He can only hold it with one hand.
He yeeted me like 3 times. That was recorded 3 times. I got yeeted 3 times. It was awesome.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, do it again.
I was gonna can Maxman do it?
He was supposed to be afraid, but he was just going, wee.
I did say it too, just the mic didn't pick it up. I was like,
Okay, I'm back on our game. I think we're going a little bit off topic here, guys.
We're just waiting.
Just a tad. Did you put your prediction then for Magna and Wagner and Nomi? Because I said Wagner. I don't know if you put your prediction in.
Nomi.
You tried to do some analysis. You said
Nomi. Yeah.
You want Nomi? Okay.
I feel like Nomi is just going to be able to give him a completely different picture to what Wagner was expecting.
We did the 3-2-1 countdown.
For the win,
and
for the whole thing.
he went Nobu, and I went Wagner.
Yeah, but you said for the whole thing. Like,
yeah,
for this,
Wagner
for these matchups.
Wagner has to beat Nomi to win the whole thing, Max.
You know what? Fair.
That's how brackets work.
I said
That's how brackets work, yeah.
I think the biggest factor for me when I was kind of breaking down between that matchup, I said that Wagner won't be able to do that same playing style that he was able to do with Vexy. Like the edge, he's not going to be able to do that against Nomi because Nomi is just going to be controlling most of the circle, and Nomi might be the one actually trying to edge Wagner.
You actually have different approaches to how the players use the terrain. Like we talked about Wagner and how he plays around and how he was able to deny these ramps away from Vexy. Actually, Puncher and Lil Boy, their matchup was very focused on the center of the map, right? Warehouse itself, and actually pre-firing a lot of the time those entry points and also those little ridges on the side of these crates. It's going to be interesting because if you have a player that uses the ridge like Wagner that likes to play around those spots a lot of the time and deny away from Vexy, and then you have Lil Boy, if that's the finals that ends up happening, that is going to be trying to just pre-fire through the entry points of Warehouse, that's going to end up being a very interesting match with a lot of depth to it, strategically speaking.
If you were playing this solo master tournament, Max, I want to go through your game plan. What would your game plan be?
What's one player you could take?
None.
None?
What are you talking about?
Are you
None.
Are you kidding me? I could probably take Flower
What are
Carrillo.
you kidding me?
What?
Because they're going to forfeit against me.
Wow.
That was super personal reason.
Oh, if that case, then I would definitely just win a 1v1 against Carrillo.
You know, who would win between you two in a 1v1? Real talk.
We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
already.
But you said 7. I said 7.
Yeah.
I said you.
No, I didn't. I said I would beat him in a 1v1. In a 1v1 and IGL in 2.
1v1, no car 98.
Real life, you'll definitely win.
1v1, no car 98. I know what you do with
No
with
car
Bull.
98? Ooh.
Ooh. Car 98?
No car 98.
Oh,
he's good on sniper.
Do we get sliding or no? Or same
sliding.
same as we have right now?
Same
settings?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it would actually be a much closer matchup.
I'm thinking back to some of these like 1v, or not, it wasn't even 1v1s we had. What event was it where we had someone using a sniper rifle and sliding and getting?
No, you're right.
It
You're thinking of last year mid-season tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was sick.
There was some.
All right, so we do have confirmation. Puncher did not win. It was Little Boy.
Okay.
I thought it was going crazy for a second.
I hope that's not what we were waiting for, because we already knew that. Because we can already start the other match and get that one going.
We count the points in
We
the
wanted to
background.
verify. We wanted to let the viewers know, yeah, it was incorrect. It's actually Little Boy
here
that
we
ended
go.
up moving on.
Who would win between Max and Neptura?
Oh, Max. Easily. Hands down.
If it's
I was
not
waiting to hear a
meaningful
what?
You think I'm going to doubt my amazing co-analyst? How dare you?
Yes, you would.
Yes, a little bit. I actually did a split second about it, but I was like, I can't.
Right. Oh, actually, I do doubt him a little bit.
Who would win between me and Neptura?
Ooh.
And she's not allowed to body slam me to eliminate me.
Neptura wins.
No, she would win for sure.
Yeah.
But I would beat DK.
I don't know.
There'd
Sometimes
be no
you,
chance
sometimes
DK
you
would
end up
beat me.
clutching
He
out.
wouldn't even
another
be on
map.
the same map.
Yeah, he'd be on, he'd be on ruins over there. He's like, wait, what's happening?
I've seen you clutch up before, especially when we played like previous seasons.
There might have been some bots
You were
in
able
those
to clutch
games.
up.
There might have been some bots.
Not even bots. You were able to clutch up
train
against
you up. We're
actual
gonna play
players as
tonight,
well.
and we're
Now,
gonna beat
who
the
would
Dragons.
win against Blank and John on a 1v1?
Blank.
Oh,
Blank.
that's blank.
Hands down blank.
That is blank.
Blank? Oh, yeah.
He gives
Easily.
us the double thumb
Even
up.
with one hand, I
He
think.
agrees. Even with one?
No, well, okay, maybe.
Yeah, think about it.
It looks like we are just seconds away. We're obviously, fixing a couple of issues here. I can see on a couple of other monitors here that we're going to be dropping into one of these 1v1s, or actually below both of these 1v1s at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. And this will be exciting. Again, I mean, I'm kind of like a big fan of how this has been going. We've seen some really interesting styles of play, like you're mentioning, some little strategic adaptions as well. And here we go, finally hopping into our semifinals. Take it away, gentlemen.
Who is going to be going to the finals? This is going to be going Nomi, Wagner, or is it going to be Little Boy versus Nomi? We have to wait and see what's going to end up happening here, as Little Boy is not going to be striking first. It's actually going to be Nobu, and that's a little bit scary because Nobu, we saw what he was able to do in that last matchup. He's going to just continue to be persistent in the action.
Noble, I love what he's doing here, doing the jump shot, pre-fire, and then just pushes it when he hit a little bit of those shots earlier. Does not allow the regen to kick in. And Noble just keeps surviving with like no HP. He's done that so many times in his previous matchup, and he's just going to be doing it once again here versus Lil Boy. And he actually created a 2-point lead for himself. But we've seen no 2-point, 3-point lead early on. Doesn't really mean too much. It means a lot, though, when you're in the last few minutes. But early on, they're just trying to set the pace and see how their opponent is going to be dealing with this map.
The thing that you're saying that, Max, and I'm starting to think of what Noble was able to do earlier. Noble, the master of the wood. Because if he sees an angle, he says wood, goes to it, and absolutely destroys. With him now, look at this. A 4-point lead, I feel like that is massive for him because he's not going to let down. He's going to just continue to keep on that pressure with Little Boy. And Little Boy right now, so far, has no answer for what he's able to do. Noble with the 5-0 lead.
Bro, Noble is insane on that movement. He's just not only strafing, he's also peeking up and down at the same time. Hitting a headshot on him is absolutely impossible.
The squats
How
that
does
man
he deal
does,
with that?
absolutely insane. He probably has bigger legs than Jason.
Lil Boy's like, please give me a DBS to deal with this man. He's just too strong. He's just way too strong in this fight. Yeah, currently a 4-point lead. One elimination was taken up by Lil Boy, so now at least making it known to don't be too overconfident. I will shut you down if I do have the opportunity, but as of right now, Noble is just cleaning up shop in this area and going to try and get on the high ground position there, get a little bit of information with a third-person perspective. And on the other side, Lil Boy does have the high ground advantage and does secure his second elimination of his match.
Nomi trying to get some angles there. It ends up backfiring as Wagner was able to spot him first. Gonna actually make up Nomi back up. And Wagner, I'm enjoying this aggressiveness that he's currently performing. I mean, he's continuing to play that edge that I was talking about earlier. He's not going towards the center of the circle. Yes. He's staying towards the outside of the map, and it has worked out wonders for him. With Nobu currently a 3-point lead, he's not going to be changing up that matchup. He's not going to be changing what we've been seeing him do over and over again. He's going to continue on that persistency. Right now, Nobu wants to continue on with this fight. Both of the players currently with very low HP. Who's going to be the one striking him first? There you go. The region is going to strike him first. Nobu currently being able to, even though Nobu had more HP, Little Boy played that out perfectly. And the urgency that we have seen out of Nobu so far, Nobu playing like he has a meeting to go to, he's going to have to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, the meeting is going to be cancelled soon now. Things are going so far. But Lil Boy is trying to bring the fight over to the more central part of the map. He knows that he uses those pre-fires around the entry points really, really efficiently. And that's its home turf to play on Warehouse. He's going to let the regen kick in. Pre-fire angles as always. Though you've got to be careful. There's this last clip. He's going to be actually losing quite a bit of ammo. And Nomi also on his own fight does get a lot of damage. Gets thrown and hits the shot. Gets his point. 4-3. 1 point difference as we are now in the first 6 minutes and 30 seconds of this game.
The drop shot there from Nomi was just bloody beautiful from him. Hopefully he's going to be able to continue to do that. I mean, right now he needs to be careful, though, because that HP has gone down. There you go. Wagner being able to get that elimination, tying it up with 4 apiece. And if you go to the other side, it's actually a bit of a switch up. Actually, no, it's still Nobu. Nobu with a 3-point lead. And the one thing that I actually enjoyed that Little Boy is doing, he's wasting no time. He knows that Nobu's going to continue to be aggressive. He's pushing on the action, hoping that Nobu would actually end up hitting him whenever he still has the shield on, and hoping that he will just end up running out of ammo, just going for the full push.
But unfortunately, when you are pushing so many times like we've seen from Lil Boy, you're giving a lot of opportunities for Noble to hit those pre-fires. And those pre-fires have been just absolutely key for the South Korean player. Onto the left side is going to be a even-Steven game so far between, not anymore, okay, 5-1. 5-4 between Wagner and Nomi, as he does get the elimination.
The movement from Noble is just insane. Crouching, moving side to side. This man doesn't need slide, which if people do end up playing TDM, that is one of the options with ADM. He doesn't need it. He's just able to peek beautiful so far. Little Boy not having an answer. There you go. He finally is able to reply by being able to just get 6 points total, but Noble at 11, sitting pretty nice.
I have a proposition right now, Seven. You create a in-game emote dedicated to Noble and his performance today. Like those moves.
He's going to be crouching up and down.
He's just like moving all over the place. Like, I can't hit this guy. That emote's too good. I think that will be a good idea for Noble, as he currently has twice the amount of eliminations as his competition as Lil Boy. My prediction is not looking too good, unfortunately, right now, Seven, and he even gets a 13th elimination. Noble is just completely obliterating his opponent, and well, he's only 5 minutes in here. We're at the halfway point, but comeback for Little Boy seems impossible, question mark?
And as you say, that Little Boy is able to get an elimination and try to start that comeback. But Nobu, the aggressiveness, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But you know what? You were saying that your prediction for Little Boy is currently not going according to plan. Right now, though, with Wagner and Nomi, I think you ended up picking Wagner. So far, I mean, it has been working out. He is keeping it close, and he is currently having the lead.
I mean, Wagner's going to pull off a huge play in the last minute of this game, like we saw earlier in his match. So he's going to be an absolute threat until the very, very end of this match. Though, right behind that concrete wall, able to get himself some nice shots, jumping on over with a hip fire. Waiting to get some more information onto Nomi, but Nomi is waiting for that regen to kick in. Not going to give that chance to Wagner to get the shutdown. Goes in the middle, gets the M249, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Will he be able to use it just enough to get that elimination? Oh. He does! He holds on to it, and that's going to be Wagner with the M4, able to get himself his 7th elimination.
Wagner switching up that style. Meanwhile, we go to the other battle. Nobu continuing that just persistent, the aggressiveness, not letting it down, and it is a 10-point lead that he currently has against Little Boy. The movement is just absolutely insane. Even though Little Boy does end up winning that engagement, we're going to be going over to Wagner. Something that I did enjoy that he was able to do earlier is that he stopped that edge style and he was willing to fight in the middle, and he ended up working out for him.
Yeah, you need to adapt to your opponent eventually. You just can't play in your own turf and wait for them to push, because eventually you're going to become so predictable. And we've seen how important, right, Seven, these pre-fires are. If they know exactly where you're going to be standing, it is going to be rough. And here you go, Wagner taken down once again, but it's still a 1-point lead in favor of Wagner as we're getting now to the last 3 minutes of the game. And as we see, this is the moment, typically, Seven, that the player that's a little bit behind tends to get a little bit desperate. And Little Boy, he needs to get like clutch after clutch after clutch if he wants to have the inkling of chance to catch up for his position in the finals.
And for Little Boy, it's going to be just so hard because of the way that Nobu ends up playing. Just look at the confidence this man's currently playing with. He's on top of a crate. He doesn't care about cover. He wants to just keep on pushing the action. He's going to keep doing that, and he might be able to win that engagement. Actually, Little Boy being able to bring it back, but I want to switch over to the other battle because Nomi and Wagner keeping it very, very close to each other. I feel like this might come down to the last second, Max.
I think we're going to see something between Nomi and Wagner where the player to create a point or two lead is just going to run back to their home base and just hopefully wait to camp that position, pre-fire all the entry points as humanly possible, and hopefully snatch away a victory in the last few seconds. Nomi, instant spray down onto Wagner, creates a little bit of a lead here, 1-point lead, but as we've seen many times, he's just going to go back and forth, ping-ponging all over the place between those two players. And Wagner, now on the back foot, needs to push his way forward.
Nomi needs to be careful because that is the second time, actually more than the second time, that Wagner keeps on just pre-firing that. Meanwhile, the other matchup, absolute tear. I'm going to fully focus right now on the Nomi versus Wagner engagement because I feel like it's safe to say for Nobu, with the current lead that he has, only 1 minute and 48 seconds left, I feel like it'll be really, really hard, almost impossible for Little Boy to be able to just close that gap. But if he's able to, you know what, I would say I ended up cursing him. Meanwhile, Wagner, with that pre-fire, he was able to do this against Vexy. He knows this location. He was able to actually win it, and now we're starting to see the same aggressiveness that we saw earlier out of Wagner with Vexy. He's trying to take it that fight to Nomi.
1 minute, 20 seconds. This could be a very important elimination. You can see currently on the other side, Nomi's trying to buy as much time as possible to hopefully even keep that point, but Nomi loses the lead, 8-8 between Nomi and Wagner. And now Wagner going to go fully regen. They're not going to camp that home base just yet, but I think the next player here in this matchup on the left, Seven, Nomi or Wagner, whoever gets that 1 point is just going to go back to base, hopefully hold on to that 1-point lead, and he's going to get chased down. You can see it is tense between those two players on our left screen.
Wagner trying to get the angles right there on Nomi. Nomi's going to be pushing the action. This is going to be a massive elimination, and it's going to be Nomi being able to come out on top, creating a 1-point lead. 40 seconds left. Who is going to be the winner of this matchup and have a chance at winning $5,000? Nomi going back to the angle, seeing if he can actually clutch it up against Wagner. Wagner does not want to give up. He wants to be the surprise of this Solo Master tournament. Is going to come down to the last elimination.
25 seconds here. He needs to get that elimination. Wagner needs to send it. Takes so much damage. The spray down connects, and that is going to be it. 2 elimination lead. Going over to Nomi. He's going to fully regen. He has to play it safe on his side of the warehouse location and hopefully get himself the win off the back of it. He's just going to be trying to give himself a 3rd elimination, and that's it. The lead has been increased even more, and that is going to be wrapping it for our first semi-finals here. Well done, and Wagner, really good try, but Nomi able to hold on to that lead.
We have our final set, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be none other than Nomi up against Nobu. Two of the players that I ended up picking, Max. I don't know who's going to win. I think I have a slight idea. And for everybody currently watching at home, please let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to end up winning this first solo master tournament?
How do you deal with Nobu's movement, though? Like, Nomi is good, but like that movement, that is so hard to hit those.
It's the 1-2 punch, too. It's not just the movement. It's the aggressiveness. He doesn't let down. He just keeps pushing it over and over again.
What do you think, Jason?
Okay. I was just waiting for my proper intro. It's in my contract. Yeah, can I change my prediction for a third time?
I thought we did.
Well, I said Wagner.
Oh, you did?
No, I didn't. I said Nobu, actually.
Yeah, I remember you said Nobu
at the same time, yeah. Right,
Wait, Max, what was your picks in the last round?
He was Little Boy.
You were Little Boy and Wagner?
Yes.
Okay, the curse still alive.
That's not kind of fair.
What if I picked Nobu? Would that be enough to make him not win because he's crazy? Like,
oh, hear me out. With the performance that Nobu has had on the previous matches, if you do end up picking Nobu and he ends up losing, I think it's real.
I'm picking Nobu.
You can't pick him.
Why
the hell not?
The one that you picked, it's already out. Little Boy's out.
Oh, your bloody decision. Okay.
Whose decision is it?
Mine.
Oh. Is it my decision that you can re-pick again?
Actually, yeah.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. So I'm picking Nobu.
I have to work with him a lot. I don't work with you that often, so I got to keep him happy.
Now we're not just online. It's like, oh, he's there.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a threat. No, I'm not.
I mean, all of our work over at Pandemonium_News. You can follow Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok.
Also over there, maybe there's a meme in the works. Ooh.
I'm just waiting for someone to be like, you need to stop promoting yourself. I'm like looking off to the side to see what's going to happen.
But obviously, been like 5 times today. It's solid.
That's my average number. That's about the amount of eliminations that I'd get in about an hour of play if I could there. But obviously,
that's high.
You're generous.
That's actually really high. I thought it would be lower.
You don't get to repick. You're locked in.
No.
You just screwed yourself. But obviously, about to head into the finals. It does change up though, because now it means it's a best of 3.
Yep.
So what mid-game or post-first match adaptations can we see out of these players?
We're gonna have the coach come in during the 2 matches, just pep talk and strat and rotations. I don't know.
We're gonna have to coach him. We're not coaching absolutely anybody. We would have been out before the first.
No, we're not gonna have any
round.
coach on that. It's just like, okay, get us in the second game.
What I'm wondering though is like, is Team Spirit, potentially watching D+ and they're like, we get to split the money that you make, right?
No.
Because how do teams decide who plays?
Actually,
it was decided because of the player that ended up with the most damage out of league stage.
Was it damage or
Was
damage?
It was damage.
Damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That does kind of make sense. Okay. So then, yeah, you definitely keep the money for yourself.
Oh, you have to keep the money to yourself.
If you got 5K in your pocket right now, just hand it to you, what would you get?
I would
First thing.
take us to a nice chicken dinner. Yeah, solid.
That's very nice of you.
Yeah.
That's
What would
an
you do,
expensive
Max?
chicken
I mean, you could easily buy quite a few Infinix GT20 Pros.
You guys already have some. I would
We
get
have.
myself
I'm saying
one.
we already have ours.
I can invest elsewhere. You can't. You need to get the Infinix.
I would get myself one, and then we would go out for dinner and play PUBG Mobile while we eat chicken dinners.
That sounds like a really good evening.
Yeah.
Sounds
Maybe
amazing.
we could do that tonight. Who knows?
Maybe. Oh wait, I don't have an Infinix. Dennis?
Well, there's one right here.
Should win the TDM.
Should have won the TDM. I mean, I'm hearing there's going to be some giveaways.
Oh.
Essentially tomorrow in the audience. I think we've had some, of course, across every single day. I know my significant other is going to be coming. I'm going to be like, hey, you make sure to grab another Infinix or whatever's being given away because I like free stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not with the T-shirt cannon we had last year as PMG.
Oh, man.
That's a bit.
That would be
awesome.
That would be a brutal way to do a giveaway.
The proximity of being shot is. I mean, it will come from the stage, right? So there'll be some distance, but that'd be more of like a T-shirt shotgun.
It's a DBS.
So I think there's actually a trophy we're giving away for this. I didn't realize. Okay.
Oh.
We got one for ourselves. So I can
Solo
actually say
Master
I'm a Solo
Trophy.
Master winner if I can take this home.
That's what it was.
And look at the clock. It works.
It does. It's a sticker.
No, that actually works. It's the time change.
I don't know how I keep working with you, 7G. It's making me go crazy over here.
Speaking of going crazy, I think everyone that's played against Nobu so far has been going crazy with how big of leads he's been able to pull off. I mean, clearly the most dominating player we've had in the Solo Master Tournament.
He's
by far.
moving. I
Hands
can't
down.
comprehend. I can't compute. Oh.
I mean, I get really frustrated in 1v1s because I'm the type of player who likes to blame my teammates, which is great when I get to play with you because I can blame Daptura every single time I get eliminated, or time I get eliminated. But playing 1v1,
blame myself?
Exactly, and I don't
That's
like
a
taking that
thing?
responsibility on.
Oh, can't take responsibility in video games, can't we?
Jason wakes up, looks in the mirror. Absolute
The thing is, you
perfection.
can't blame the Infinix device. It's flawless. So like, you have to blame yourself. Yeah.
It was the mirror's fault.
Was that a cracked?
Oh man, but this has actually been quite exciting, and I feel like the most interesting part is that Nobu has just been destroying everyone. But I don't know how that's possible because he's taken on so many strong opponents here. Seven, why don't you go over all the opponents he's played so far and remind us, because obviously insanely hard to go up against Zing, who took down Doc before.
I mean, he started off with Demeanor. Remember, Max ended up picking him. That ended up going the complete opposite
Why do you
way.
have to bring that up?
Nobu being able... Actually, you ended up picking Nobu with Shing, so that was good. That was one that you ended up getting right. And then after that, with Little Boy, it just has been absolutely zero matchup for him. He's been dominating over and over again. And I'm really intrigued to see, honestly, how Nomi is going to be able to perform in this matchup, because at what point do you end up just crumbling?
I feel like Nomi a lot of the time was actually trying to use the terrain and like the map to his advantage and get some big pre-fires. The pure mechanical skill of Noble was allowing him to get the win. I think his movement alone is what allowed him to get that win a lot of the time in all of his matches. So if you don't find a game plan to deal with that movement, which is really hard to deal with, I think Noble's going to take it with like flying colors.
How do you adjust to movement? I'm trying to think of ways that could be possible besides you just playing
counter
slow.
to movement? No movement.
He's completely still. I can't see him.
I still can't hit him. He's
I'm a T-Rex.
Wait, what?
Isn't that like how they, if you don't move, he doesn't see you?
Ah, Jurassic Park.
I don't know. We're feeling a lot, I don't know. I've gone on tangents now.
Tell me more about this no movement.
Did you notice, though, in the last match with Wagner up against Nomi, Wagner was using a couple of different of attachments. Like he was using, I think it was like the 2 times, then he switched and took it off. Actually went Ironside a couple times, went to Red Dot, where Nomi was using Red Dot the entire play.
I think Red Dot is like the must.
It's the go-to, for sure.
Well, I would go ×3 actually, because I just love ×3. For me, it's perfect at close range, mid range. I use the ×3.
You have permanent ×3 with your glasses.
Yeah, I'm just always zoomed in. Only on my right eye.
Wait, you said you go Ironside or Red Dot?
I would go 3x if I could.
3x,
Yes.
really?
I love
I would actually go Red Dot.
Red Dot.
Yeah, Red Dot 100%.
I use 3x at any kind of range.
Really?
Yes. I know it's
Really
weird,
fine.
but I just like my 3x.
I can't even knock your spray control either because it's pretty good.
I think I'm not too bad, hopefully. I've been training my S12K DBS plays, which I know that's I should not, but I am. I got eliminated by so many of those. I'm just joining the dark side of the DBS.
If the dark side means you take home 5K or potentially win PMGC, I'll join that dark side any day of the week.
Right now, today.
The
Put us in.
Sith Lord.
Well, we are about to head into our finals here between Nobu and Nomi. It's going to be a best of 3 to decide who takes home the 5K, so let's get into it, boys.
Here we have it, Nomi versus Noble. All of these matches have been leading up to this. Nomi and the Sith Lord, Noble, with his movement, incredible movement. Only the Force can make that movement possible. And here we go, first elimination will be going over to the side of Nomi. And Noble was like, oh wait, this guy's actually really good.
Bit of a surprise there, actually. I thought it was going to be Nobu that was going to be able to get that first elimination. You were wondering how are you going to be able to go up against the movement? Just do what Nomi did. Keep on shooting and just hope that Nobu is going to start fighting. Remember, Max, I see your face of panic. You did end up picking Nobu.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay,
it's fine.
there you
It's
go.
fine. Look at that.
Oh.
South Korea. We go. We get the elimination. Let's get it. No, 2-1. Maybe going to be 2-2. The Vest did take a little bit of damage though for Noble, but it's fine. He can still move on forward like a tank, like an absolute tank here. Nice shots. And actually,
okay, there
wait. Nomi was initiating the shots first, and a lot of his spray just did not connect, and Noble making it now 2-2. It's gonna be a close one, I think, this match.
Nobu currently with that regen, it is going to be full health, but is it going to be Nomi? Yeah, Nomi just being too powerful there. And I know we don't believe in it, Max, but I start seeing your face of panic kick in. You did mention there's no way. If I pick Nobu, Nobu would end up winning. Well, guess what? Right now it's not looking good, but for Nomi, currently having to back up. There you go. Nobu tying it up at 3 apiece. Remember, this is going to be a best of 3.
Yeah, good follow-up here from Noble. Knew exactly where he was going to be hiding after those 3 bullets connected. Got the 4th in, got that 3rd elimination. So now Nomi inside the building here, trying to give himself that pre-fire. And Noble, is this solo 1 bullet is all you need, and Nomi will fall eventually. It's 4-3, and I think we're just going to have a back and forth of about 1-2 point lead until the very last minute or 2 here, Seven. It is very close, way closer than I expected after how good Noble was playing in his games.
And as you're saying that, I'm starting to see a bit of a strategy here from Noble. Noble just not giving up. He's wanting the action. He's going to continue to push. And great angle right there from Noble, as he's going to be able to create a 2-point gap. He's going to be able to spot Nomi. Nomi needs to be able to bounce back. You don't want to let Noble end up getting on a streak. There you go. Great bounce back from Nomi.
I think Nomi is starting to learn a little bit of what Noble's plan is, because Noble hits hip-fire spray, gets a little bit of damage, hides behind cover, and then just commits his entire magazine to a spray and is hoping to get pushed again by Nomi. And that worked actually of 2-3 out of the total eliminations he's got. So like that's something that I think that if Nomi adapts to it, that could really give him a significant lead. But as I say that, Noble able to create himself a 2-point lead. And again, just a little bit of a step closer here, Seven, to that $5,000 prize pool here for that Solo Masters tournament. As another points coming on through, jumping off that crate. Really good movement from Nomi, but it's not enough to deter Noble from getting that point.
This is the scary part, Max. I was talking about it. You don't want to let Noble just start creating a gap on you. You don't want to be able to be on the end. Don't want to be setting yourself up against the wall, because right now that's exactly what Noble is. Just a massive wall, an absolute unit. You were talking about the mountain. I mean, he carried me earlier. This is the mountain in game. Noble just continuing to perform over and over again, and he's continuing to push the action. There you go, a bit of a breather from Nomi.
Noble is the mountain?
Yeah.
In-game?
In-game.
In-game. That's very impressive.
10 out of 10, right?
He could carry you in-game too.
Yes,
yes.
easily.
Yeah, you were looking, you're like, nah, I don't have a counterpoint to that. It's just like, no,
you're absolutely right.
Me. Definitely, especially how they've been playing in both PMGC today and also the Solo Masters tournament. As Noble here waiting to get the regen, jumping on over in that crate in the middle of the warehouse. Really good little angle to get some extra information. Knows exactly where Nomi is positioned. Pushing it up, does get to the lower side of this crate though. Keeps him somewhat safe, waiting for Nomi to push over the crate. And he does not hit, unfortunately, a lot of those bullets in that spray. And it's currently 6-9, 3-point lead that can be lost at a moment's notice.
It is going to be lost at a moment's notice as we are getting closer and closer here to the halfway mark of this matchup. Nomi now back at full health. Keep in mind, though, his best is currently hindered a little bit. He's going to try to maybe possibly rotate and see if he could end up finding that level 3 vest. But Noble's just being consistent. Get some shots right there on Nomi. Nomi now just having to back up a little bit, but it's just Noble's too much with that movement. Honestly, Max, with the way that Noble is currently playing, it's not just us glazing. If we were to fight him, we would not end up winning.
I think like 99.9% of the human population would not win.
I'm saying 2v1, we would still not win.
Oh, still, I mean, even if you send like everyone against him and you not beat him.
But 3v1, we still wouldn't win.
You do not talk the entire match, and that's what you say.
Jason, I'm sorry, but yeah, it wouldn't make a difference. He would actually probably beat us faster.
Great insight. Here you go. Nomi's going to be pulling on down once again. He's got twice the amount of points. We reached a 5-minute mark. I mean, at this point, we need a miracle coming on through if you want Nomi to get himself that win. And here you go, 13th elimination. Noble, enjoy the 5,000. I'm calling it now.
Not yet. Not yet. Nomi could end up adjusting to the movement from Noble. There you go. Being able to do some damage. Great angle from Nomi, but with the 5-point deficit that he currently has to Noble, he needs to just continue on the performance. He needs to string some points together. There you go. 2 in a row. Something that the other opponents that have gone up against Noble have not been able to do, and that is string up those wins. And right now, Nomi, he's trying to get that 3rd point in a row. It's not going to be able to. Noble just too much, knowing that he had him in the run and knowing that he could push the action.
Yeah, Noble is hitting so many headshots also on his sprays. It really makes a huge difference. You hear that headshot, then 1-2 bullets into the rest of the body is going to be resulting in that elimination coming on through. Though Nomi able to get himself his 9th elimination, almost reaching the double-digit mark, but we are now past the 4-minute mark. When we get to 2 minutes left, this is a lead that's going to be almost unsurmountable for Nomi. He's not going to be able to catch up, so he needs to put the points in right now in the next minute or 2 here, Seven. Otherwise, I think we should be getting ready to crown the Noble and sending that check on over.
Best of 3, Max. Best of 3.
Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I was getting so invested. It's a BO3, so for the first game, I meant.
Nobu trying to find that angle. Oh, actually, Nomi's going to be able to find that angle, closing the gap there, making it a 4-point lead. 3 minutes are going to be left on this battle. Nomi just waiting patiently, seeing if he can fully heal up. Nobu, though, is going to be able to spot him. Nobu being a little bit too much. Great jump up there out of Nomi, sending Nobu back to the respawn. And now Nomi having to back up, making sure that he fully heals up.
Wait, we had a huge lead that was created. Nomi is able to catch up quite quickly. In the last 3 minutes, this is the perfect time to initiate that comeback scenario. Able to get up there, get himself his tier 3 helmet.
Ooh,
no vest. No vest currently on the side of Nomi, so he would take 100% damage of those shots if he connects in the rest of the body. But we know the Nobu on the headshots is pretty damn accurate. Here you go, but the body connects, and that's Nomi down once more. 4-point leads being created once again for Nobu.
Nobu just too strong with those angles. The movement continuing to showcase why he is currently on the finals for the Solo Master Tournament and continuing on the pressure. And right there with 2 minutes left, Nomi is going to have to figure this out and figure this out quickly. I don't know if he needs the Okopa hand warmers because right now his fingers are feeling a big hole with the point gap that we're seeing.
I just got mine out because those players are sending chills down my spine. Seven, I'm having some chills after seeing how Nobu's been able to move around this game. There you go, trying to send it again. Pre-fires coming on through from Nobu, able to get a lot of damage onto Nomi, down to half HP. Nomi had to go for the reload on his M4. But Nobu goes back to safety, trying to kick up that regen. And he knows exactly where Nomi's going to be coming around, trying to go for the pre-fire around the corner of those crates. He does get so much damage done, but it is not quite enough. Nomi, again, to claim a life, and 3-point difference. Still, you can catch that up in 1 minute 40 seconds. That is still technically doable for the side of Nomi.
So you're telling me there's a chance
there
Nomi
is.
might be able to actually close this gap, but it would have to happen here, right now. He needs to get this elimination. Nobu not letting down, continuing on the pressure. Actually, Nomi's going to be having a bit of a defense. He needs to continue to push the action. He currently has more HP. Great stuff there from Nomi as he's able to close the gap to just 2 points. 1 minute left. Is that going to be enough, Max?
Oh, it might just be Nomi. Good pre-fire. Hits another one. A 1-point difference between Nomi and Nobu. And Nobu, maybe the nerves are getting to him. Maybe is feeling the pressure of this game. Maybe
slowing it down for the first time.
Yeah. He's slowing down. He's been a little bit careful here. Big pre-fire down to just 1 bullet's worth of HP. He's got to be careful. Can't take one more shot. You need to get the regen in. He goes into the line of sight. 16 to 16. Nomi, one of the biggest comebacks we have seen yet in this Solo Masters tournament.
In a matter of just 20 seconds, Nomi fully switching it up, but you got to be careful because Nomi right now has no vest to his name. Meanwhile, Nobu, we saw a bit of a slowdown right there, but he's starting to realize he needs to push the action. Great shots right there from Nomi. Nomi trying to see if he could possibly end up getting this vest in the middle. Can he go for it? He's going to be playing patiently. He knows that Nobu's going to be pushing up. He's able to get some shots there, but not enough shots to fully create some full damage on Nobu. Nobu continuing on the pressure. Nomi trying to see if he can possibly find an angle. He needs to make sure that he doesn't let Nobu get too close. 15 seconds left. He's going to come down to this elimination. No! With the elimination, 1 point lead, 5 seconds left. It's not going to be enough. As a big surprise, in just 1 minute, Nomi comes out with the win.
What did we just witness after how dominant Nobu was in his games? He created a massive 6-point lead, and yet Nomi held on strong and able to do one of the biggest comebacks of this Solo Master tournament and get himself the first win of this BO3.
And proving Maxman has the biggest curse in existence, he went with Nobu, and it turns out that Nomi closed it out. A fantastic turnaround that no one really expected. And Maxman.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you're saying. I'm warming my hands with my Okupa hand warmer. What are you saying? What curse? What's that? What even is that?
I didn't know you listened with your hands, Max.
I do.
You touch the sound waves in the air, and that's
how I get it. I'm a bat.
Information, but yeah, I mean, so I think one thing
that's a big
that
surprise
we're seeing out of Nomi is his jiggle peaks. He isn't just hard to hold an angle and just shoot the whole entire time. He sits and peeks ever so slightly, one by one, just to make sure to get as much damage down as possible.
Okay.
I wish I could have those kind of jiggles in the game, but the only jiggleness that I'm going to be getting is Maxman next to me.
That's true.
And myself.
I can jiggle IRM.
But can you juggle?
He was Kakashi, though. He stole the technique of Nobu. He just snatched it away. He's like, oh, you got some great movement here when you go for those pre-fires and especially those hip-fire shots. And he just did a very similar kind of approach in his game, and it worked out. Like, again, the comeback. When you are 5,
1 minute.
6 eliminations behind, and you just build the comeback up at the perfect time to be just 1 point away in the last minute. Then you're tied, and in the last 15 seconds, you get that pivotal key elimination to get the first game.
Look at Nomi. Nomi doesn't want to sit down. He's currently just feeling great, especially after the comeback. You just mentioned it, Maxman. I mean, he it's going to come down to how he's going to be able to adjust with what Nobu's going to be bringing in that second match.
He pulled a Maxman there. He thought it was best of 1 for some reason.
It was like, well, Maxman said it was a best of 1.
That's my check. Come on, I'm about to go on stage and get my trophy.
It's fine. Because it's a BO3, the curse has not fully taken effect.
Oh, look, the time change.
There is still a chance. What did you say? Did you say if you talked about the clock on that trophy? I swear. Is that what you said?
No, you didn't talk about that.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, that's
you
a great looking
too
trophy.
busy again playing with your Koopa hand warmers. Right
It's it's a great fidget toy too.
It is.
It is.
Tell me more.
Sell me, Max. Sell
and RGB.
Sold.
You had me at RGB.
That's it. I'm a true gamer with RGB now right now in my hands. In the UK too is like the perfect place to have these.
It is.
The RGB or the
hand
warmers.
warmers. Why would you need RGB in London specifically?
I don't know.
As we're going to be jumping in on the second matchup here, remember, Nomi just won the first matchup. It is going to be best out of 3. If Nomi can end up clutching up this win, this matchup, he would become the champion of the Solo Master Tournament. But Nobu, it's not going to go down easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. Nobu already down to half HP. Has to wait for the regen to kick in. Free fire around the left side of that concrete wall.
Nobu's slowing it down a little bit there, too. He's not fully going in crazy. There you go. First shots. Nomi knowing that he was going to go for the jump shot. Nomi waiting to see if Nobu's just going to go for the full peak. Nobu, though, with just 1 HP left, being able to draw the first blood.
You don't want to get too comfortable, though. We saw earlier that a huge lead might not be enough to deter Nomi from giving up in this game. And currently, as he has the 1 point advantage in the BO3 overall, he can afford to lose this one, but you know that Nomi wants to wrap it up ASAP. He wants to wrap it up a clean 2-0 versus Noble, his opponent. Here you go. Nomi trying to get himself a little bit more information with that crate, able to see exactly where Noble is going to be running towards. Hits the footsteps especially. And he's just trying to run around the rosy, buy some time, go for the reload, and just wait for that prime opportunity to go for a pre-fire and get the perfect angle. Well, behind him, though, doesn't see it. Here you go. He's going to get wrapped around by Noble.
Oh, great shots there by Nomu. Great shots there by Nomi. It is going to come down to this fight. I'm really intrigued to see how they're going to be able to adjust. Nomi very low on HP. Nobu's going to be able to realize. Great jump shot once again there by Nomi. That is not the first time that we have seen it. We were able to see it in the first matchup. Nomi does it once again. And the best part out of that is that he's going to be able to get some more damage into none other than Nobu. His vest and also his helmet currently almost intact.
It'll be really funny to see in the games tomorrow, see Nomi and Nobu just meet up in game like, it's you! It's you again!
A 1v1 tomorrow, a rematch.
It's like, let's drop Pachinki on 1v1 in the game at the start of the match. But yeah, Nomi here, 1 point behind. As we know, that gap can be closed very, very quickly. He's going to try and just wrap around onto the right side. Nobu's going to wait for the regen to kick in once more. Good pre-fire into Nomi. And maybe this is going to be the opportunity for Nomu to push up. He is going to be pushing up on the other side of the concrete wall and goes actually up there. Tries to get the high ground advantage, and he's just running around, dodging all the bullets. He's out of bullets right now. Goes for the reverse spray, but does not get the knock, unfortunately. What the hell was that about?
I don't know. I think he just wanted to zigzag around, trying to see if he could probably end up getting him a headshot, and it didn't end up happening. And Nomi, it's not looking good right now. We've seen a big deficit in the first match, but right now, Nobu with the 3-point lead is going to be scary.
Yeah, we saw a 5-6 point deficit just get completely destroyed by Nomi in that first game. So you know you've got to trust the process until the very last few seconds. 15 seconds, that was enough for him to wrap up that game and get the first point of the BO3.
Nobu definitely playing out. Nobu has definitely changed his approach to this 1v1. He's having to slow it down a lot more. He's not just fully going aggressive like a bull, seeing red. Now, Nomi's going to be able to get that angle. Oh, almost get some shots there, but it just comes down to the absolute pre-fire that Nobu's able to pull up. It's not just going to be the shots. He jumps up on top of the crate. On top of that, he could end up getting the clean best. He doesn't even want to go for it. He just wants to push the action. This is the Nobu that I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I like the play from Nobu there. Got a lot of damage onto Nomi, saw he was low, and actually allows himself to commit and jump over the crate. And because of that, he's able to get the last 2 bullets to confirm that elimination. Don't give him that time to just run around the area, get that regen to full HP, and then go for the reverse spray. That is something that could really cause your demise in the long run. 5-3 currently. We are hitting the 6-minute mark just about. And we are going to get slowly and surely to the halfway point of this second game for the TDM Solo Masters Tournament Finals.
And for Nomi, I know you were able to put up a good performance earlier. I know you were able to close that gap even though Nobu had a big lead. You don't want to give him that big lead again. There you go. Switch around. Quick 180. He's going to continue to pursue him. Is he going to get him with the jump shot? He is going to be able to get him with the jump shot right there. Nomi closing down that lead to just 1 point with 5 minutes to go. This is exactly what you want to see for Nomi.
That is exactly what we want to see, though. Noble on top of the roof there, next to a spawn location, going to try and just parkour his way, able to jump up so cleanly, so smoothly over on top of that crate. But unfortunately, it doesn't end well, as Nomi is able to pick himself that elimination. 5-5, that gap that we saw created very early on here. 7 again crumbles down to pieces in the eyes of Nomi, and he gets another one. And now the lead for the very first time here is going to be going his way in this second match.
And Nomi deciding to not back off. He's going to keep that pressure that Nobu has been able to give him over and over again. He wants to be the first one to strike, create some damage, and there you go. That lead that Nobu had earlier has completely changed, as now it's none other than Nomi with the 2-point lead in 5 minutes to go.
Oh, the script has been flipped, and Nomi, again, just trying to hold on strong to that lead. Can he get a third one? Yes, he can. 3-point lead has been created for the Team Spirit player. Nomi looking so damn strong. And again, might be also competing for an MVP title in PMGC Grand Finals as a whole. If he can also get himself the title here, that will be massive. But here we go, Noble able to reduce that lead to just a mere 2 points.
Nobu finally being able to just break that elimination streak that Nomi was on. Nomi trying to see if he can find. We've seen this engagement over and over again. It's usually the other way around. It's usually Nobu on the high ground trying to see if he can get some headshots. Nobu's going to be able to strike first. Great jiggle peek right there from Nobu. He's just one of the best ones in this game at it.
Yeah, I think that here we're seeing Nobu taking out a strat out of the book of Wagner we were seeing earlier to deal with Vex. He knows the perfect angle to make sure that slope, that ridge is not going to be fully used by his opponent. So Nomi, big jump shot, but unfortunately the high ground advantage is going to be a bit too strong over for Nobu. We are now past the halfway point at the 4-minute mark, and it's 8-8, an absolute perfect tie here, 7, between these two players. And again, this could be the last game, or we might just go to game 3 to see who's going to be taking home the crown.
That lead that Nomi was able to create early is absolutely gone, as Nobu was able to now take the lead. 9 versus 8. Who is going to end up taking this championship? Just to recap, everybody currently watching at home, Nomi was able to win the first game. If Nomi wins this one, he would become the champion. But Nobu is saying, no, I want to take it to the final game. I want to go to the actual best of 3. You're not winning that easily.
Just like Captain America, he could do this all day, 7, and he's going to be trying his best to make, so it goes to a match number 3. But Nomi behind that wall, going to have to go for the reload here, pushing on over to the side of this crate. And does have a little bit of an opportunity to hide his 3D model, but Noble here with a high ground advantage, able to give himself so much free information. He could also get free access to a headshot, and he does not hit it, unfortunately for him. Nomi again claiming a point, and the lead is going back and forth. 1 point is Noble, 1 point is over to the side of Nomi, then Noble, and now Nomi trying his best to make that turn into a tie once more.
3 minutes left in this matchup. Can Nomi clutch it up again? He has had the lead, as Max was mentioning. There you go. He's able to tie it up at 10 apiece. He needs to be careful because his vest is currently shot. There you go. Now, that's a great, wonderful reset. We've seen what Nomi has been able to do. I think this could be massive for Nomi. If Nomi is able to get this elimination, it put him closer to becoming the champion of this Solo Master Tournament. But it's going to be hard because Nobu wants to be the champion as well. Waiting for the right time. Ooh, trying to go for that lay down.
Nice one.
Nomi!
He creates the lead once again. What a play coming out from this guy. Team Spirit is going to be proud about their top fragger here currently. Looking for another spray. Going to be put extremely low. No way he can win it. No way. Oh, he does get confirmed and taken down. The shutdown is huge for Noble. Back to an 11-point lead. 2 minutes left right now, 7, before we know if we're going to be having our champion here, Nomi, or if we're going to be taking it to a match 3 for these finals of the Solo Master Tournament. As Nomi now going to be looking to wrap around the right side and going to be giving the slope once again to Noble that we know can use to its full potential.
And what's interesting too is that Nomi is not scared of just giving his back to Nobu and letting him be inside his spawn. He wants to feel comfortable, and he's comfortable with being able to switch the angles, but he needs to be careful because right now Nobu was able to play that out so perfectly, taking a 1-point lead. 1 minute, 30 seconds left to go. Nobu, no helmet. His vest is currently cracked. He needs to be careful because Nomi wants to tie it up.
Yeah, able to at least regen to full HP. That's going to be making a difference. Is he trying to just wait for the push here? He knows he has the lead. Nomi might be the one going for the push, but Nomi is the one initiating the fight. Creates a 2-point lead right now with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. We need to see Nomi go hyper aggressive if we want to make it go his way and confirm the entire win. But no, I think that because of the pressure here, he just keeps on committing, keeps on pushing, and Noble is fully abusing that to his advantage.
And I know that Nomi earlier was able to close that gap, but right now with a 4-point lead for Nobu, I think with just 50 seconds left is going to be too much. Nobu trying to take this lead. Nobu trying to tie it up at 1 apiece and securing another elimination. And it's fair to call it. It is going to be a 1-1 so far. Nobu being able to take the second matchup, Nomi being able to take the first matchup is going to come down to the final match, Max.
You know what? The pressure's been so damn high between these two players in the matchups of these finals of the Solo Master Tournament. I am gladly going to be going to a match number 3 for these grand finals. And really, with how it went in these two matches, I think it is really, really hard to pick who's going to be taking the win here. But as we go here, 10 seconds to go, 16-13, a statement being made on the other side.
We joke about our predictions. We joke about sometimes of who's going to be able to win here. Honestly, if you were to ask me to predict who is going to end up winning on that final matchup, I don't know. We saw a great performance out of Nomi in the first match. We saw an amazing performance here out of Nobu in the second match. And ladies and gentlemen, we mentioned it. It is going to end up coming down to that last match. Who is it going to be? The aggressiveness of Nobu or just the angles that Nomi has been trying to get, Jason?
I mean, he took off his jacket. That's how you know he's being serious here in the final one. He just wanted to take it to 3 just to keep the excitement because he's going to close it out on the final one and prove that the Maxman curse is true.
Are you not entertained? As of right now, I'm very entertained with these TDMs. Like the raw mechanical skill we have witnessed between these two players has been truly, truly mind-boggling. Seven. It has been absolute madness between these two guys. And again, prediction-wise, hard to tell, but one guy after this next game will be taking home an extra $5,000 US.
And that amazing looking trophy right there from the Solo Master Tournament, that clock, I swear it keeps changing. We'll have to wait and see if it is going to be real maybe in the future, but it's going to be a toss-up. I don't know what's going to end up happening here. I'm really intrigued to see which spawns the players are going to end up getting. Remember, they did end up switching spawns earlier. Can Nomi, if he does get the spawn that he ended up getting in the first match, can he actually use that to his advantage? Because we saw how he was able to take care of Nobu within those angles.
They kept running around the middle warehouse though. They're like just chasing each other down, waiting for the regen, trying to go for pre-fires. So the spawn sure has a little bit of an impact if you know how to use your area properly. But I don't think it's as impactful when these two players are as good as they actually are, as we witnessed in the first two matches.
Am I crazy, or did I just notice Noble maybe getting some coaching there? He was trying to pay attention. Somebody was trying to
tell you
yell
about the coach.
Hey. Yeah, he might have actually been doing something as we are coming to the final matchup of the Solo Master Tournament. Who's going to be striking first? Earlier, it was Nobu. Let's see if Nomi can actually hump them down, as he does have the health advantage, but that's going to be going away as Nobu is going to be picking it up. And there you go. The first one to strike. The first blood is going to be none other than Nomi.
Yeah, the first blood has been struck here for Nomi, able to get himself the reload, taking very little damage, easily able to regen to full HP. And Nobu now going to be trying to send it out wide on the open once more, and Nomi knows he hit 2 of those bullets. He's going to go for the full-on send in play, but takes a lot of damage in the process, and Nobu able to make it even 1-1 again. And I think this is what we're going to be seeing until the very end here, an even Steven game until the last few minutes of this match.
I hope that is the case. I hope it comes down to the last second, because we know that none of these players is going to be getting even close to that 40 gold for eliminations. With how close these matchups are, Nomi taking his sweet time, trying to work the edge, gonna be getting some shots there. Nobu making Nobu to back up, and this is when it comes down to the hunt. Is Nomi gonna be able to capitalize on this, because the health from Nobu is gonna start going up? Nomi trying to see if he can get an angle back to even health, and great play there out of Nobu as he realized that he had the health disadvantage. Backs up, wait for Nomu to push him, and overall, I mean, Nomi, not what you wanted to see, considering that he had the health advantage.
So I do like what we've seen from Nomi a few times here already, is that he sometimes takes the M4, put it in his backpack just to be a little bit faster, to try and deny that regen. That is something that's very important. If you're able to take the fight when the regen has not yet kicked in, that could give you a huge advantage on the initial spray. But unfortunately, Nobu, as we've seen, he's really good on the pre-fires, and that really is causing issues when you send it with your weapon in your back.
And what's impressive to me is just the hip fire that Nobu was able to hit on some of these shots, honestly. in the peaks as well. We'll have to wait and see. It's a close matchup. Right now, Nobu has a 1-point lead. We have already gone through 2 minutes. That's right. Only 3 eliminations in 2 minutes. That's how tactical these players are being. Nobu having to back up. He currently has no vest. He currently has no health. And it comes down to Nomi just being able to clutch up that elimination. And I'm going to see if Nomi maybe tries to go to the other side and pick up a vest.
Yeah, Nobu trying to say, I'm going to regen. And Nomi's like, no, you're not going to. No, that's not permitted in this GDM, not when I'm around. The 2-2. As Nomi is trying his best to get himself a good angle inside of Warehouse. Actually, good little pre-fire there. No Noble. But I think Noble is just very, very careful now. When he sees that Nomi has a really good angle, he just doesn't peek too much because he knows he's going to get pre-fired. He waits for the initial pre-fire to come on through, then maybe goes for the counter pick or tries to just wrap around. But here you go. Going to be extremely low. So much damage down to Nomi. Will be confirmed by Noble. 3-2. But again, that lead I don't think is going to last very long.
The pre-fire there from Nobu, just too much for Nomi. Nomi's going to try to figure out where currently Nobu is at. He expects him to be to the right side, and he's going to switch it up. He's going to be going towards the left side, see if he can maybe end up surprising. But meanwhile, Nobu playing it patient. This is a bit of a different Nobu, right? We're seeing how aggressive he can be, slowing it down. This is maybe the most I have seen Nobu stay still ever.
Yeah, you got to respect your opponent, right, going into this. You cannot afford to be overzealous, overcommitted in your pushes. Otherwise, that's when mistakes are made. You know that mistakes right now, Nomi is ready to punish them at every single opportunity that comes his way. Here you go, good pre-fire around the corner, but it is so close. Again, it's down to like 1 or 2 bullets. That is all that makes the difference. That is how close in terms of skill these two players actually are. And Noble gonna again wait for the regen to come on through, get himself back to 100% HP, reload his weapon, get ready to go for another big pre-fire onto Nomi as Nomi gets the tier 3 vest.
Noble was feeling really comfortable there towards those rocks, towards the right side of the map. He didn't want to push out, and look at this. Look at the big switch up too. Now Noble being in this spawn of Nomi, forcing Nomi to push the action, and you can see a bit of a slowdown. Maybe that was some of the coaching that Noble was getting earlier, telling him, if you do have the lead, slow down, force him to push you, and whenever you do get a shot, make sure you push the action because you're going to be able to get eliminations like that and create a 3-point gap.
I think that is definitely a good strat here. You can see that there's so much on the line. Again, $5,000 on the line for this game, the 3rd game of this BO3 Grand Finals of the Solo Master Tournament. Once you have a lead, maybe you want to try and hold on to it for as long as you possibly can and let them push. And that's something that Noble is definitely trying to leverage as much as humanly possible. As Nomi put low, Noble going to try and close that gap as much as possible, but the regen kicked in. He's up to 100% HP. Same for Noble, who's going to be able to win that spray. Noble down to about a 3rd HP right now. And he goes for the jump shot. It connects for Nomi. And that's going to be a 2-point difference created.
And it always comes down to those jump shots that Nomi has been able to just fully clutch up. A completely different perspective here when we look at Nomi. Nomi is going to be towards the center of the map, fully controlling it. And this is just such a much slower gameplay from Nobu. Nobu knowing that he has the advantage. Nobu knowing that he doesn't fully have to push every single time unless he's able to create some damage. And there you go. Playing it right, playing it smart, getting on the high ground, keeping that 3-point gap as we pass the halfway mark of this final match.
Yeah, when you're next to the crates and you get sprayed to, you just want to try and run around and hope you don't get hit by all the bullets. But unfortunately, the accuracy of Nomi and Noble is just so good that it doesn't work every single time. Nomi able to barely get himself his 4th elimination of this game. And it is, again, just so close between these players. A 2-point lead can be just reduced to nothing in a matter of seconds. How good these players currently are. As Nomi inside the warehouse looking to go wide once more. Going on top, but unfortunately, there is no more tier 3 Vestal helmet on that crate. It's already been taken away by Noble.
It has been taken away. Something that Nomi did earlier was that even though he did have a level 3 helmet, it was a little bit damaged, so he went and switched it up, and it's something that Nobu is currently trying to do as well from earlier. They're waiting. They're just waiting to see when the vest is going to end up spawning in, and right now, Nomi doesn't want to give Nobu any advantage. Nomi is waiting for Nobu to just push the action, and Nomi might be, actually Nobu might be taking that bait, as they're going to be able to spot him. It's going to come down to who's going to get the first damage here. Nobu being able to pick up that level 3 helmet, but can that protect him? As now, Nomi pushing the action. If he can get this, just 5 HP. He's going to be able to get him, and there you go. Nomi closing that gap to just 1 point.
I wonder if Nomi can actually go to the other side to get that tier 3 vest. That would be a big advantage. But yeah, the tier 3 helmet, he thought it was going to be a big advantage for Noble. But he takes so much damage, tries to escape unscathed and keep on to and keep a hold of that tier 3 helmet, but it did not quite work out as planned. We're now at the 3-minute 30-second mark here, actually, Seven. Time has been going by so quickly in this final game, and it's only a 1-point lead in favor of Noble. So again, in terms of picking whoever's going to be winning this, I can't now, predict no idea, match. No clue.
If you were to ask me, predict this match, life in this situation, I would say, I don't know.
Predict this.
I don't know.
Thank you.
Nobu now trying to find the angle here on Nomi. Nomi as well, his vest is damaged. He needs to be careful because Nomi is gonna have to push the action. I love how they just keep rotating around against each other. 3-minute mark has gone by. This could be massive as Nomi is gonna end up picking up that level 3 vest, and the advantage that Nobu had earlier on Nomi has gone away.
And Nobu's trying to wait actually for the helmet to come in, but it doesn't come through. And he knows, Nomi knows that he was gonna be camping out that tier 3 vest. And because of that camp, he's able to get himself an easy elimination, an extra point. 6-6 right now, down to the wire. A quarter of the game is now left. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. And we'll be ready to crown our solo master tournament as the take home $5,000. But the next elimination is going to be crucial to create this lead in these final moments.
Nobu starting to see a bit of an advantage here actually with what Nomi was able to see out of Nobu as he decided to just wait and let Nobu keep on pre-firing, go through the whole mag, and seeing if he maybe wanted to end up peeking after that. We're having a bit of a switch up here. We're playing a bit of a cat and mouse situation, and this is the thing. 6 and 6 apiece, 2 minutes left max. This is what it's going to come down to. Nobody wants to give an inch. Right now, Nomi does have the advantage in regards to the equipment that he has. He has a level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, and on top of that, both weapons. With Nobu, just because he respawned, he currently only has just 1 M4 and level 2 vest and level 2 helmet.
Yeah, they both know what the other player's trying to do here. Like, Nobu knows that Nomi knows that Nobu knows that he knows. You know, that's how much knowing is happening currently in this game. There's so much depth going on in terms of strats. But right now, Nobu's got himself a really good angle here behind this little wall. On the other side, Nomi also got the similar wall. They actually perfectly mirrored their position on this warehouse map. And just like, when the hell is this guy going to push? Well, you know what? They're not going to push unless you push.
What happens if nobody pushes? What happens if
we have a tie, actually?
Huh.
We do another game? Maybe it's who gets the first elimination first. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
There could be a tiebreaker here as both of the players are just playing it slow, trying to play. Who's going to get impatient first? This is pretty much what it comes down to. Nomi getting a little bit closer. 50 seconds left. One of them needs to be able to get an elimination. Currently tied at 6 apiece. 44 seconds left. I mentioned in regards to Nomi currently having the level 3 helmet, level 3 vest, and Nobu only having a level 2 helmet and a level 2 vest. And on top of that, just 1 gun. 30 seconds left to go. These players are being patient. Nobu, the aggressive player that we saw earlier, starting to fade away. He doesn't want to give an inch. 20 seconds left. Who is going to make the first move here, Max?
I think no one is going to make the move right now. It seems like they are set in camping out their locations, the top of the crate and then the behind side of the crate for Nomi. You have 10 seconds left on the clock here to see who's going to be going. Oh, Nomi's going to have a little bit of a push here. We've got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is going to be a tie for the last game here for the grand finals of the Solo Master Tournament. What does that mean? I do not know.
If there is a tiebreaker, remember, Nomi did end up getting that first elimination. We just had a 2-minute standoff for the finish here.
But who got the last elimination?
Yes.
Agreed.
I think that's also Nomi, no?
I don't know.
So did he open up with the first and last elimination?
This is the thing. It's the first time we've done Solo Master Tournament. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot that's been tossed up in regards to rules. I don't know.
Do they play again?
He's been he seems like he's getting ready again. Are we getting for?
Are we going best of 5?
We're going overtime. We could be going overtime.
We're going to match 4 of this BO3. Now this trophy, again, it's not functional. Does not really tell the time. Is also going to be picked up by whoever takes the win.
Yeah, for our producer, I would love to know what is going to happen here. Are we going to be getting an overtime? Are we going to be actually picking a winner? Please let me know, because right now the suspense is up in the air.
Hey, he's on his Infinix device.
I think they're going to be going.
He's locking in. He's going in.
What happens if they tie
So
again?
match 4, this best of 3, like you said, Max. No, we really don't know. We're obviously going to find out. I mean, Nobu doesn't have his stuff on. Oh, of course, just as I say it. Starts to put our earphones in.
Maybe it's the player to get the first elimination in this game. 1 elimination.
Okay. So it is 1 more match.
Overtime.
But it's the first elim will determine who wins. But now, are they just going to camp? Because that doesn't really fix the problem. They just camp at each side and just wait it out.
It's the passiveness. That's
kind of like,
question.
who needs to go to the bathroom first? Yeah, who needs to go to the bathroom first? I'm going to wait it out. How much water did Nobu drink? How much water did Nomi drink?
I'm just glad I went
That's why he gave me a bottle of water later. I thought he was being nice, but no, he was playing the long game.
I thought he was looking out for my hydration. That was not it. But yeah, it's going to come down to who's going to be able to get the first elimination. We saw Nomi. Now, so far in this matchup, he has gotten 2 first eliminations. Oh. Here we go. Who is going to be the first one to strike? Nomi versus Nobu. Who do you currently have, Maxman?
I'm going to go Nobu. I'm committing to that one. We'll have to see the high ground's taken over by Nomi. He already hits a lot of the damage down onto Nobu. Nobu solo HP. Needs to try and get the regen. Doesn't get it. And Nomi will be your solo Masters Tournament champions and taking home $5,000 US.
It came down to that first blood. Nomi has been able to do it over and over again. $5,000 in his pocket. Now the solo master champion, and a chance as well to possibly tomorrow on the final day of the PMGC Grand Finals 2024 here in London, could he become the MVP?
There's a chance that could be happening very heavily. After that TDM training versus Nobu, that's the best scream you could ever have.
And you know what? I think it's time we throw it over to Barney, because he might end up congratulating and getting a chance to talk to Nomi.
Ladies and gentlemen, your PMGC Solo Master Champion from Team Spirit, Nomi! Come on over here. I'm gonna get you to stand here. Come on over. Let's get you a microphone. Here we go. Nomi, congratulations. Now, there must be a nice little confidence boost knowing that you are the deadliest player on the stage.
I don't understand what you say, but I want to say, okay, no, I want to say Nobu is very hard player, and I want to say thank you all my for support for me and all my subscribers and all people. Okay, thank you.
That's pretty great. I'm going to ask you, you know what? We have another surprise for you, because you get to have a giant check. $5,000. Look how awesome that is. Hand it over.
Do I have to?
Yes, you do.
Why?
You have to hand it over. Hand over the check. $5,000. That's pretty cool, having a cool check. How do you feel? Does that feel good?
I feel good, yeah.
Yes, you do feel good. That's great to know. Congratulations. You know what? Excel Arena, make some noise one more time. From Team Spirit, it's Nomi. Thank you so much. And for now, we're going to head back over to the desk to round out day 2 of the PMGC.
You know what? I don't even remember what happened today now with just what happened at the finals here over Solo Masters Tournament. Did we even have matches for PMGC? No, we did.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I don't know if you did have. We definitely know we did.
I'm trying to think, like Alpha 7, maybe tomorrow we restart. No, we don't.
No, that's not.
I mean, Nomi, he's in the championship mindset already.
Yep.
Because he already took home the champion of the Solo Masters Tournament. But can he take home the trophy of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024? That's still to be decided tomorrow, of course.
That's a good problem to have. Like, oh, too many trophies, oh, too many checks.
Too many checks.
I mean, his team is currently 28 points behind first place. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. You guys at home who are watching, make sure you check out PUBG Mobile over on TikTok as well here with the tag PMGC 2024. We got the admins making some really good dances. I know Sara's been dancing his way. He probably has a couple more to throw up considering where RCB currently are. And I know Maxman wants to get in here. So if TikTok admin, if you're out there, go hit up Maxman because we would love to do some dances. But you know what I'd love to do? Go play in the Ice Mire Frontier, man. We got maybe some Pokemon tonight to go take down the Frostborn Dragon, the best mode we've seen so far in PUBG Mobile that I think even Nomi could 1v1.
Or he could 1v1 that dragon. Though, if you are playing against us tonight, please do not camp our bridge. Like, at least let us get to the dragon. That'll be very nice and appreciated.
Don't worry. You know what? No, forget that. All of you out there, if we do meet you, go campus because I'd win.
No, you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't. No, you would not. What are you on?
Come on.
guys, we're on the same team.
I wonder if we can
here.
get a team with some of the people here at the arena if we could beat the Dragon.
Hey,
how many it would take us?
You want to help?
Yeah, definitely Nomi. Bring Nomi
Just don't
with
be on a
us.
team with Natura, because she's going to let you be eliminated. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to finish off here our second day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. But that means we only have one more night's sleep until we can crown our champion and our #1 team in the world. Make sure you guys have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking a block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat, like we're bringing the control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, more fire, pure fire, more fire, pure fire, fire. Come bring that fire, click on lift it higher, out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, pure fire, pure fire. Go that fire. We be getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can keep us tight. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's back for the breaks, getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them not. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop.